Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the British Grand Prix. Silverstone this weekend, very interesting to see. Can anybody end Max Verstappen's run and Red Bull's dominance this season? Or are we going to see a bit of an upset, or will it be Red Bull domination as usual? Now, the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Now, the good news is that there is a free broadcaster. In fact, there are two free broadcasters which are carrying a feed this weekend. And so there are a couple of easier ways. Now, if you're in Austria or in Belgium, you're gonna be okay because in Austria you can watch on ORF, and in Belgium you can watch on RTBF for free. So if you're outside of those locations, however, you can still watch it with the use of a VPN. Now we're going to use Bitdefender VPN. Now Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, one of the best cybersecurity companies in the world, and they're making sure that they're going to keep you safe, but also allow you to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download Bitdefender, and you're going to install it. It's going to look something like this when you do install it. In fact, I'm going to make it so you can see. There we go. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the location over here. So when you open it up, you're going to go to, that's the dashboard. You're going to go to this part over here, and you're going to go to over here, location, and you're going to search, and you're going to go to Austria, and then you're going to connect. So because I'm currently connected to Austria, I can now stream channels which are available in Austria, such as Service TV. As a result, I can currently watch Cam Smith teeing it up there over there at Live Gold. This is live on Service TV, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. You can create an account. It's that easy, and literally you can watch all the action, all the practices, for example. All of that stuff is being shown over the weekend on Service TV. It is as easy as that. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Link in the description for it, and it's fantastically priced, by the way. And if you get yourself a year subscription, you'll be able to watch every single one of those races because Service TV always carries a feed, and it's very easy to use. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and go and join Mark and Reese on the Watchalongs. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for today's guide on how to watch the British Grand Prix. Silverstone this weekend, very interesting to see. Can anybody end Max Verstappen's run and Red Bull's dominance this season? Or are we going to see a bit of an upset, or will it be Red Bull domination as usual? Now, the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Now, the good news is that there is a free broadcaster. In fact, there are two free broadcasters which are carrying a feed this weekend. And so there are a couple of easier ways. Now, if you're in Austria or in Belgium, you're going to be okay. Because in Austria, you can watch on ORF. And in Belgium, you can watch on RTBF for free. So if you're outside of those locations, however, you can still watch it with the use of a VPN. Now, we're going to use Bitdefender VPN. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, one of the best cybersecurity companies in the world, and they're making sure that they're going to keep you safe, but also allow you to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download Bitdefender, and you're going to install it. It's going to look something like this when you do install it. In fact, I'm going to make it so you can see. There we go. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the location over here. So when you open it up, you're going to go to, that's the dashboard. You're going to go to this part over here, and you're going to go to over here, location, and you're going to search, and you're going to go to Austria, and then you're going to connect. So because I'm currently connected to Austria, I can now stream channels which are available in Austria, such as Service TV. As a result, I can currently watch Cam Smith teeing it up there over there, Live Gold. This is live on Service TV, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. You can create an account. It's that easy, and literally you can watch all the action, all the practices, for example. All of that stuff is being shown over the weekend on Service TV. It is as easy as that. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Link in the description for it, and it's fantastically priced, by the way. And if you get yourself a year subscription, you'll be able to watch every single one of those races, because Service TV always carries a feed, and it's very easy to use. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and go and join Mark and Reese on the Watchalongs. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys soon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the Forever F1 podcast. All the Forevers in that opening title there. We're joined by Reese and, of course, myself, Mark, here to talk about news from the past week and also reminiscing over the weekend we just had in Austria and looking forward to Silverstone. Talk, of course, with those track limits. Was an unbelievable thing for all the penalties that were given out over the weekend and yesterday, as well as Mercedes being a big talk and their rather horrid weekend and what could potentially be another horrid weekend this weekend. Some infighting perhaps at Mercedes, otherwise replacement drivers for rookie drivers, all these other things, teasers for cars and otherwise. So lots of news to get into. And Reese, how are you doing? How do you feel over the weekend that just took place?
Yes, I'm doing well, thanks to yourself, Mark. But yes, that race weekend was just dominant yet again from the Red Bulls, just Max in another league to all of the other drivers. It was good to see some close racing, though, between the Ferraris and the sister Red Bull, at least for a few laps in the race, but Max just making it look too easy out there.
Yeah, so just going back over, we have got a review, of course, you can go check that out, but Max Verstappen won, Charles Leclerc came second, Sergio Perez up from 15th, finished in third, Lando Norris probably the one of the standout drivers of the day, finishing in fourth, and that's a result of all these penalties that came after the race. I mean, unbelievable the number of penalties that were given out afterwards. Carlos Sainz, one of those few drivers that was severely punished for his track limits, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really was not a good look from Formula One. We don't want to see the race result being changed hours after the race. We really do need to make some changes to this track to limit these kind of penalties from happening, because it shouldn't be happening. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, so as a result, Fernando Alonso moved into 5th position as well, so he got some more points there for the Aston Martin team. George Russell and Lewis Hamilton still finished 7th and 8th. Carlos Sainz then pushed all the way down into 6th position. Lance Stroll finished in 9th. Pierre Gasly 10. Alex Albon 11. Guan Yu Zhou 12. Logan Sargent 13. Esteban Ocon, also one of those who received a few penalties after the race, finishing in 14th. Valtteri Bottas 15. Oscar Piastri 16. Nick de Vries in 17th. Kevin Magnussen 18. Yuki Tsunoda 19. Also with those penalties during the race, though, to be fair. And Nico Hülkenberg, who obviously didn't finish the race. So, I mean, they basically said straight away after they gave all those penalties, FIA said, that they're going to look for a solution for this track. I mean, why did it take them yesterday to make that decision? When we knew last year it was a problem. We knew that track limits has always been a problem at this track, and it's always the same two corners. It's turn 9 and turn 10, right before the start-finish straight. Why is it that it took so long for them to say, oh, okay, now we're going to try and create a solution for this?
I mean, I really don't know. I think it's because the FIA has been changing hands quite a few times in the past few years. It takes time under new management, of course, with Mohammed bin Sulayem, I think his name is at the moment. They are making some good changes, but it does take time. Hopefully they do make a change before next year, before we come back to this track, because we don't want to see this happening again.
It's the fact that, I mean, yes, it adds a little bit of drama, I suppose. Don't get me wrong. It adds a little bit of drama, but all
the biggest joke was giving Hülkenberg. The biggest joke was giving Nico Hülkenberg a black and white flag.
I know.
When his car was retiring, he got given a black and white flag for being all four wheels over the white line. I mean, that is just hilarious.
I know. It sums
his
up
car
the
was
FIA.
pretty much on fire.
I know. It sums it
up.
So we finished that, with all those track times, and that's certainly something they're going to look forward to changing next season with regards to Austrian track in Spielberg. But Mercedes, I mean, we talk about some of the drama that happened yesterday. We had Toto Wolff on the radio, not just once, but twice. He's not normally on the radio in races, and he spoke to Lewis Hamilton directly over the radio twice. Once when Lewis Hamilton was just complaining yet again about this car not performing, and this car's so slow, man, and all this. And Wolff came onto the radio and said, Lewis, the car is bad, we know, just please drive it. I mean, it's like very firm, very straight to the point, as in like basically saying, stop complaining, get over yourself, and race the damn race. We'll talk about it afterwards. So like very much, I think heated conversations probably had in Mercedes right now. It was not a good day for them yesterday at all. And even Lewis Hamilton, after the race, he was asked in an interview, says, what happened with regards to possibly provoked Toto Wolff to deliver that remark. And Hamilton's response was also not so sweet. He says, "I don't know." He said, "You will have to ask him." So clearly, at the time, it wasn't all 100% in that Mercedes team. I mean, Toto Wolff played down the comments, and that's what this article says. He's playing down the impact of his remarks that he made over the radio. And he says, no, not at all, with regards to whether or not he had severed a relationship a little bit with Lewis. He says, no, not at all. You should hear us talking on the phone and meetings each other. That was nothing. We've had a bad weekend, all of us in the team, and that just makes us stronger. Not quite sure why. It was only for the best interest of the driver and the team. Sometimes there was a certain moment when you need to calm things down, but I meant well. We had a lot of discussion about track limits and whether they were enforced or not. I wanted to make sure we were getting the best out of the package that wasn't performing and trying to give it our best shot. So basically, as we said during the stream, Toto Wolff came onto the radio just to get Lewis back into the mind space of racing, to stop thinking about all those track limits and, get your head down, get to the end of the race. We'll fix it afterwards, basically.
Yes, I mean, I think it shouldn't have too much of an effect on the relationship between Toto Wolff and Hamilton, for sure. I mean, we've heard much worse in the past between them. Some people, I'm sure, will try and make a story of it at the moment with them in contract negotiations, but yeah, it should be fine within that Mercedes garage.
So yeah, I mean, I've got another article with regards to Mercedes, because it just was, unfortunately, the Mercedes problem of the day. I mean, Lewis Hamilton started quite high up the grid, and George Russell started in 11th. Not the best, but we were expecting them to motor up the grid relatively quickly in terms of George Russell, at least. It just wasn't the case. They finished 7th and 8th, respectively, and really not good enough, I think, for Mercedes. We thought they'd made a change and they'd turned a corner for the season in Canada, and then came to Austria, and it just didn't work at all. And Toto Wolff, as I say, calls it a bruising day. So certainly a bit of a step backwards after announcing major upgrades for this weekend and then Silverstone, which is coming now. So, I mean, should Mercedes be concerned?
I mean, you would think they would have data for a more high downforce track from when they ran their upgrades first in Monaco, but clearly they weren't ready for a circuit like Austria, where other teams already have data from the year before. They are still, you have to remember, on the back foot from switching to their B-Spec car. So it may take them some time to really dominate at every race, but we are still seeing those glimmers of hope in, I think, high-speed circuits.
Yeah, and also we were looking at the grid generally and found that maybe it was to do with their engines and high altitude, or because all the Mercedes engines seem to not perform as well as they have been in very recent times, at least in the last couple of races. Aston Martin also weren't fantastic over the weekend. The only Mercedes engine that seemed to work somewhat was Lando Norris. But then again, they weren't really fighting anybody else, because the Ferrari engines and the Red Bull engines were well ahead of everybody else. The only reason Sainz finished behind Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso, of course, were those time penalties afterwards. But otherwise, the Ferrari engines and the Red Bull Honda engines were they seem to be working better than those Mercedes engines. Do you think it was due to altitude that they maybe struggled?
I mean, you can never really know, because I think you'll only know if you are in that Mercedes garage. But we've seen in the past how Mercedes have struggled at altitude, so it's always possible. But yeah, it may just be because they were still struggling to get to grips with their new upgrades.
I mean, and in response to an interviewee and his questions, Wolff went and told Sky Sports. He said, the car had no pace today. It's a bruising day, I would say, because we had such a good upward trend, and you have to take such a day. There was no pace and no inkling why yet. So that was also interesting to note from Toto Wolff. He doesn't actually seem to have a potential reason. And Russell also says the Mercedes was substantially worse than expected. And when he was speaking to some people from Sky Sports, he said, didn't expect to be as bad as we were today. I didn't really have an answer for it, really. It was definitely surprising. Sorry, this was Hamilton that was speaking here, and says the feeling of the car was very much the same feeling I've had all last year. It was definitely different than the last two races. The last two races were way, way better in terms of the characteristics of the car. It was fundamentally the same, this race being Austria, as last year when Mercedes were, of course, so terrible. So a few surprises out there. where Lando and McLaren did a really great job. So well done to them. We need to understand what went wrong on our side. And this is Lewis Hamilton speaking, of course. So, I mean, yeah, they just seem very dejected.
I think there will be after having a few race weekends where they have done quite well. I mean, Spain and not necessarily doing too bad in Monaco, but seeing a little bit of a glimmer of hope with the B-Spec car, but then really just being disappointed, I think, here in Austria. Hopefully they'll find their feet again in Silverstone because, I mean, it is their home Grand Prix. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and speaking of days that would basically wanted to be forgotten about, I mean, we also go and look at the likes of Nick de Vries. Now, Nick de Vries is very much a big talking point, and the fact that we are coming towards silly season is pretty much silly season. We're starting to head into the potential changes in drivers should they not be performing, and one of those big names is Nick de Vries, who we expected so much this season in that AlphaTauri, and yet has really struggled to deliver and has barely delivered at all. And in an article here from Planet F1, it goes and says Nick de Vries' F1 career ultimatum reportedly set as a replacement is lined up. So Ted Kravitz has, however, heard rumors that suggest that Christian Horner actually does intend on replacing Nick de Vries even after he came out and said there are no plans to currently replace him. And the likes of Liam Lawson, of course, being talked about, one of the reserve drivers for Red Bull. So Ted Kravitz went and said this. He says, Nick de Vries, he really is driving to survive. All the bosses will say this. Will say about this. The rumor that has come out about Dutch press that Nick has been told that he's got the next 4 races on circuit. He knows here, this was Austria, Silverstone, Hungary, and Spa to really transform his season. Otherwise, he's out. They're going to put Liam Lawson in. That's the rumor that's coming from the Dutch press. So, I mean, there's always a little bit of flame from a little kindle of a story. There's always something that's sparked it. So there's always a hint of truth somewhere that must have created the story. So, I mean, do you think there's any truth to this?
I mean, Red Bull are so cutthroat. We've seen in the past how they've just chop and changed drivers in the main team, never mind the sister teams. So, yeah, I think it may be very true. Sometimes when we hear stories like this in Formula One, people just write it off. But when there's smoke, there's fire. So, yeah.
And interesting here is Franz Tost was asked directly about this in the pen, and he said it is up to Nick to make the story go away. So he didn't really immediately go and say, "Oh, there's no truth to the story whatsoever. We Nick's backed or whatever." But said, it's up to Nick to make the story go away. In other words, it's up to his performances. So maybe it is indeed that he's been given a few races to perform, or otherwise he's going to get given the axe. And so it's certainly dangerous times for Nick de Vries in that AlphaTauri, because Liam Lawson, of course, is standing in the wings, ready to take over. And, I mean, I just find it so surprising how Nick de Vries has been so good until he got into F1.
It is really interesting because, I mean, he's won in Formula E, done really well in the junior formulas, and just can't find his feet in Formula One at the moment. I think there's a lot of pressure on him after... I think he did really well in that race where he stood in, was it for a Williams last year in Monza? I think it was.
He stood in for someone who was sick. Yeah,
I think it was Albon when he had appendicitis. Yes.
Yeah.
And he did so well, but he's really struggling in the in the AlphaTauri team. So I don't understand why.
Yeah, it's a very big mystery, and we'll see what happens over the next few weeks, and of course we'll bring that news to you as it comes, should anything happen with regards to drivers. Another driver who we've said all season is very much under the cosh, that of Logan Sargent. He actually did all right yesterday, coming in 13th, so maybe a little bit of a fight back for his own place in that Williams team. So, I mean, do you think he's done enough just to sort of calm the rumours down a little bit for now, or do you think Logan Sargent is still very much in that danger zone of being replaced?
He's done really well at this track in the past, apparently. So maybe it is a little bit of a show of what he can do in that car. Not finishing too far off of Alex Albon.
Yeah. So Logan Sargent, one of those drivers who's obviously being dubbed possible replacement coming up for him. AlphaTauri's Nick de Vries, the other one. The other rookie that we haven't talked about is Oscar Piastri. Now, he didn't have a good race at all yesterday. finishing far down the grid, whereas his teammate Lando Norris finished in 4th position. So, I mean, we've said that Piastri seems to have done enough to solidify his place, that he probably does deserve a seat in Formula One. But would you almost say that he still really needs to work at it, considering the fact that his teammate is doing so much more than him?
Well, you can't really compare the two at the moment, with Lando Norris's car having substantially more upgrades than his car. His turn will come in Silverstone, though. I think he didn't have a great weekend altogether here. Didn't he have a bit of a scrappy start, and then he was brought in as well quite early for a pit stop, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, not a good race weekend for Oscar Piastri, but as I say, he hopes to maybe fix that this weekend in Silverstone. Nobody's really going for the axe for Piastri, so he's safe for now, but certainly needs to get a move on to try and catch his teammate Lando Norris. Now, in other news completely, before we go on to a couple of spoilers and other things that Reese has got for us, Max Verstappen has talked about the 2026 plans and the car plans for 2026, and he's described them as pretty terrible, which is a little bit of a concern. This is based on what he's heard from his engineers. So, just reading here, I want to find Max Verstappen's response to the whole thing. Oof, my word, there's so much writing and I seem to have lost it. But I mean, they're basically just talking about the 2026 cars, hoping that they will improve. But it basically seems to suggest that the upgrades and all of the changes that have been made to the car are going to make it very awkward to drive, is what he said. I would prefer to control it myself. He says, they've got these active aerodynamics, which you can't control, and the system will control it for you. So it's becoming very, very system orientated rather than the driver itself. He says, of course, when you're behind someone, maybe you need more front and more rear, these kind of things. But if the system starts to control that for you, I don't think that's the right way forward. Plus, weight is going up again. So yeah, we'll have to seriously look at this because, 2026 is not that far away. And at the moment, to me, it looks very bad from all the numbers and from what I see the data already. So it's not something I'm very excited about at the moment. So, for us F1 fans, who most of us are looking forward to 2026, seeing brand new car changes, hopefully it's going to provide for a much more compact grid and more competition. Do you think this is a concern?
I think it certainly is. Max, interestingly enough, looks like he gets quite interested behind the scenes and chats to his engineers about where the sport is going. I think it also helps him decide whether he's still interested in staying in the sport or not. But it definitely tells us as fans that we should be a bit worried with the rules and the regulations not necessarily pointing in the correct direction for good racing.
Yeah. And Reese, you've got information about this weekend coming in Silverstone, which we are all very, very excited about after it was teased on Twitter. So tell us more about that.
Yes, well, I have a article from crash.net just saying McLaren have teased the return of their iconic chrome livery ahead of this weekend's British Grand Prix. Certainly very exciting for me, as that livery is just such an iconic look for McLaren. And we remember Lewis Hamilton being so dominant in those coloured cars back in the past. And McLaren have gone and done this by changing their logo on their Twitter page to a McLaren logo, but it's all in chrome. And also releasing a video of Lando Norris peeking through a door, looking very excited about something. They don't necessarily show what it is, but we assume that it is their car for this British Grand Prix.
Obviously, it's the British Grand Prix, McLaren, a British racing team. And, Lewis Hamilton brought so much success to Britain with that chrome, that beautiful, beautiful McLaren car, that chrome and red livery. And was, as a couple of people I know have talked about it as being like one of the most iconic F1 cars that's ever been, and that ever has been made and ever been raced around. So if McLaren do indeed, and we're fairly certain they are going to come out with that special chrome livery, it's going to be so special to watch, and I just hope they can back it up with a good performance as well.
Yes, well, just a little bit more about this. McLaren last ran a chrome or silver livery at the start of 2015 before moving back to their black livery that they ran for a few years. They then ditched the papaya. Well, they ditched black for papaya in 2017 and haven't changed it since. But also a reason for them possibly going to a chrome color this weekend is because they have a sponsor, Google Chrome, and they've also teased the chrome colors with Google, well, hashtag Google and hashtag Chrome on their Twitter.
Yeah, so I mean, I suppose having Google Chrome as your sponsor is really going to help for that sort of special livery to giving out the Chrome livery. So that is very, very cool. And I think we're going to start wrapping up the podcast here. So Reese, do you have any final news for us?
Yes, just a little bit about this next race. We have a new wheel arch being trialed in the British Grand Prix, and this arch is to reduce spray on the cars in wet weather races. We don't necessarily know how this is going to be implemented in Formula One. I mean, you can't necessarily fit the car if it's already dry out on track and then it changes to wet. You can't necessarily fit it mid-race, I wouldn't think. So I wonder if it's only going to be seen in wet races or going to be a permanent fixture on the cars.
Yeah, and of course, that's quite ironic that's come out at a rather terrible time. Of course, over the weekend, we did see in Spa a horrible, horrible incident there. And yeah, I mean, is it almost in poor taste that they release it now, or do you think it's a good thing that they go and announce these plans now to release essentially stuff that should minimize spray for these sort of conditions to avoid such crashes happening?
Well, I mean, it is a good time always to release things that could help racing and could help the safety of racing as well. I mean, Max Verstappen has said in an article as well, we should be cautious to blame Spa, the actual circuit, for the crash and for the death. I mean, we haven't really seen many crashes in that area where he crashed. He didn't crash at the exact same place that Antoine Hubert tragically lost his life. I think it was 4 years ago now. It was also down that main straight, but not in the same manner that it happened for Antoine Hubert. Yes, it was because it was extremely wet. But yeah, unfortunately, these things do happen in motorsport, and we do need to move to make these junior formulas even more safe.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely terrible news over there at Spa over the weekend. But hopefully, as I said, Formula One announcing these... sorry, what do they call it again? The exact terminology?
I've just closed the article. They lack wheel guards or mud guards on the back of the rear wheels to reduce spray.
Yeah, so hopefully the introduction of that should minimize those sort of incidents from happening in the future. So it's a good thing that it probably was announced, and we do hopefully see a great benefit in them in the future, and they will be tested out here at Silverstone. And guys, don't be scared to go and subscribe to the channel, like the video, and turn on notifications for all future uploads. We will, of course, be doing a preview on Thursday for this weekend's Silverstone Grand Prix. We're very much looking forward to it and all that could happen there. So I won't talk too much about it today, because, of course, we'll preview it on Thursday. Otherwise, Reese, any final word before we head on out?
No, just hoping we'll get some good racing in Silverstone. It's been a good track for racing in the past, so hopefully it should be a exciting race weekend ahead of us.
Indeed. Guys, thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsports. I've been Mark, Reese has been Reese. Again, subscribe to the channel. Really, we're going to aim for 30,000 by this weekend. Anyway, see you all then. Cheerio.
Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the British Grand Prix. Silverstone this weekend, very interesting to see. Can anybody end Max Verstappen's run and Red Bull's dominance this season? Or are we going to see a bit of an upset, or will it be Red Bull domination as usual? Now, the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Now, the good news is that there is a free broadcaster. In fact, there are two free broadcasters which are carrying a feed this weekend. And so there are a couple of easier ways. Now, if you're in Austria or in Belgium, you're going to be okay. Because in Austria, you can watch on ORF. And in Belgium, you can watch on RTBF for free. So if you're outside of those locations, however, you can still watch it with the use of a VPN. Now, we're going to use Bitdefender VPN. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners. one of the best cybersecurity companies in the world, and they're making sure that they're going to keep you safe, but also allow you to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download Bitdefender, and you're going to install it. It's going to look something like this when you do install it. In fact, I'm going to make it so you can see. There we go. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the location over here. So when you open it up, you're going to go to, that's the dashboard. You're going to go to this part over here, and you're going to go to over here, location, and you're going to search, and you're going to go to Austria, and then you're going to connect. So because I'm currently connected to Austria, I can now stream channels which are available in Austria, such as Service TV. As a result, I can currently watch Cam Smith teeing it up there over there, Live Gold. This is live on Service TV, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. You can create an account. It's that easy, and literally you can watch all the action, all the practices, for example. All of that stuff is being shown over the weekend on Service TV. It is as easy as that. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Link in the description for it, and it's fantastically priced, by the way. And if you get yourself a year subscription, you'll be able to watch every single one of those races, because Service TV always carries a feed, and it's very easy to use. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and go and join Mark and Reese on the Watchalongs. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys soon.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the British Grand Prix preview. I'm joined by Reese and we're going to look forward to what's happening this weekend in Silverstone as we get to one of the most famous and most anticipated tracks on the F1 calendar, of course the British Grand Prix. Reese, we're going into this weekend, of course Max Verstappen yet another win last weekend in Austria, and Ferrari and were dealt a bit of a bad hand with regards to science getting time penalties, but otherwise seemed to do all right, but weren't quite as quick as the Red Bulls. We saw Aston Martin struggle a little bit. Mercedes coming up as well, but not really doing very well either. So it was a bit of a harsh Grand Prix for most, but otherwise, what could we expect as we get to the British Grand Prix?
Yes, well, it certainly was a difficult Grand Prix for the majority of the grid, especially with all of those time penalties added at the end due to track limits. Hopefully, we will not be getting a repeat of that this weekend. We'll have to wait and see whether drivers are just going to be as strict as possible on those track limits as to not get any more penalties like they had last weekend. But yeah, I think Ferrari certainly will be wanting to keep the momentum going through to this race weekend in Silverstone. Mercedes will be wanting to pick up the pace a little bit, especially at their home Grand Prix. They'll be wanting to get on the podium here. McLaren seem to have some good pace as well. We'll be seeing Oscar Piastri getting that set of upgrades now that Norris got in Austria. So hopefully those two will also be able to compete for the podium places.
Yeah, and of course, British Grand Prix here, we've got some stats about it. You know, it is one of the most highly anticipated, and I do laugh because Sky Sports goes and says, why Silverstone's the best Grand Prix in the calendar? And saying, of course it's the best one for you guys, you're British. So, yes, but it is, to be fair, one of the most anticipated and one of the most enjoyable races and one of the most watched races in the calendar every year. That is the British Grand Prix. Largely also because the time zones are very good for most people to watch, as well as it is right in the home of where most F1 races come from and where some incredible races and teams all come from. You know, of course, this has been dubbed a home Grand Prix for quite a few of the cars, lots of them based in Britain as well. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very cool Grand Prix. I've just got some stats here about it. So, it's been held 77 times and was first held in 1926. That's the British Grand Prix. Most wins, Reese, come on, take a guess.
Ayrton Senna.
No. So teams.
Oh, sorry, teams. Mercedes.
Yeah. No. Of course
Ferrari?
not. Ferrari. Yes. Ferrari seem to have the most wins at almost every racetrack as a result of them being in F1 for so many years. They've got 18 wins at this racetrack. It's quite a few. Most wins, though, goes to home driver Lewis Hamilton. He's had 8 wins here in Silverstone. Now, hopefully you can try and maybe attempt to get his 9th this weekend. It's going to be damn difficult for him, but he's definitely going to try it out. Laps, there will be 52 laps. The race length is 306 kilometers. It's a long track. It's a bit of a longer track than most. It's 5.8 kilometers, so almost 6 kilometers in length.
Yes, interestingly enough, the Silverstone Grand Prix is the 5th longest track on the Formula One calendar at 5.8 kilometers. As you said, Spa-Francorchamps is 7 kilometers, Jeddah is 6.1, Las Vegas is 6.12, and Baku is 6 kilometers on the dot. So 5th longest track on the Formula One calendar.
Yeah, so it's a bit of a longer track, and we also went and did that. We do a gaming stream, and we go and race around in anticipation of the weekend that comes. And you do just feel there's a lot more turns, of course, you have to think about for drivers, and it's far more difficult in terms of making sure they get the perfect lap. So I think qualifying could be very interesting. Not only that, it's obviously in Britain, summertime Britain, which means that we are likely to probably have a bit of rain, maybe, or otherwise it's Britain, as I say. So rain is always a possibility. So that could
be the third weekend in a row with rain.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're going to wait and see. So it's looking like it's going to be a great weekend of racing. And do you think this could potentially be the first weekend without Red Bull on top?
Well, I mean, I've got some stats for Red Bull this weekend. Max Verstappen is set to make his 150th race start this weekend, so he'll be wanting to have quite a good weekend off of that. As well as, though, for Red Bull, they are, of course, doing so well. And I think I did see a stat here. I might have just lost it. No, here it is, yeah. If both Red Bull drivers secure a podium result at Silverstone, it would mark the team's 250th podium in Formula One, which means they'll become only the 5th team to do so after Ferrari, McLaren, Williams, and Mercedes. So Red Bull will be wanting to have a good weekend here. I think Max Verstappen certainly has the pace to do it. He's been so strong the entire year. So strong, in fact, in Austria that he was able to make a free pit stop and just get the fastest lap for fun, really.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing is Red Bull are so dominant this season so far. So it could be a very historic weekend for the Red Bull outfit. Max, you say Max Verstappen, his 150th race start, and Red Bull potentially in their 250th podium in Formula One. So a big weekend in store for Red Bull if they can pull it off. But of course, this is the home circuit of Mercedes, Toto Wolff's team. They know this track very well. Lewis Hamilton knows this track exceptionally well. It's a home Grand Prix for both their drivers. So both drivers are British, so it's the only team with two British drivers. So it's going to certainly be the entire crowd will pretty much be rooting for that Mercedes team. I was going to say the Silver Arrows, but the Black Arrows, I suppose you can call them now. So do you think they stand a chance? They're bringing a lot of upgrades supposedly, as Toto Wolff says, and also it is a much lower altitude racetrack, which means that hopefully their engines should be fine as well. So can they compete with Red Bull?
Well, I think Hamilton will certainly be hoping for a good weekend off the back of Austria, where he was just so frustrated with track limits, as well as the car just not performing how he wanted it to. He didn't have a great practice session, didn't have a great sprint race either, and then qualifying was, again, dismal. I mean, Hamilton has always started in the top 6 at Silverstone and finished within the top 3. So, I mean, ever since the hybrid era with Mercedes. So I think he'll be wanting to keep that record going, but whether he can, it will be quite difficult.
Yeah, so Lewis Hamilton at home, can he go and compete with those Red Bulls? He doesn't only compete with those Red Bulls, though. He does have to compete with the likes of Ferrari, who seem to be making a bit of a turn in their season. I grant, not as quick as they'd like, and I think a couple of small things still keep hindering their chances. But Charles Leclerc, very comfortable second place in the weekend, and Carlos Sainz did finish further up, but in 4th position, but then obviously penalties took him down into 6th, which is a bit harsh, but nonetheless, it's ultimately what happened. So they had a decent weekend there, and they had a very good weekend in Canada after starting 11th and 10th, finishing 4th and 5th. So they're moving in the right direction. So they finished 4th and 5th, they're now finished 2nd and 6th, would have been 2nd and 4th. Could they potentially challenge Red Bull?
I think off the back of Austria, they seem to be quite confident in not only high-speed circuits, but also in circuits with a little bit more downforce that is needed. So I think this track is a mixture of both. So it could certainly suit them quite nicely. Charles Leclerc will be wanting to do well. He's very confident around this track. In the past 5 races that he's done here, he's finished in the top 4. So, I mean, I think he really does enjoy the circuit and does quite well around here.
And also another team that seems to be dropping off a bit in terms of where everyone's basically been watching and hoping they'll do well is Aston Martin. I mean, what are they going to look like this weekend?
Well, they've been better at higher speed tracks, so hopefully they will have a bit more pace around here. I think they've also got a big upgrade package coming, if I'm not mistaken. I know they did bring a big one to, it wasn't Spain, Canada it was. So hopefully they can bring a few more bits of upgrades to this circuit and just get a little bit closer, because they have fallen off the pace a bit.
I mean, Fernando Alonso is normally a quick qualifier, and he's a quick qualifying driver, and yet he struggled to get anywhere near the top 4 positions in the last couple of Grand Prix. I mean, it's a circuit he knows well, of course. He's been in Formula One many years. I mean, what are Aston Martin's chances? I mean, if we just had to predict where they'll finish up, because we know Mercedes are bringing upgrades, we know Ferrari are improving, it's Red Bull, of course. Where's Aston Martin fitting into this picture?
Well, to be very realistic, Aston Martin is, of course, mostly held on the shoulders of Fernando Alonso, so he would be our most likely podium sitter for Aston Martin. And Alonso hasn't stood on the podium here since 2013, so it's a bit of a tall order for him to get on the podium here, but if anyone's going to make it happen, it is Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, and of course, another British team. I mean, we talk about Aston Martin. It is a British team, essentially. It's the British car company, of course. Mercedes are based in Britain. Alpine are based in Britain. Red Bull is run by a British man, been Christian Horner. And we've got McLaren. Now, we talk about McLaren. It's also a British brand and things. So lots of British influence here in the British Grand Prix. The orange, I say the orange McLaren. It's brought a special livery for the weekend, a chrome. It's disappointing considering what we thought it would hopefully be, but they're bringing
It's not too bad, I don't think.
No, but they're bringing the special livery, the chrome and orange livery for this weekend. I mean, they did very, very well in terms of Lando Norris, at least, last weekend. Do you think they could be like the dark horses of the weekend? McLaren seems to have turned a corner in terms of their pace. Their pace has ridiculously changed.
Yes, I mean, at the beginning of the season, they were nowhere, and now they qualifying really, really well and getting consistent points finishes. So hopefully they'll be able to fight for the podium a bit here. I mean, we saw Lando finishing in P4 with those driver penalties at the end of Austria. But on pure pace, it looks like that he is able to match the Ferraris very soon.
Yeah, and what's also interesting is McLaren seem to have found race pace, which is the big thing that they've been struggling for as well. So it's a really, really cool Grand Prix, hopefully, going into this, because it could be anybody's race. Of course, Red Bull are still firm favourites, but not by as much of a gap as they have been throughout the season, I think.
Yes, it's definitely fallen from what it's used to be. They've become a lot more competitive. I mean, if we look at... you're still talking about McLaren, correct, Mark?
Well, just generally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have picked up the pace a lot from the beginning of the season to now. I mean, they were finishing pretty much 19th and 20th at the first 3 or 4 races, and now Lando's doing really, really well.
Yeah, so I was just saying more like all the teams, it's going to be quite a competitive Grand Prix with regards to Red Bull. Still firm favourites, but all the other teams, it's they're much closer to Red Bull now. So, I mean, how much could Red Bull win by, or is it going to be a slam dunk?
I think it's still going to be a slam dunk, unfortunately, Mark. I mean, Red Bull, you say that the other teams are getting closer, but Max was 24 seconds ahead of Leclerc in Austria, and that was, if I'm not mistaken, there was a safety car, wasn't there?
Yeah, just right at the beginning of the race, though. Right in the beginning, second lap.
Then it would have been maybe a 30-second gap.
No, I think it might have added an extra second. But anyway, it's absolutely fine. Red Bull's still a very strong outfit, of course. But let's hope and let's see if anybody else can sort of get anywhere near Max Verstappen in that Red Bull. Of course, they're still competing with Sergio Perez, though. But we'll see what happens this weekend. Now, in other news, Brad Pitt is putting together a movie, an F1-inspired movie called Apex. Everybody's very much looking forward to it. And they've revealed the car ahead of the Silverstone Grand Prix. Yeah, I mean, it looks incredible if you guys go and have a look on social media. Otherwise, I mean, how excited are you about this film?
I mean, it's certainly going to be quite exciting to have some filming taking place on a race weekend. It's something we've never seen before. I'm sure the film will be very good. I think Lewis Hamilton is a co-director of the film, so he'll be making sure that it does stay true to what motorsports is. So it should be very interesting. I mean, we've seen other movies in the past, like Rush, based on Niki Lauda and James Hunt. That was a brilliant film, but there were just a few little inconsistencies to real life. Hopefully, with Lewis Hamilton being involved, it should stay a lot more true, because I think it is slightly based off of his life story.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, we move swiftly on, but yeah, Lewis Hamilton is a co-producer in that film, and he wants to do the sport proud, and he's nervous of what people might think of it, but he wants to try and keep it as true to F1 as possible. So we all look forward to that as it comes, hopefully in the future. And yeah, very much looking forward to that. And as I say, go and have a look at that car. It looks very, very good for what they're trying to do. And
gold and black, it certainly looks very, very great.
Yes. And now we go on to the F1 calendar has been announced for 2024. And there are going to be 24 races in 2024. The Chinese Grand Prix has returned, and every other race in this weekend and this season's calendar remains. So we've got 24 races, but it's quite a bit of a different schedule. We see the Japanese and Chinese Grand Prix come right near the beginning of the season rather than near the end, as they always have been. So, I mean, have you seen the schedule? I mean, what do you make of the schedule?
I have seen the schedule, and I understand now. I have done a little bit more digging into why they have set up the schedule in the way that they have. It's mostly for logistics. So we start in Bahrain, then we go across to Saudi Arabia, then down to Australia, and then, Australia. And then I think while we're in Australia, the stuff from Saudi Arabia and Bahrain is getting sent across to Japan. which is the next race after Australia. Then we go to China. Quick logistics move from Japan to China, at least. Then all the Australia stuff would have been sent across to Miami in America. So then the teams will fly out to Miami for race 6. Then by then, the stuff in China gets sent across to Emilia-Romagna in Italy. As you can tell already, it's extremely, extremely crazy logistics that get involved in Formula One. So from Emilia-Romagna, Italy, we go across to Monaco, then Canada. So of course, all the stuff that was in Miami gets sent across to Canada, which is why we jump in continents quite often, because you need to give the logistics time to move from race to race. I mean, we can keep going across the rest of that calendar, but I think you get the gist of it now.
I mean, the problem is that with that entire logic with regards to logistics is that it's not really logistical, is it, though? Because if you think about it, we're going Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, then you're having to send stuff to another country completely in advance, and you can't take everything with you. Whereas if you'd start a Grand Prix basically going across the world, you know, in a manner that just basically aligns as it goes across, wouldn't that be a bit easier?
The whole reason they're doing it is to try and reduce carbon emissions. So they prefer to send stuff before time instead of moving things back and forth the whole time.
But wouldn't really necessarily be moving back and forth if you started, for example, in Japan, then went to China, then went to Australia, then went up to Singapore, and then went, you know, if they just went across the whole world like that.
You say that, but you have to understand sometimes not everything is sent by air. Some of the stuff is sent in advance via shipping containers. A lot of the stuff for the paddocks, all of that, like the wheel guns and all of that stuff gets sent a lot more ahead of time. So that stuff takes a lot of time, especially to races like to Australia and to the Americas, Qatar. I mean, it is a bit of a logistical nightmare, which is why they have partners like DHL.
Yeah. So the F1 calendar, 24 races in 2024. It's going to be hellishly busy, and all of the Grand Prix are very, very close to each other. There's barely a break at all. The first break we only see in August next year for 3 weekends, and then we immediately return. So it's not exactly like it's...
I mean, it goes all the way to I think it's the 8th of December is the final race in Abu Dhabi. It really does go right to the end of the year.
Yeah, so
I mean, it starts in March and ends in December.
And February, technically, because the 29th of Feb is the Friday. So
I didn't see that.
In February and goes all the way to the 8th of December. So a very, very long calendar in F1. So we're very much looking forward to that as F1
We say
fans.
It starts at the 28th of Feb. Don't forget we have pre-season testing as well.
Exactly. So lots and lots of Formula One action coming to us in 2024. But we are still in the 2023 season, and just a little piece of news as well with regards to one of your favourite drivers, the fact that Mick Schumacher has completed his maiden McLaren F1 test in Portimao. Now, the former Haas driver Mick Schumacher has conducted a test with the McLaren Formula One team in Portimao as part of his 2023 reserve driver role. Schumacher took the wheel of McLaren's 2021 MCL 35M car on Wednesday as part of F1's so-called TPC rules, which allow tests with 2-year-old machinery. The test is part of Mercedes' arrangement of sharing its test and reserve drivers with McLaren, which takes customer engines from the German manufacturer. In previous years, it had agreed a deal with Mercedes to call upon Stoffel van Doorn and Nick de Vries in case it needed to replace one of its race drivers for the 2023 season. That deal was extended, with incoming reserve driver Schumacher being made available if either Lando Norris or rookie Oscar Piastri is unable to race. So he went and completed the Portimao test and got up to speed with how the McLaren works, having not worked with the working team before. So he's getting around the block now. He's tested himself in the Mercedes car. He's now gone and tested the McLaren. So certainly still staying within Formula One.
Yes, certainly still being very, very active within Formula One. Often we see him on the grid, sitting behind Toto Wolff, looking over his shoulder during a race as well. But I mean, even when we don't see him, he is still extremely, extremely active in the Mercedes simulator, doing a lot of work for that Mercedes team to be able to fast-track upgrades and do setups for race weekends. So his job is extremely, extremely important, even if us, the public, don't see him.
Yeah, so Mick Schumacher getting some good practice, I suppose, in the McLaren. So he's ready for any possible thing that should happen to either Mercedes team or the McLaren team. Reserve driver for both teams, of course. And yeah, we're about wrapping things up for the preview this weekend in Silverstone. Very much looking forward to it. Reece, do you have any final comments here? going into the weekend?
No, just the fact that Max Verstappen is doubling down on his Formula One 2026 rules criticism, pretty much just saying get rid of hybrid engines. That's certainly a bit of an interesting development from Verstappen, who has spoken out against the 2026 regulations following his victory last weekend at the Austrian Grand Prix, declaring that the new cars look pretty terrible from what he has seen in Red Bull's simulations.
Yes, indeed. And we did go over that a bit on Monday. So, yeah, go and check that video out as well. Went into more depth about what Verstappen was making out of those 2026 cars. And Toto Wolff has, however, since come out and said that it's absolute nonsense. And that he reckons the 2026 cars will be fantastic for overtaking and will do the jobs as necessary. So we've got the head of Mercedes versus Max Verstappen's opinions with regards to 2026 cars. The only way we'll tell is in 2026. So
I was going to say the exact same thing. How about we all just keep quiet and see what happens in 2026? Then we can make decisions.
Exactly. We've still got 3 years left in the current model car. So let's just actually enjoy the present right now. Anyway, guys, that wraps up our preview for the Silverstone Grand Prix. Let us know in the comments your predictions for who's going to finish in the top 3. And I'm going to ask Reese just before the end of the video as well for his top 3. But otherwise, leave a comment down below, like the video, and do be sure to subscribe to the channel. So, Reese, your top 3. Go.
I'm going to try and mix it up a little bit. Yeah, I'm going to say Verstappen, Leclerc, Hamilton.
Okay, I was going to do
I think Hamilton gets on the podium this weekend.
I was going to do the exact same prediction. So,
well, no, you can't. Change it up.
So I'm going to change it ever so slightly. And you know what? I'm just going to throw a spanner in the works and somehow Red Bull mess up this weekend. It's not going to happen. But I'm just going to do it for the sake of it. Let's put Hamilton first, just for old time's sake. That'll be
in 2 years.
Yeah, that'll be a big thing. And at Silverstone, so that'll be a big thing. Hamilton first, Max Verstappen second. Or maybe Max Verstappen crashes out. No, he won't. Hamilton first, Verstappen second, Leclerc third. Those are my predictions. And again, let us know in the comments. And also join us this weekend for all of the live watch-alongs and commentary through every single session. We'll start, of course, tomorrow with practice 1. F3 and F2, of course, also happening this weekend. So we'll be running those as part of the build-up to each session. Thank you guys so much for watching Forever Motorsports. I've been Mark, Reese has been Reese, and we'll check you again later. Cheerio.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for today's guide on how to watch the British Grand Prix. Silverstone this weekend, very interesting to see. Can anybody end Max Verstappen's run and Red Bull's dominance this season? Or are we going to see a bit of an upset, or will it be Red Bull domination as usual? Now, the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Now, the good news is that there is a free broadcaster. In fact, there are two free broadcasters which are carrying a feed this weekend. And so there are a couple of easier ways. Now, if you're in Austria or in Belgium, you're going to be okay. Because in Austria, you can watch on ORF. And in Belgium, you can watch on RTBF for free. So if you're outside of those locations, however, you can still watch it with the use of a VPN. Now, we're going to use Bitdefender VPN. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, one of the best cybersecurity companies in the world, and they're making sure that they're going to keep you safe, but also allow you to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download Bitdefender, and you're going to install it. It's going to look something like this when you do install it. In fact, I'm going to make it so you can see. There we go. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the location over here. So when you open it up, you're going to go to, that's the dashboard. You're going to go to this part over here, and you're going to go to over here, location, and you're going to search, and you're going to go to Austria, and then you're going to connect. So because I'm currently connected to Austria, I can now stream channels which are available in Austria, such as Service TV. As a result, I can currently watch Cam Smith teeing it up there over there, Live Gold. This is live on Service TV, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. You can create an account. It's that easy, and literally you can watch all the action, all the practices, for example. All of that stuff is being shown over the weekend on Service TV. It is as easy as that. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Link in the description for it, and it's fantastically priced, by the way. And if you get yourself a year subscription, you'll be able to watch every single one of those races, because Service TV always carries a feed, and it's very easy to use. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and go and join Mark and Reese on the Watchalongs. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys soon.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the Forever F1 podcast. All the Forevers in that opening title there. We're joined by Reese and, of course, myself, Mark, here to talk about news from the past week and also reminiscing over the weekend we just had in Austria and looking forward to Silverstone. Talk, of course, with the track limits. Was an unbelievable thing for all the penalties that were given out over the weekend and yesterday, as well as Mercedes being a big talk and their rather horrid weekend and what could potentially be another horrid weekend this weekend. Some infighting perhaps at Mercedes, otherwise replacement drivers for rookie drivers, all these other things, teasers for cars and otherwise. So lots of news to get into. And Reese, how are you doing? How do you feel over the weekend that just took place?
Yes, I'm doing well, thanks to yourself, Mark. But yes, that race weekend was just dominance yet again from the Red Bulls, just Max in another league to all of the other drivers. It was good to see some close racing, though, between the Ferraris and the sister Red Bull, at least, for a few laps in the race. But Max just making it look too easy out there.
Yeah, so just going back over, we have got a review, of course, you can go check that out, but Max Verstappen won, Charles Leclerc came second, Sergio Perez up from 15th, finished in third, Lando Norris probably the one of the standout drivers of the day, finishing in fourth, and that's a result of all these penalties that came after the race. I mean, unbelievable the number of penalties that were given out afterwards. Carlos Sainz, one of those few drivers that was severely punished for his track limits, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really was not a good look from Formula One. We don't want to see the race result being changed hours after the race. We really do need to make some changes to this track to limit these kind of penalties from happening, because it shouldn't be happening. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah, so as a result, Fernando Alonso moved into 5th position as well, so he got some more points there for the Aston Martin team. George Russell and Lewis Hamilton still finished 7th and 8th. Carlos Sainz then pushed all the way down into 6th position. Lance Stroll finished in 9th, Pierre Gasly 10, Alex Albon 11, Guan Yu Zhou 12, Logan Sargent 13, Esteban Ocon, also one of those who received a few penalties after the race, finishing in 14th. Valtteri Bottas 15, Oscar Piastri 16, Nick de Vries in 17th, Kevin Magnussen 18, Yuki Tsunoda 19, also with those penalties during the race, though, to be fair, and Nico Hülkenberg, who obviously didn't finish the race. So, I mean, they basically said straight away after they gave all those penalties, FIA said, that they're going to look for a solution for this track. I mean, why did it take them yesterday to make that decision? When we knew last year it was a problem, we knew that track limits has always been a problem at this track, and it's always the same two corners. It's turn 9 and turn 10, right before the start-finish straight. Why is it that it took so long for them to say, oh, okay, now we're going to try and create a solution for this?
I mean, I really don't know. I think it's because the FIA has been changing hands quite a few times in the past few years. It takes time under new management, of course, with Mohammed bin Sulayem, I think his name is at the moment. They are making some good changes, but it does take time. Hopefully they do make a change before next year, before we come back to this track, because we don't want to see this happening again.
It's the fact that, and yes, it adds a little bit of drama, I suppose. Don't get me wrong. It adds a little bit of drama, but all
the biggest joke was giving Hülkenberg. The biggest joke was giving Nico Hülkenberg a black and white flag.
I know.
When his car was retiring, he got given a black and white flag for being all four wheels over the white line. I mean, that is just hilarious.
I know. It sums
his
up
car
the
was
FIA.
pretty much on fire.
I know. It sums it
up.
So we finished that, with all those track times, and that's certainly something they're going to look forward to changing next season with regards to Austrian track in Spielberg. But Mercedes, I mean, we talk about some of the drama that happened yesterday. We had Toto Wolff on the radio, not just once, but twice. He's not normally on the radio in races, and he spoke to Lewis Hamilton directly over the radio twice. Once when Lewis Hamilton was just complaining yet again about this car not performing, and this car so slow, man, and all this. And Wolff came onto the radio and said, Lewis, the car is bad, we know, just please drive it. I mean, it's like very firm, very straight to the point, as in like basically saying, stop complaining, get over yourself, and race the damn race. We'll talk about it afterwards. So like very much, I think heated conversations probably had in Mercedes right now. It was not a good day for them yesterday at all. And even Lewis Hamilton after the race, he was asked in an interview, says, what happened with regards to possibly provoked Toto Wolff to deliver that remark. And Hamilton's response was also not so sweet. He says, "I don't know." He said, "You will have to ask him." So clearly, at the time, it wasn't all 100% in that Mercedes team. I mean, Toto Wolff played down the comments, and that's what this article says. He's playing down the impact of his remarks that he made over the radio. And he says, no, not at all, with regards to whether or not he has severed a relationship a little bit with Lewis. He says, no, not at all. You should hear us talking on the phone and meetings each other. That was nothing. We've had a bad weekend, all of us in the team, and that just makes us stronger. Not quite sure why. It was only for the best interest of the driver and the team. Sometimes there was a certain moment when you need to calm things down, but I meant well. We had a lot of discussion about track limits and whether they were enforced or not. I wanted to make sure we were getting the best out of the package that wasn't performing and trying to give it our best shot. So basically, as we said during the stream, Toto Wolff came onto the radio just to get Lewis back into the mind space of racing, to stop thinking about all those track limits and, get your head down, get to the end of the race. We'll fix it afterwards, basically.
Yes, I mean, I think it shouldn't have too much of an effect on the relationship between Toto Wolff and Hamilton, for sure. I mean, we've heard much worse in the past between them. Some people, I'm sure, will try and make a story of it at the moment with them in contract negotiations, but yeah, it should be fun within that Mercedes garage.
So yeah, I mean, I've got another article with regards to Mercedes, because it just was, unfortunately, the Mercedes problem of the day. I mean, Lewis Hamilton started quite high up the grid, and George Russell started in 11th. Not the best, but we were expecting them to motor up the grid relatively quickly in terms of George Russell, at least. It just wasn't the case. They finished 7th and 8th, respectively, and really not good enough, I think, for Mercedes. We thought they'd made a change and they'd turned a corner for the season in Canada, and then came to Austria, and it just didn't work at all. And Toto Wolff, as I say, calls it a bruising day. So certainly a bit of a step backwards after announcing major upgrades for this weekend, and then Silverstone, which is coming now. So, I mean, should Mercedes be concerned?
I mean, you would think they would have data for a more high downforce track from when they ran their upgrades first in Monaco, but clearly they weren't ready for a circuit like Austria, where other teams already have data from the year before. They are still, you have to remember, on the back foot from switching to their B-Spec car. So it may take them some time to really dominate at every race, but we are still seeing those glimmers of hope in, I think, high-speed circuits.
Yeah, and also we were looking at the grid generally and found that maybe it was to do with their engines and high altitude, or because all the Mercedes engines seem to not perform as well as they have been in very recent times, at least in the last couple of races. Aston Martin also weren't fantastic over the weekend. The only Mercedes engine that seemed to work somewhat was Lando Norris. But then again, they weren't really fighting anybody else, because the Ferrari engines and the Red Bull engines were well ahead of everybody else. The only reason Sainz finished behind Lando Norris and Fernando Alonso, of course, were those time penalties afterwards. But otherwise, the Ferrari engines and the Red Bull Honda engines were they seem to be working better than those Mercedes engines. Do you think it was due to altitude that they maybe struggled?
I mean, you can never really know, because I think you'll only know if you are in that Mercedes garage. But we've seen in the past how Mercedes have struggled at altitude, so it's always possible. But yeah, it may just be because they were still struggling to get to grips with their new upgrades.
I mean, and in response to an interviewee and his questions, Wolff went and told Sky Sports, he said, the car had no pace today. It's a bruising day, I would say, because we had such a good upward trend, and you have to take such a day. There was no pace and no inkling why yet. So that was also interesting to note from Toto Wolff. He doesn't actually seem to have a potential reason. And Russell also says the Mercedes was substantially worse than expected. And when he was speaking to some people from Sky Sports, he said, didn't expect it to be as bad as we were today. I didn't really have an answer for it, really. It was definitely surprising. Sorry, this was Hamilton that was speaking here, and says the feeling of the car was very much the same feeling I've had all last year. It was definitely different than the last two races. The last two races were way, way better in terms of the characteristics of the car. It was fundamentally the same, this race being Austria, as last year when Mercedes were, of course, so terrible. So a few surprises out there. were Lando and McLaren did a really great job. So well done to them. We need to understand what went wrong on our side. And this is Lewis Hamilton speaking, of course. So, I mean, yeah, they just seem very dejected.
I think there will be after having a few race weekends where they have done quite well. I mean, Spain and not necessarily doing too bad in Monaco, but seeing a little bit of a glimmer of hope with the B-Spec car, but then really just being disappointed, I think, here in Austria. Hopefully they'll find their feet again in Silverstone because, I mean, it is their home Grand Prix. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah, and speaking of days that would basically wanted to be forgotten about, I mean, we also go and look at the likes of Nick de Vries. Now, Nick de Vries is very much a big talking point, and the fact that we are coming towards silly season, is pretty much silly season. We're starting to head into the potential changes in drivers should they not be performing, and one of those big names is Nick de Vries, who we expected so much this season in that AlphaTauri, and yet has really struggled to deliver and has barely delivered at all. And in an article here from Planet F1, it goes and says Nick de Vries' F1 career ultimatum reportedly set as a replacement is lined up. So Ted Kravitz has, however, heard rumors that suggest that Christian Horner actually does intend on replacing Nick de Vries, even after he came out and said there are no plans to currently replace him. And the likes of Liam Lawson, of course, being talked about, one of the reserve drivers for Red Bull. So Ted Kravitz went and said this. He says, Nick de Vries, he really is driving to survive. All the bosses will say this. Will say about this. The rumor that has come out about Dutch press that Nick has been told that he's got the next 4 races on circuit. He knows here, this was Austria, Silverstone, Hungary, and Spa to really transform his season. Otherwise, he's out. They're going to put Liam Lawson in. That's the rumor that's coming from the Dutch press. So, I mean, there's always a little bit of flame from a little kindle of a story. There's always something that's sparked it. So there's always a hint of truth somewhere that must have created the story. So, I mean, do you think there's any truth to this?
I mean, Red Bull are so cutthroat. We've seen in the past how they've just chopped and changed drivers in the main team, never mind the sister teams. So, yeah, I think it may be very true. Sometimes when we hear stories like this in Formula One, people just write it off. But when there's smoke, there's fire. So, yeah.
And interesting here is Franz Tost was asked directly about this in the pen, and he said it is up to Nick to make the story go away. So he didn't really immediately go and say, "Oh, there's no truth to the story whatsoever. We Nick's backed or whatever." But said, it's up to Nick to make the story go away. In other words, it's up to his performances. So maybe it is indeed that he's been given a few races to perform, or otherwise he's going to get given the axe. And so it's certainly dangerous times for Nick de Vries in that AlphaTauri, because Liam Lawson, of course, is standing in the wings, ready to take over. And, I mean, I just find it so surprising how Nick de Vries has been so good until he got into F1.
It is really interesting because, I mean, he's won in Formula E, done really well in the junior formulas, and just can't find his feet in Formula One at the moment. I think there's a lot of pressure on him after... I think he did really well in that race where he stood in, was it for a Williams last year in Monza? I think it was.
He stood in for someone who was sick. Yeah,
I think it was Albon when he had appendicitis.
Yes. Yeah.
And he did so well, but he's really struggling in the in the AlphaTauri team. So it's, I don't understand why.
Yeah, it's a very big mystery, and we'll see what happens over the next few weeks, and of course we'll bring that news to you as it comes, should anything happen with regards to drivers. Another driver who we've said all season is very much under the cosh, that of Logan Sargent. He actually did all right yesterday, coming in 13th, so maybe a little bit of a fight back for his own place in that Williams team. So, I mean, do you think he's done enough just to sort of calm the rumours down a little bit for now, or do you think Logan Sargent is still very much in that danger zone of being replaced?
He's done really well at this track in the past, apparently. So maybe it is a little bit of a show of what he can do in that car. Not finishing too far off of Alex Albon.
Yeah. So Logan Sargent, one of those drivers who's obviously being dubbed possible replacement coming up for him. AlphaTauri's Nick de Vries, the other one. The other rookie that we haven't talked about is Oscar Piastri. Now, he didn't have a good race at all yesterday. finishing far down the grid, whereas his teammate Lando Norris finished in 4th position. So, I mean, we've said that Piastri seems to have done enough to solidify his place, and that he probably does deserve a seat in Formula One. But would you almost say that he still really needs to work at it, considering the fact that his teammate is doing so much more than him?
Well, you can't really compare the two at the moment, with Lando Norris's car having substantially more upgrades in his car. His turn will come in Silverstone, though. I think he didn't have a great weekend altogether here. Didn't he have a bit of a scrappy start, and then he was brought in as well quite early for a pit stop, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, not a good race weekend for Oscar Piastri, but as I say, he hopes to maybe
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for today's guide on how to watch the British Grand Prix. Silverstone this weekend, very interesting to see. Can anybody end Max Verstappen's run and Red Bull's dominance this season? Or are we going to see a bit of an upset, or will it be Red Bull domination as usual? Now, the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Now, the good news is that there is a free broadcaster. In fact, there are two free broadcasters which are carrying a feed this weekend. And so there are a couple of easier ways. Now, if you're in Austria or in Belgium, you're going to be okay. Because in Austria, you can watch on ORF. And in Belgium, you can watch on RTBF for free. So if you're outside of those locations, however, you can still watch it with the use of a VPN. Now, we're going to use Bitdefender VPN. Now, Bitdefender are one of our channel partners, one of the best cybersecurity companies in the world, and they're making sure that they're going to keep you safe, but also allow you to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download Bitdefender, and you're going to install it. It's going to look something like this when you do install it. In fact, I'm going to make it so you can see. There we go. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the location over here. So when you open it up, you're going to go to, that's the dashboard. You're going to go to this part over here, and you're going to go to over here, location, and you're going to search, and you're going to go to Austria, and then you're going to connect. So because I'm currently connected to Austria, I can now stream channels which are available in Austria, such as Service TV. As a result, I can currently watch Cam Smith teeing it up there over there at Live Gold. This is live on Service TV, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. You can create an account. It's that easy, and literally you can watch all the action, all the practices, for example. All of that stuff is being shown over the weekend on Service TV. It is as easy as that. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Link in the description for it, and it's fantastically priced, by the way. And if you get yourself a year subscription, you'll be able to watch every single one of those races because Service TV always carries a feed, and it's very easy to use. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and go and join Mark and Reese on the Watchalongs. Thank you very much for watching, and I will see you guys soon.
Then we shouldn't run this before we go live. Run this
Please,
early in the
please.
program.
Promise you, it's absolutely alright. It's absolutely alright. It's jumping straight back.
We're on stream, huh?
Oh no. Are we? Are we indeed? Oh, we are indeed. Hello. I think we are indeed. So sorry about that. I think we are. Are we on? I think we might be. Shouldn't be, but I think we are. Which is all right. If
Yes,
we are,
well,
do apologise
welcome
about that.
to
I don't know.
Forever Motorsport on Forever Sports for the ramp up to qualifying today. It should be quite an exciting session ahead of us. We don't necessarily know if there is going to be rain or not. It is looking a bit overcast overhead, but no rain currently falling over on the track. Hopefully it will stay dry through Q1, but then maybe it would be quite cool to get a bit of rain in Q2 and Q3. Could just throw a bit of a spanner in the works, could make things a little bit more exciting for people out there.
Absolutely no idea how we suddenly came live straight in the middle of Steve's little video, but nonetheless we are live, so welcome everybody. I just see Pure Blood there saying, yes, you are live, with a rather funny face, and I do agree that was rather hilarious. I don't think we've ever made a mistake like that in all of our months of doing this, and all of our Grand Prix of doing that. I don't think we've ever made that. I don't know how that happened, because I genuinely didn't press start streaming.
That might have been an OBS issue, but
yeah, so
otherwise,
do apologise about that. We are live, so yes, sorry about that. We are all good though. We are here, we are ready, and we are 6 minutes away from qualifying 1. And welcome everybody to the stream, wherever you are joining us from. Let us know. And I see a few of our regulars are making their way back to the stream, so welcome to all of you. It's dry right now on the track in Silverstone, so
yes,
that's a good thing.
Very dry out there. I mean, it might be a good thing. It might. Some people might be a bit disappointed that we don't have rain for the session. I certainly was hoping for a little bit of rain. Minentle just asking if it's raining. No, it's currently looking a bit dry out on track. The track might still be a little bit damp, but conditions at the moment don't seem to have rain falling over the track right now. Whether we will have rain falling a little bit late in the session, that is to be seen. I do agree with Pure Blood. Everyone like the stream. Let's get it to 100 likes. Right now we have 200 people watching. We just need half of you to hit that like button to get to 100 likes. I do see though that we are getting quite close to 29,000 subscribers, so please do hit that subscribe button. I will be saying that quite a few times this race weekend, because we do have a goal of getting to 30,000 subscribers this weekend. I think also it has jumped up a little bit due to our rugby stream that is also running at the moment. So if you are wanting to follow what is happening with the Springboks, please do jump across to that rugby stream that will start, I think, at 5 o'clock, Mark.
Yeah, it starts at 5 o'clock our time, so we'll start in an hour and 5 minutes time, roundabout. So if you are a rugby fan, be sure to stick around on the channel and go watch Steve on his stream. But otherwise, we are bringing you the more important thing, that is Formula 1 qualifying. And we do have the opening titles running right now, so we're very close to the qualifying session. And notably, it is dry right now. So let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to be eliminated? Because I can give you a fairly accurate, I reckon, representation of who will be eliminated in Quali 1. My prediction is going to be, I was going to say both Alfa Romeos, both Alfa Tauris, and Kevin Magnussen. That's my. I'm
actually doubtful that Yuki Tsunoda will get ejected from Quali 1. He had a little bit of pace at the end of Quali 2, so possibly he will be able to, get out of that first Quali session. We'll have to see. We are now getting those opening titles underway. And just some information about this track. We are currently in Silverstone in the UK. Our track distance is 5.8 kilometers, 3.6 miles for you Americans out there. The full throttle around this track is 66%. Top speed is 330. 2.6 kilometers an hour, 206 miles an hour, 18 turns with only an elevation of 11.3 kilometers. Ramping up quite fast now, 3 minutes to get going for the session. Our compounds for the session are C3, C2, and a C1 tire. That is around about the medium compounds that we have. It goes from C5 to C0 this year for all of our tire compounds. Should be quite fast times, but we do see those harder compounds being put in because of the high degradation we get around the circuit.
Indeed, and the weather conditions say that it's raining. In fact, I think it's only raining on certain parts of the track. We are on board. I think it's
very light rain.
Yeah, I mean, none of the crowd has got any umbrellas or overcoats on, and they seem to be all right. So I think most of the track is dry, but I think there's maybe just a few spitter spatters of rain somewhere around the track. So it's saying it's raining, but I I think we're actually all right for soft tyres, or slick tyres at least. So it's certainly gearing up to be a very interesting qualifying session, with the weather clearly going to play a part.
Yes, I certainly think the weather will come and change a little bit in the middle of the sector, possibly just to keep the teams on their toes. I mean, I don't mind it happening because it does make the session just a little bit more interesting for us.
Indeed, and comments, lots of them starting to come in. A lot of people joining us
Yes.
here and saying, welcome back, guys.
I am
Welcome,
just
guys.
doing some research for one of those comments. Someone asking me, what is happening with Lewis Hamilton's contract? We haven't heard too much of it, well, too much about it just yet, as we do have a long line of cars in the pit lane. Those of the two Mercedes as well. Just at the very front, we've got George Russell, followed by Lewis Hamilton. Then I think a Alfa Romeo, and we have now cut across to Lewis Hamilton's car cam. So we are just waiting for that green light to get going. 2 minutes left.
And DRS is disabled. Sorry, I just noticed that.
Means
DRS
that
is disabled.
FIA are thinking that the track is just a little bit too wet at the moment for DRS to be enabled. We often get DRS getting disabled when the track is still slightly damp. This is down to the fact that it is just a bit unsafe for drivers to be going around corners at the end of DRS zones with the DRS wing open in damp conditions. We do have a mix of tyres out on track at the moment. We have a few drivers out on softs, some with some with intermediates on as well. 1 minute and 7 seconds.
So it's going to be a very, very interesting start to this qualifying session. Just 1 minute to go until then. Please keep it coming in the comments. Let us know where you're watching from and say hello to us. And just before we get going, of course, I'm going to do my obligatory and my usual, as some people will get used to now. I am an ambassador for Bitdefender these days. But yes, Bitdefender are sponsoring this weekend's British Grand Prix Watchalong on the channel, so big thanks to them. So Bitdefender Total Security detects when you play, work, or watch a movie, so it knows not to bother you with unnecessary requests. Depending on what you are doing, Bitdefender temporarily halts pop-ups, adjusts visual settings, and pauses unimportant background activities so you can enjoy your device to the max. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's Total Security, then please click on the link in the description. And also go check the description for how you can watch this live right now with all the stream completely legally. We've got an instructions video there, and otherwise go check out the channel for that as well. And yeah, tire changes galore right now, so nobody has any idea what tires they want.
10 seconds left to go until we get running. We did see Alex Albon getting ready to go out on a set of intermediates, then the team just changing their minds at the last second, now putting on a set of slicks. We have both Aston Martins also just stuck in their pit boxes at the moment because they have a long queue waiting ahead of them. As we do now get the green flag for Quali 1. We have 18 minutes of running for Quali 1. Still a little bit damp out there. A lot of people on soft tyres, a few on the intermediates. Who will get the upper hand in this first stage of qualifying?
Just 17.5 minutes remaining of the session. Both Mercs leading us out. And I already see that Lewis Hamilton's allowed an Alfa Romeo to get past him. So we've got a different set of tires on all these cars, so I wonder which one will be the right tire choice. I think the softs are right for now, but whether that will be continuing throughout the session is going to be the next question. Obviously some parts of the track are a little bit wetter than others, so it's going to be a very, very interesting see. As we do see a South African flag in
the crowd there. I actually do have a friend that is watching in Silverstone this weekend, so I'm sure he will be enjoying his time out there. Has been some great running so far out on track, as we do have Lewis Hamilton letting that Alfa Romeo in front of him, just not wanting to compromise his warm-up. We do see a little bit of a spray coming off the back of his car as he comes through Chapel, that high-speed corner where himself and Max Verstappen collided a few years ago in 2021. We currently have, on intermediate tyres, we currently have those tyre graphics up in front of us. We have Leclerc on inters, Sainz on inters, Sargent on inters, Magnussen on intermediates, as well as Nico Hulkenberg. Those are the only drivers on intermediates. The rest of the grid all out on softs.
Yeah, so I think the soft tyre will be the right tyre for now. It doesn't look like they're going to be diving into the pits anytime soon. I mean, Mercedes.
Leclerc has already come onto the radio and saying, I think it's fine to go out on dry tyres. So they'll pretty much be coming straight back into the pits and putting a set of dries on for him, as we have Lewis Hamilton just getting ready to start his first hot lap. 700 of you watching alongside with us. Thank you very much for tuning in. This is going to be quite an exciting qualifying session ahead of us.
Indeed.
We don't know if we will get some rain, but let's hope we will. Lewis Hamilton now starting his first hot lap, making his way through turns 1, 2, and now 3. Let's see what he can do in this first sector. And I think they are aiming for around a 28-second first sector here.
Yeah, I think 28 seconds will be about right. Everybody who's on the stream right now, go smash that like button. It helps us, of course. Let's try and be the biggest English stream today for qualifying. So be sure to try and smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, and tell everybody else to go and watch it. If you guys leave the stream, it's only to go and tell other people to come and join it. Go into other people's stream and say, you know what, come to Forever Sports. It's a vibe here. Everyone's enjoying life here. So be sure to stick around as we're very fast approaching 800 viewers as well. So we're already going there. Hamilton's first sector has already been beaten by Norris, which has then been beaten by Alonso.
I was about to say that.
It's
people
just changing.
stealing that fastest first sector time, trading hands quite a few times there. We do see Brendan Muller with a new Forever Sports membership. Thank you very much for that membership. I don't know if you're on our stream or if you are on the rugby stream, but either way, well done, and thank you very much for joining the Forever Sports Members Club. For those of you who also want to fix...
No, it's there. It's there. Don't worry. It's fixed. It's coming now. Don't worry. It is fixed. So carry on. Oh my word! Big spin by Lewis Hamilton. He's in the gravel.
He hit barriers. No, he just keeps himself out of the barriers there as he goes into the gravel. But that will be a absolute terrible start to Lewis Hamilton's qualifying session. Yes, those will be absolutely destroyed. He will come straight into the pits, I would assume.
Oh dear, Hamilton.
He doesn't. He stays out on track.
Does it? Got to? Hey, that's bizarre. Alonso
now
hit
Norris
traffic.
Finish up his lap. Let's see what Lando Norris can
Alonso
do.
hit traffic, so had to give up on his lap. I think that was due to Hamilton's yellow flag.
I think so. I think people backing up because of Hamilton. Lando Norris puts in a 137.6 as Alonso comes across the line with a 136.7. Stroll goes second. Just watching a replay here of Lewis Hamilton's spin. He comes through that long
I think he just hits a
straight
small
and then just gets a big snap of overspin. I think a bit of a damp patch
there and just sort of loses it a little bit. Just seeing, does he come off that line ever so slightly? Yeah, there's like a
he
tiny...
may have just ever so slightly touched the white line there. That may have been that issue.
Indeed. So Lewis Hamilton at his home race has decided to go into the gravel ever so slightly. So not good from Lewis Hamilton. But we'll see if... anybody else? Max Verstappen now crosses the line at 133.5. So these are much slower times than we've seen earlier. So yeah, very fast approaching 1,000 viewers. So keep it coming, guys. Keep liking the stream. We've almost done 100 likes already. 91 likes. Just keep liking. Just keep liking.
Very, very close to 100 likes. As you say, Carlos Sainz now coming to finish up his lap. Let's see what he is able to do. Charles Leclerc also on a hot lap, 0.1 seconds down on Verstappen's time at the moment. One viewer away from 1,000. As I said that, we do hit 1,000 viewers. Thank you very much for tuning into our stream. Sergeant saying it is starting to rain. Max Verstappen with the fastest first sector. These lap times could be very, very important as to who gets out of Q1 and who doesn't. If you're able to set a fast time in the dry, you may just get yourself a very good banker lap in for when the rain eventually possibly does come down here. Alonso goes fastest with a 131.4, the fastest lap time of the day. Stroll goes second with a 132.9. Still a little bit of a gap there, but we do see possibly this track drying out a little bit. Sainz getting a little bit deep there into that long DRS straight, that braking zone, as Sainz does back off on his fast lap. Max Verstappen going a personal best in the middle sector, but not taking any more purple sectors there. Let's see what he can do through this final sector now.
Charles Leclerc crosses the line quite slow in comparison to Max Verstappen's time at the moment, but he finishes 133.3. Max Verstappen now coming into the final parts, and he goes only second fastest, a whole second behind Fernando Alonso pretty much. So Fernando Alonso firmly in the lead with 11.5 minutes-ish to go.
Yes, Max Verstappen not having as good of a lap as Fernando Alonso. Apparently, lap times have started to be deleted, so we will have to keep a close eye on that. As we do see now, our timing board is working again. Thank you for spotting that, everyone in the comments. It is now working. Please do keep a close eye on these times because we do see a lot of drivers putting in some fast times at the moment. Zhou Guanyu, currently our driver at risk. Hamilton, all the way at the bottom of the time boards at the moment. I do believe that is because of that spin that he did have. He is on another hot lap at the moment, up in his first sector. Adrian asking, have Mercedes fitted Hamilton's new car stereo? He was asking for a stereo in one of the other races because on their team radio, while they're not talking, there's just static. No, as far as I know, they are not playing music for him this race weekend. Sainz just having a little bit of a twitch there in that entry to that braking zone, now coming towards the last few corners on the track. Adrian asking what lap we're on. We're not on any laps. We're currently in quali 1 out of 3. So ramping up to be quite an exciting qualifying session. Leclerc moves himself up into P2.
Indeed, and now looking at the times, Alonso's still sitting very firmly in first place, and he's not being in danger of that. As I said, the Russell's now got a purple sector in Sector 1. Let's see how he fares in Sector 2. He's a little bit slower than Alonso, though, in Sector 2, so he's lost time. So Alonso's still looking very, very good for his money in first place. Albon now coming around. Let's see how he fares. He's been doing so well all season, all weekend. He's coming around the final couple of corners here. Looks like it's going to be a little bit slow, though, only into 10th position.
It looks like we have some rain possibly predicted for the next 5 minutes. Apparently only meant to rain for about 5 minutes, but then hopefully we'll get it clearing up a little bit again. Pureblood just saying his predictions here, saying Leclerc and Max was his prediction. My prediction is also Max Verstappen P1, Charles Leclerc P2, and then possibly Fernando Alonso or Lewis Hamilton P3, depending who's able to hook their car up a little bit better.
Hamilton approaching the last sector. Now, of course, he did have that spin earlier and currently sits 11th in the grid in this first qualifying session. Sorry, I don't mean to keep saying as Alonso pushes himself back into first, and Hamilton has to make a big correction. Had a little bit of a slide there. He's going to lose time, and he might go over only in a 131-ish, indeed a 132.0, so just into third position behind his teammate George Russell. But Alonso has improved upon his lap at 130.7, a great lap for Alonso again. So clearly Alonso is doing the business right now in that Aston Martin is now Stroll across the line. He moves into third position at 131.56. The two Red Bulls clearly needing to get back out there. Perez sitting in 19th position, Piastri in 20th as well, so not looking good. But Piastri now comes across in 4th position. Max Verstappen has now taken a purple first sector as well. So yeah, we're really ramping up, and it's 8 minutes left to go in this session.
Just waiting to see what Alex Albon can do for himself at the moment. He's currently down on 17th, not where we expect him to be. Max Verstappen, though, 0.2 up on the fastest lap time at the moment. We'll have to wait and see what he does now through this final sector. Making his way through the final 3 corners is Sergio Perez, though. We'll have to see what he can do. He's currently personal best in his first 2 sectors. Now coming across the line, where does he put himself? He moves himself up into only 12th. Not great from Sergio Perez on that lap time. Max Verstappen coming through the last sector now and across the line puts himself first with a 1 minute 30.7, only 0.011 up on Fernando Alonso.
Yeah, I mean, talk about margin, 0.01 seconds behind Verstappen. That was Alonso's time. So Alonso's still looking very, very good in that Aston Martin, and they finally seem to have found a bit of pace this weekend. I've been worrying about them, but currently sitting in 2nd and 4th, looking very good for their money. Quite a bit quicker than most of the cars in the grid at the moment. But as we know, the track is going to evolve very, very quickly with more rubber on track. And Sainz has to make, oh my word, so many corrections here from, I think this is Sainz, yes? Yeah.
Yes, it is Sainz. He had a big snap of oversteer.
And he's given up on the lap. Yeah.
Yeah, exiting turn 16. He had a big snap of oversteer, unfortunately. And it looks like he is still fighting that lap. He moves himself up now to 8th position. Sergio Perez, once again, so far off the pace, down in P13 at the moment. Really, really close to being the driver at risk.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a concern there for Sergio Perez. So, you know, he doesn't want to do the same thing as last week and have to fight up from 15th position and then get all the way up into the top spots. So he needs to really get going. It's only 6.5 minutes left of the session. Still a lot of time, but these times are ever-changing, and he does need to get a good lap in case the rain should start to affect it. Albon now coming across. He's currently sitting in 19th, but he's been good all weekend. He was slow in the first sector, but he was up in the second sector.
Big snap of oversteer there, as you can just see it's Alex Albon.
It's clearly a lot of drivers losing it in that, or was that 3rd to last corner or 4th to last corner? So
4th to last corner, yeah. Yes. I think it's just a little bit damp there still. We do see a few spots of rain falling on the camera. That is along the start-finish straight. We'll have to wait and see if it's going to rain even harder. Russell saying on the radio, yeah, it's raining everywhere at the moment.
Which is not good for Sergio Perez.
Certainly not, because as I was about to say, those who got a good banker lap in are pretty much safe right now. If you didn't, you're going to be in a lot of risk because you're going to have to try get out on track. It also means that you're going to have to run in the wet again and possibly run off track if you aren't careful. It looks like Albon might have just ever so slightly touched that white line on entry. The white line in the wet can be quite slippery. We've seen in the past how drivers have spun their cars because of touching the white line. We see now how Nico Hulkenberg tries to avoid it, but he also has that big snap of oversteer there. Apparently, David is noting there's a big crosswind in that corner, which would explain why the drivers are having so much oversteer there.
Yeah, so Logan Sargent also struggling.
Oh my word! Logan
yeah.
Sargent just ramping that car. He will have caused quite a bit of floor damage from that, I'm sure.
And he's 17th on the grid right now, and likely would have probably had to come into the pits as a result of that, and that's not going to be good. Watching now a replay of Oscar Piastri coming into the pits is an unsafe release by, I think it's AlphaTauri, big unsafe release, and we're almost going into somebody's pit box. That's a big penalty.
Nick de Vries will have at least 5-place or 3-place grid penalty coming his way for that. That was very, very unsafe, releasing him right into the way of Oscar Piastri. He actually had to go into the cables of the Red Bull pits. Luckily, there was no Red Bull engineers out there. Otherwise, that could have been very, very dangerous.
Indeed. So, not good from AlphaTauri. They've been rather poor all weekend, and it just continues. Perez now on his fast lap. He's down in the second sector, though. His first sector is up. It does look like he's given up his lap attempt. He has indeed given up his lap attempt. So, race control has decided track limits at turn 15 for Alex Albon. So, his race time will be deleted, and he moves back into 20th position. So, not looking good for Alex Albon. Who's been good all weekend, but now sits stone dead last in his qualifying session with just 4 minutes to go.
Yes, I mean, this rain is certainly coming in very, very soon. I think this is Perez coming to pits in at the moment. I'm trying to see the number and the helmet, but the mechanics are just in the way there at the moment. I didn't see who that was. I think it might have been Perez. Yes, it was Perez. He's been put on a new set of softs. This is his last chance to get out of the session because he is right next to that dropout zone. He really, really has to get a good lap time in here. Yellow flag in sector 3. Yellow flag in sector 3. We don't know.
We see the rain is definitely falling now. Sorry, just want to say the rain is definitely falling.
That's
so this is going to...
Kevin Magnussen stopped on track.
That's going to be a red flag.
That very likely could be a red flag. He is completely stopped on the racing line there as well, I may add. So that is certainly quite dangerous. Magnussen just on the radio now. Just saying everything's switched off. Red flag is now being waved for this session. So with 3 minutes left to go, clock has been stopped, but we do have that red flag. This could be absolutely dismal for Sergio Perez if someone is able to put in a faster lap than him in those last 3 minutes.
I think actually this might be a small lifesaver, in fact, for Sergio Perez, because now nobody's going to be able to get a quicker lap, and we see the rain is starting to head and it's starting to rain. I think the track will be more difficult to race. So Sergio Perez, by the skin of his teeth, probably does make it into Q2. So very, very lucky there.
Skin of their teeth, Lewis Hamilton was able to get in a good lap to put himself into 5th. He was very lucky to get a banker lap in there because when he had that spin, it was all looking a little bit tricky for Hamilton out on track.
Indeed. And all the people in the comments, welcome to the stream. And yes, we have noted that subscriber mode is turned on, which means that if you want to comment down below, you have to hit that subscribe button. Who wouldn't want to hit that subscribe button? So do be sure to go subscribe and then chat with us, ask us some questions, let us know where you're watching from. And yeah, of course, red flag in the session right now, so we do have a stop. You can see all the drivers currently in the safe zone. Those who are not safe: Albon, Bottas, Sargent, Show, and Magnussen. They're the ones being eliminated at the moment. Magnussen, of course, causing the red flag. All systems on his car decided to stop.
Just watch the replay of that. It's very, very odd. I mean, the car just through that final long corner just completely dies. I haven't seen something happen like that before. It's very, very odd, as I say.
Indeed, as James makes a comment in the comment section, there should be able to get one flying lap in before the end of the session. But, of course, rain is definitely affecting the session. So, will that one lap be quick enough to get out of the elimination zone? Could those in the elimination zone get ahead of Perez? Could Perez be in danger? Norris as well, after having a couple of good weekends, sits only in 13th position in Q1. So, he's also not necessarily safe.
I think their car is certainly more set up for the dry running, so it could be better set up for the race tomorrow. But Piastri having a great little lap there in the beginning of this quali session. I mean, he's put himself up into P9. That might be his best qualifying lap so far. Sergio Perez already waiting at the end of the pits. He is certainly not going to be one to get caught out here. He can't afford to be caught out again. I mean, how many race weekends does he have to have a bad qualifying session here? I mean, he's just really not had any good luck.
No, not at all. Max Verstappen, though, certainly not phased too much right now. Sits very firmly in first position. Alonso just behind him. Alonso also should probably be safe. Very, very safe. He does probably need to get back out onto the track. Leclerc and Sainz probably also relatively safe there. And keep it coming in the comments, everybody. Would love to know your thoughts about the session so far. And otherwise, hit that subscribe button. Like the video. Let's keep liking the video. Let's get all those likes on the video right now. And we do see Alex Albon is already leaving the pits, getting ready to go for the next session. Of course, he's right at the bottom there, so he wants to try and get a lap in as quickly as possible. Do you have 1,500 viewers? So welcome to all of you on the stream. Let's keep it going. Keep inviting your dog, your fish, your cat. I don't care what. Just invite them to the stream.
You can watch on multiple devices as well if you really want.
Yeah.
Just have your laptop, your phone, your iPad, your mom's phone, your Apple Watch. Whatever you can, just turn it on at the moment. But a few people asking why the session has been stopped at the moment. We have a red flag for Kevin Magnussen's car, which is stopped out on track. That should hopefully be recovered quite quickly as it is close to the pit entry. We do have it being lifted up onto a truck now. So that should hopefully be, well, the session should be resumed quite shortly.
Basically, his car, just to confirm, basically all the systems just decided to switch off. All the modes decided to switch off.
It's completely died. It might be an electrical fault. Second Ferrari ICE electrical faults this weekend.
Indeed.
Could be a little bit concerning for the Ferraris.
Yeah, and if you guys want to avoid similar sorts of things with unnecessary changes in modes, be sure to go and check out Bitdefender, because Bitdefender's total security detects when you play, work, or watch a movie, so it knows not to bother you with unnecessary requests. Depending on what you are doing, Bitdefender temporarily halts pop-ups, adjusts visual settings, and pauses unimportant background activities so you can enjoy your device to the max, or slash your Formula 1 car, because that's apparently what he needs. There's Magnussen. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's total security, please click on the link in the description and in the chat.
Esteban Ocon nearly collected an Alfa Romeo there. That was so dangerous through Maggots and Beckett's. He noted it on the radio to his engineers. And I mean, I agree with him. That was absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure that Alfa Romeo will be getting a penalty for that because he was on the racing line there. They should know better than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely poor. I mean, I just find it amazing that we still have these issues in Formula 1 where unsafe releases and driving on the racing line and not getting out of the way. I mean, surely they would learn after a little while to be wary of everything, and surely they'd improve through the season. I mean, it just doesn't seem to happen half the time.
Yes, just being asked by you guests to change the graphics. I don't necessarily know what you're asking for. We are wanting to have these graphics so we can show you who's out on track, which is no one at the moment, except for Kevin Magnussen's car. Charles Leclerc currently sitting in the pits. The red flag, we don't know when the session will be resumed. We'll find out once they have recovered that car of Kevin Magnussen's. We should see, hopefully, that happening in the next few minutes because the car was pretty much already recovered.
Well, there's an interesting discussion point from ND or ND. Is Ocon a better driver than Gasly? And Clayton, welcome, you're joining us from Jamaica. Let's go back to the conversation. Ocon and Gasly, who's better?
Ocon is certainly getting more pace out of that car. It's Gasly's first season in the car, so that's to be understood. Ocon, of course, understands that car a lot better than Gasly does. But Gasly has had quite a few great races this season already. I mean, yeah, I think Gasly is on par with Ocon. I don't necessarily think either of them are better than the other. We'll have to wait and see till Gasly is a little bit more comfortable in that car where he can put it compared to his teammate.
And I see we're very close to 200 likes on the stream. So all of you watching right now, we've got so many people watching versus the likes. Go and just hit that like button. It literally takes 5 seconds of time. Go hit that like button. Let's get 200 likes. Let's push the stream. Let's try and get bigger, everybody. Let's have some more discussion. Subscribe to the channel. Ask us some questions. Let's keep going. This red flag still there. 3.5 minutes. Well, 3 minutes and 11 seconds left of the session when they should resume it. And now we see that car has been recovered. It's off the track. So we should get going very, very shortly. And I'm sure we're going to get told by the stewards what time the session will resume.
Some people just asking, will Albon get one more chance to get into quali 2? Yes, he should. There is 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining once this red flag does get greenlit again. Albon is already sitting at the end of the pit lane, so I'm sure he will be able to get another banker lap in there. We do see a lot of cars already lined up. We don't even have a time yet for when the session will be resumed, but we have a lot of drivers all waiting to get out there.
It's going to be very interesting. I think Fernando Alonso is going to have to play a team game here because the Aston Martins have left late. But of course, their position in the grid is right near the end of the pit lane. So I think they're going to try and squeeze in between the line here. And I think Fernando Alonso is going to squeeze in to then allow Lance Stroll to get out ahead of him. So sneaky from Aston Martin, but I suppose it would work. Race Control has said that will resume Q1 at 15:25 local time.
Oh, so that's a broken wing. Max Verstappen's wing is broken. What happened here? Max Verstappen has broken his wing.
Also, this is a good point. What on earth has happened in the pit lane here?
He drove into the wall, apparently. Luckily, they can change that very quickly, but often when they leave there, yes, you can see, as he was leaving his pits, he managed to hit the wall. It happens often because their cars are just so wide nowadays. It's so difficult to leave these pit boxes.
I'm sorry.
Especially when it's wet. This is something we've never seen before.
That is hilarious. I'm sorry. It is funny because think about it. This is the best driver on the grid, easily first in the Drivers' Championship. What's happened to Max Verstappen? They say he's had a crash in the pits. Oh, he's driven into the wall. Oh dear.
And that's not a cheap crash.
No.
Because a front wing.
Snapped it.
I mean, what do you all think in the comment section? Let me know what you think a front wing costs. I'll let you know in a few minutes. Let's just say it's not cheap.
I cannot believe he's managed to snap the whole thing in half, basically.
Yes. It's very interesting, but I'm sure he will get back out on track. We do see that wing is being swapped out already. He has at least got a banker lap in, but that's certainly not how he would have been wanting to start the session. Yes, we do just see a replay. He just scrapes the wing and, breaks it. He said, I just understeered and it just didn't grip. So, unfortunately, he did break that front wing. No one has, unfortunately, called me and given an estimate of that front wing cost. It does cost about $150,000 for a front wing. So, that is pretty much a family sedan that he has just broken there.
Family sedan, $150,000. You said family sedan. That's a sports car.
No, that's a supercar. That's a sports car.
How expensive is your family sedan?
Well, an Audi RSQ8 maybe.
Yeah, maybe, perhaps. All of these things. So many monies, as MD Scoot says, 764,000 Aussie dollars. So lots and lots.
I don't know how that converts to US dollar, but maybe it's about right. We see him taking a second attempt. Will he make it this time? Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
Oh dear.
1,752 of you watching along with us now. Thank you very much for tuning in our stream. I think we can officially say this is our biggest qualifying session ever. So thank you very much for tuning in. Great to have all of you watching.
I'm not quite sure it's as big as the Saudi Arabia one, but
our biggest concurrent, at least for a qualifying, I think.
I still don't think so. But anyway, nice to have you all here. So let's keep it going. Let's try and beat that biggest stream that we've had for qualifying. So those two Aston Martins getting ready to leave, and it's now restarted. Q1 has restarted, and it is Sergio Perez who leads everybody out, followed by Alex Albon in that Williams car. Can Alex Albon get out quicker? The rain seems to have subsided, so it should be a drier track, which is why Max Verstappen's making his way out, because he's not safe. I think you're probably going to see all these times get beaten, because the track does look a little bit drier than it was earlier. So, can Alex Albon get out of that bottom five?
Edgar saying in the comment section, Ferrari should use Bitdefender, Mark.
Indeed, they should.
They are sponsored by Bitdefender, if you didn't know that. They are one of Ferrari's title sponsors. We do have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. We still have a lot of people waiting in the pits. Hopefully, they'll be able to get around and put in a fast lap, because they're pretty much only going to get an opportunity to do a warm-up lap and a fast lap here. Yeah, there are only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in the session.
We could see a lot of changes in this grid right before the end of the session. So it's going to be all to watch. So do not go anywhere. Stay on the stream. Let's see how this goes. We see Ferrari. I think that is Sainz being allowed to go forward. Or was it the other way around?
Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. We do see Hamilton holding up the Red Bull a little bit, also possibly just giving himself a little bit of space to everyone else.
Max Verstappen very close on Lewis Hamilton's tail, just letting him know he's there as he's leaving the pits, right on his tail. I think he wants to try and get past him, Max Verstappen. Lewis Hamilton deliberately holding him back, I think, just trying to play a little bit of tactics here and a little bit of I suppose. Oh, Max Verstappen already locking up ever so slightly into turn one.
I think that was a little bit of spray. I think he went over a puddle there. Right on the rear wing.
It's like a racing
Lewis Hamilton. People are racing already in Quali 1. We do see, though, that the clouds overhead are quite dark, so we could get some rain.
Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton literally racing and trying to force each other off. Oh, my word.
We have Sergio Perez now starting his hot lap. He will be wanting to get a good lap in here. It is dry. He rarely has to take the most advantage out of this at the
I don't
moment.
care about Perez right now. I cannot believe Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen are literally racing and qualifying as they're trying the hot lap, the out lap right now. Max Verstappen's desperately trying to get past Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton weaves into the middle of the track to say, no, you're not getting past me. It's literally racing.
Noah saying in the comments, that's a bit of a side quest for Max Verstappen. Calm down, everyone. Albon with the fastest first sector.
Yeah, quicker than
Alex
Perez.
Albon will certainly get out of Quali 1. I mean, let's
If
see
he
what he
doesn't
can do
stuff up.
throughout the rest of this lap. Don't
Yeah.
jinx him, Mark. Just let's go, Alex.
Touch wood, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll be absolutely fine. Let's go, Alex Albon. Sargent, meanwhile, his teammate, has also done decently in the first sector. So we're going to see some much quicker times from everybody. I think we'll see the sub 130s being reached. So all to play for right at the end here. Just 30 seconds left of the session. And we're going to see all these times tumble down. Perez is the first one out. He's slower in the second sector. So I think Perez could be in huge danger here.
Albon up on Verstappen in the second sector. Albon is up on Verstappen in the second sector. This track is really drying out quite a lot. Logan Sargent 1.5 seconds up on Nico Hulkenberg at the moment. He's certainly going to be safe out of that bottom 5. Let's see what Albon can
Perez
do now.
cross the
He's
line
coming up
before
to the end of this lap. Perez finishes his lap, puts himself first with a 129.9. Albon comes across the line, puts himself in first with a 129.4. Let's see what Logan Sargent can do now. He is coming across the line very soon. Lando Norris up in the first and second sector.
Sargent
goes
quicker than
P2.
Perez. Sargent's quicker than... I think Perez is dropping.
Bottas goes P2 now with a 129.7.
Oh my word, Perez is going to drop out. Perez is going to
coming
drop
across
out.
the line now. Where does he go? He goes 5th.
No.
Just behind Sergio Perez. Lando Norris up in the first sector. Personal best in the middle sector. What can he do now in this final sector? Nick de Vries goes ahead of Max Verstappen in P6. Lance
Stroll's
Stroll.
got a purple
Lando
second
Norris
sector.
goes fastest. Lance Stroll up in the
28.9.
second sector though. Let's see what he can do.
Ooh, these times are tumbling.
Nico Hulkenberg also up. This is just manic at the end of this qualifying 1 session.
Oh, come on, let's go. Stroll now goes
Stroll
second
goes
fastest.
P2.
Oh my word, and these times are just tumbling as we see Hulkenberg still coming around relatively quickly as well. Russell needs to get up as well. Currently Russell a driver at risk, but I think Perez by the end of this might be the one mainly in risk. We're seeing all these drivers come across. We're now on board with Nico Hulkenberg, who's going to cross the line. Will he get himself ahead of Sergio Perez? That's the big question.
Hulkenberg
He does
puts
go ahead
himself
of him.
into 4th.
Alonso is ahead of
Brilliant
Perez
for
in
Hulkenberg.
8th position. He's done. Alonso's actually almost also at risk. Tsunoda's gone slower than Perez though. So,
Russell
goes
moves
second
himself up to
fastest.
2nd. Verstappen 4th
Third.
now. Hamilton 3rd.
Ocon
Gosh,
goes.
this is just
Look at Perez.
crazy.
He's going to drop. Perez is going to drop. He's going to
Yellow
drop. He's
flag.
down.
Yellow
He's
flag.
out. Perez is out. Perez is out.
yellow flag in sector 2. Someone has gone off in sector 2. Yellow flag
Oh
is
my
still
word.
being waved.
We are
We don't
done.
know who that
No,
is just
we
yet.
are
We
done
have
this session now.
that is Valtteri Bottas off in sector 2. Alonso though, driver at risk at the moment,
just
keeping
makes
himself
it.
safe.
Oh my word. Perez is out
Perez,
again.
though.
16th.
My word, that is just dismal yet again for Sergio Perez.
My word. I cannot believe this. I called it. We said as soon as Perez went slower and we saw that Albon was up, I said, oh, Perez is going to get eliminated.
Absolute shocker.
I cannot believe this. I
Absolute
called
shocker.
it. I absolutely called it. Ah, my word.
Aiden
Alonso
saying give the
just
seat to
survives.
Danny Ricciardo. I agree with you. I don't think it's going to hurt at this point to give it to Danny Rick. Yeah, no, this is dismal
I
for
just
Sergio
can't-
Perez.
I'm sorry
Fastest
if
car on the grid, and he's out in Q1.
I'm sorry, I can't. I keep interrupting. I'm so sorry. I just cannot believe Sergio Perez. It's unbelievable. I mean, also Alonso only just getting into the next session, but Sergio Perez once again dismal from the Red Bull driver.
I mean, an absolute shocker. Just to repeat, our bottom 5 out of qualifying 1 is Kevin Magnussen, Nick de Vries, Guan Yu Zhou, Yuki Tsunoda, and then the last driver eliminated, Sergio Perez. Just agreeing with Pure Blood there, Norris is a certified beast. Just getting out there at the right time and putting in a brilliant lap.
Only 128.
P1, just ahead of Charles Leclerc.
Yeah, I mean, what was very, very good to see there was Max Verstappen went out, was not holding anything back, and yet went slower than 2 Mercs, a Mercedes, 2 Mercs, a McLaren, and a Ferrari. So,
Yes.
yeah, very, very
And
interesting
Max
session. So this could be
I mean,
huge.
Yeah, this really could be quite a very interesting Quali 2 and Quali 3 still all to fight for. We have 2,130, well, I say that, 156 of you now watching alongside with us. Thank you very much for joining. Please do hit that subscribe button if you do want to chat with us in the comment section. We have subscriber only mode turned on at the moment just to slow down the chat so we can still read it. Otherwise, it does get a little bit hectic there. Just so great to have so many of you watching alongside with us. We just see how big that queue was at the end of the session. I think Hamilton got a little bit held up there. He will not be happy about that.
I think that's him trying to start. That's him trying to start the race. So he tried to get ahead of everybody. He was like worrying about it. So you see Max Verstappen also overtaking there. I really want to see replays of Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton basically fighting it out. We can just see there, I think that's Pierre Gasly cutting Lewis Hamilton off, saying, no, you're not going to overtake me as well. Unbelievable.
Just to repeat for RD10 there, who asked if Perez is out. Perez is out of Quali 1. He was the first driver to finish a lap after the red flag. Unfortunately, he just called it wrong. He should have been nearer to the end of the pit lane to get a bit more grip on that track. And unfortunately, he qualifies only down in P16. Welcome to F. Hudson, who has joined the Forever Sports Members Club.
As well as Nolene Portpeter. Nolene Portpeter has also just joined, so welcome to you as well. And if anybody else wants to join the Members Club, come and join. You get some special things next to your name. We will prioritize your comments over others, of course. And you will get some exclusive benefits by joining the Members Club. So be sure to go and check that out and come join. Join the family. That is Forever Sports. It's one of the most awesome YouTube channels out there. And I'm hoping that you guys are all enjoying the content with me and Reese, at least on Formula 1. Steve is also currently doing the rugby and another stream right now. And come join. Have the conversation. As some of the comments are saying,
Just watching what happens to Valtteri Bottas. His car also just lost drive into, I think it's turn 8. Similar to what happened for Kevin Magnussen a little bit earlier, where the car pretty much just switched off. Hayden just saying Danny Rick will get the seat before Norris. Certainly, it doesn't hurt to put Danny Rick in that car. I think, especially seeing as Perez has just been performing dismally. Of course, he has brilliant races, but just not having a very good qualifying session yet again.
I just don't understand any of it. It's unbelievable how he can't. He's just got this curse, as somebody said. He's cursed. He just cannot seem to do anything right in qualifying.
Yes, I mean, I think it's been now 4 or 5 races in a row. He hasn't gotten into Q3. So, it's just really frustrating. Just waiting now for this Quali 2 session to get underway. It should start very soon. I think, waiting for that car of Valtteri Bottas's to be recovered out on track, and then we should get the green light for qualifying 2.
So we're just about to get going with qualifying 2, and I will probably unfortunately leave in the middle of that. I do have to get off somewhere, so Reese will take you through the rest of the session, so be sure to keep him company and keep the conversations going with Reese. Just before I leave, I will of course do my one mandatory call out for our sponsor for the weekend. That is Bitdefender, and Bitdefender, just trying to get to that stupid thing. There we go. Bitdefender, total security brings major changes to the way online threats are detected and repelled. The new cyber threat intelligence technologies included can analyze and identify suspicious network-level activities and block sophisticated exploits, malware, and botnet-related URLs and brute force attacks. To learn more about Bitdefender's offering, please click on the link in the description. And once again, thank you to Bitdefender for sponsoring this week's Watchalong on the channel, and of course they are a sponsor of Ferrari, and you can see how well Ferrari are performing at the moment in terms of their qualifying. They seem to be doing semi-alright. Hopefully they're going to be doing well today, so Bitdefender is a proud sponsor of them as well as us, so if you want to be associated with Ferrari, be sure to go and get Bitdefender as well. Just watching these replays of these racing in the outlap.
I mean, Max Verstappen certainly getting his elbows out there, fighting through turn 7 side by side there. Brilliant to see. Hopefully we get a bit of that in the race tomorrow. Some people just asking what happened to Perez. Did Perez get caught up because of the track conditions? I don't know. I think possibly because he was the first driver out after that red flag was removed. I think he just didn't get the ideal track temperatures or track conditions out there. As people went around, of course, the track rubbered up just that little bit extra and gave those final runners that little bit more of an advantage. As we do see that car now of Valtteri Bottas is being removed from the track and going down that second pit lane that we do have. I think it's the Formula 2 pit lane that he is currently going down. At least we should get Quali 2 underway very shortly.
Indeed. And guys, thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsports. Keep smashing that like button. Keep subscribing to the channel. Consider joining the members club. Reese is going to take you through the rest of this qualifying session. Q2 will start at 22:04 local time. So that's in 3 minutes time. And yeah, guys, I'm also going to still be watching the stream. I'm going to be joining you in the comments as well, just to try and see what's happening in the race. But Reese will take you through the remainder of the session. And thank you guys so much for watching. Reese, you're going to continue on. And I will see you again very, very soon, everybody. Just for now, though, Reese, take it away.
Yes, we have 2 minutes and 40 seconds left to go until the session gets underway. We already have Alex Albon at the end of the pit lane waiting to get out there on track. So the session will get underway at 4:40. So that is in 3 minutes. Just getting underway here. We have a lot of drivers moving out of their pit boxes now and lining up at the end of the grid. Well, at the end of the pit lane just to get out here. Still 2 minutes, though, to get underway. Hulkenberg on the radio just being told that we have rain coming. So all of these drivers are going to be wanting to get out as fast as possible because, yes, we have rain coming. This is going to really throw another spanner in the works here. We had a little bit of rain in Quali 1, and we saw already how much that messed things up for some of the drivers. We had Lewis Hamilton spinning it out on his first hot lap. We have a few more other drivers spinning out. We have all of them on softs at the moment. We might see this possibly coming to bite them in the bum a little bit. Someone just saying there in the comment section, I think Mercedes will take a front row in qualifying. Certainly a little bit optimistic for the Mercedes to take front row because they are still, I think, trying to get to the bottom of their new upgrades here this weekend, but hopefully we will see them being quite close to the top at the end of qualifying. Joe Pesci just saying, Ocon to Mercedes, throw Hamilton out. I don't think we'll see Lewis Hamilton moving from that team, at least for the next two, maybe 3 years. He's currently still in contract negotiations. Nothing set in stone just yet. No pen to paper on that contract. I did look a little bit earlier because someone asked me what is happening with that contract of Lewis Hamilton's. Yeah, nothing has been set in stone just yet. He's wanting a multi-year contract, but Mercedes not necessarily wanting to sign him for multiple years, as they do want to bring in some more younger people into the sport. 44 seconds left to go until we do get underway here, though. Lewis Hamilton waiting in his car. 36 seconds now to get going. Harsh Verma just saying, I think now the cars are a lot more close in terms of performance. It certainly does seem that way. We do see the sun shining a little bit, so possibly a glimpse of sun before we do get the rain. We have a few drivers out on used softs and a bunch also on a set of brand new softs. Apparently, though, according to Pureblood, Lewis Hamilton also wants $250 million for a 5-year contract. $50 million a year, that is a lot of money. That is, I think, pretty close on terms with Max Verstappen's current contract with Red Bull, as we do have the green light now for this Quali 2 session. Fernando Alonso is at the end of that pit lane, the first driver out for Quali 2. He'll be wanting to get a lap time in very quickly. This could certainly play to his hands quite well because he'll get that first lap time in while the track is still very, very dry. But we do have a team radio for Lando Norris saying no more rain. That's certainly a bit of a contradiction to the Alpines, who said we have rain coming in very soon. Please do comment in the comment section. It makes my life a little bit easier chatting to you guys, as I don't have Mark with me anymore, unfortunately. But please do let me know who you think will take the top of the timing sheets for qualifying today. Who do you think will be dropped out at the end of this qualifying 2 session as well? Certainly a big shocker at the end of qualifying 1 to have Sergio Perez out there. We do have a couple drivers now leaving the pit lane. We have Lando Norris out there. We have both of the Aston Martins, both Ferraris, both Mercedes, both Alpines, one of the Red Bulls, of course, because the second one has been dropped out, and we do now have Oscar Piastri as well. TC saying, pay me $1 million a year and I'm happy to drive the same car. I agree with you, TC. You can pay me $1 a year and I will happily drive these cars around circuit. I don't care about the risks. I'm very happy to drive around in one of these cars if I do get the opportunity. Kylene just saying, Ferrari told Sainz to let Leclerc through, and Carlos Sainz said that was unfair, what you asked me to do, sacrificing the track position. Certainly that is a bit interesting to have them giving team orders and qualifying. Max Verstappen on the radio. just saying a few drops that are going to be falling on the track, but hopefully not going to last for too long. Larry just asking Joe who they would replace Lewis Hamilton with. I mean, who would you replace a 7-time world championship with? He's been so crucial in that team, winning all of those championships, getting a championship winning car, of course, as well. He was in the car for a few years before they started dominating again. It shows just how strong Lewis Hamilton is as a driver. Fernando Alonso taking the fastest first sector at the moment. Of course, he is the first driver to be setting a hot lap here in Quali 2. 2,300 of you joining alongside with us, though, for this Quali 2 session. Thank you very much for joining us. Please do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. 28,600 of you are subscribed to the channel. We are really hoping to get to 30,000 subscribers before the end of this race weekend. So please do smash that subscribe button, and then you can talk to us in the comment section. Catlejo just saying Lewis is an 8-time world champion for a reason. He's not an 8-time world champion. I have to correct you there. He is a 7-time world champion. You have to remember Max Verstappen took his first world championship in 2021 against Lewis Hamilton. We do have Fernando Alonso's first sector time has been taken away from him. He is up, though, in the middle sector. We don't know who has taken that away from him just yet, but we'll have to wait and see. Larry Giles just saying, I say you stay with Hamilton until the wheels fall off. He deserves it. I agree with that. He certainly does deserve that seat in the Mercedes team at the moment. He has been so crucial to them winning those championships. Fernando Alonso does take that fastest lap time, with Lance Stroll now going second. Lando Norris up in the middle sector. Let's see what he is able to do. We also have Carlos Sainz on a very fast lap at the moment. Alex Albon puts himself into P3. Logan Sargent also in P4. Leclerc puts himself in P1. Lando Norris takes the fastest lap time, half a second up on Charles Leclerc. Brilliant lap time for Lando Norris. That McLaren certainly finding a lot of time out on track at the moment. Carlos Sainz puts himself now up into P2 with a 1:30.1 seconds down on Lando Norris's time. George Russell now puts himself up into P4. That is taken away, well, P3 and now P4 as Ocon moves himself up into P3. Verstappen finishing up a lap time here, not going very fast, puts himself up into P2 only, little bit down on Lando Norris's time at the moment. Gasly up in the middle sector. Let's see what he can do as he is coming to finish up this lap. Apparently, according to Pureblood, Alonso was on a set of scrubbed soft tires, so that gives us an indicator as to why he is not as fast as some of the other drivers out there. Lando Norris, though, having a brilliant first lap time out there. Some people giving their opinions as to who would replace Lewis. Adita saying that she would replace, or he would replace Lewis with Nico Rosberg to revive his career. I don't think Nico Rosberg has any hopes of ever coming back into Formula One. He is firmly retired, and I think he should stay that way. Yes, but now we do have a couple drivers just on a bit of a warm-up lap or some warm-down laps, but we do have Lewis Hamilton currently on a push lap. Just waiting to see some sector times from Lewis Hamilton, as he does seem to have backed off of this lap time now. Just waiting for a few drivers to finish these warm-down laps and possibly to go on another push lap. Certainly very impressed by Lando Norris's lap time at the moment. Let me know in the comment section what you think of that lap time from Lando Norris. He certainly found a lot of pace here this race weekend, and a lot of pace through the last few weekends. Very, very impressed by his pace out there. Oscar Piastri down in P4. It looks like George Russell has been called in to the weighbridge, so he is already trying to rush those FIA stewards to get that car out of there, because it does take a few minutes. There are 9 minutes left of this Quali 2 session. We did have, though, in Quali 1, Sergio Perez eliminated, Yuki Tsunoda eliminated, Joe De Vries, as well as Kevin Magnussen and Bottas eliminated, unfortunately, due to the fact that his car stopped working on his warm-down lap, so he will not be putting in any lap times. 2,600 of you now watching alongside me. Thank you very much for joining. Please do keep the comments coming. Joe Pesci saying Mazepin replaced Lewis. Are you delusional? I don't think so. Fernando Alonso now up in the middle sector. I think Mazepin should just keep to DJing as he is doing at the moment. We don't want him back in our sport. He is an absolute danger to the sport. Alonso now coming to finish up this lap time. Where does he put himself? He now crosses the line and puts himself up into P1 with a 1:29 129.0. Very close now to breaking that 129 mark. We have Charles Leclerc also on a hot lap at the moment. Fastest first sector. Personal best in the middle sector. Let's see what he is able to do in that final sector. We have Alex Albon now crossing the line. Logan Sargent crossing the line. He puts himself up into P9. Alex Albon also finishing up a lap time. Leclerc puts himself into P2. Brilliant lap time for Charles Leclerc. Albon puts himself up into P2 now. Brilliant pace from that Williams car. That Williams certainly have a brilliant turnaround in the past few races. They found so much pace with those upgrades that they have introduced to their cars. 2,700 of you now watching alongside with us. We have Sainz now finishing up a lap. Personal best in the middle sector. Not very fast though in that first sector. Let me know your predictions, though, in the comment section. Who you think will be eliminated from this session? Sainz now finishes his lap time, puts himself P4 just behind his teammate Charles Leclerc. 0.3 seconds off of Fernando Alonso's fastest lap time. We have George Russell once again leaving the pit to start another warm-up lap so that he can get in another hot lap. We have a new poll that has been introduced here. Who will top qualifying? Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, or another driver? Please do let me know your predictions there in the poll. Currently, we have 51% going to Max Verstappen, Perez with 4%, Leclerc with 21%, and other with 24%. I assume that the other is for Alex Albon or possibly for Fernando Alonso. Race control noting car 18 Lance Stroll's time with a 129.7 has been deleted for track limits. We could have a repeat of what we had last weekend in Austria with lots of drivers having their lap times deleted for track limits. We don't want to see this happening again. We want to see drivers just keeping it within those white lines. Those white lines do give you the limits of the track. Once you go over those lines, you get your lap time deleted. Being asked by Sisonke why Mazepin was a danger to the sport. He was just such a dirty driver. He tried to push Mick Schumacher into the pit wall once. I think it was in Imola or possibly Mugello. I don't want to see him back in the sport. He is not a very safe driver out there, and he does not deserve to get back into the sport. I do see Mark is in the comment section with Mark's box saying Alonso is where he belongs at the moment. Yes, he is. Currently in P1 with 5 minutes and 50 seconds left of this qualifying 2 session. Please do keep the likes coming and the comments. Also, please do not forget to subscribe to our channel. We are very, very close to getting to 30,000 subscribers. A lot of members currently joining the channel. Narisa joining as well as Armand. Noah Becker just saying, it's Max, Alonso and Lando currently pure pace going to be at the top of the timing boards. Harsh saying Hamilton and Max are currently cooking. Hamilton is certainly cooking at the moment with the fastest first sector at the moment. Max Verstappen takes that P1 spot with a 28 point. Oh, Piastri takes that time away from Max Verstappen by 0.003. Oscar Piastri finding some great time out on track at the moment. Max Verstappen certainly could have some competition for that P1 spot right now. Hamilton has lost that fastest first sector time to his teammate George Russell, finding some track time out there at the moment. Larry Giles just agreeing with me. He was the worst driver, like the absolute worst. I completely agree with you on that. Let's see what these two Mercedes drivers can do. Lando Norris, even faster in the first sector. 0.3 up on the fastest first sector time set by his teammates at the moment. These McLarens just looking extremely, extremely rapid out there. Lewis Hamilton takes the fastest lap time at the moment with a 128.5. The crowd going absolutely wild at the moment here in Silverstone. KP Mag also joining the Forever Sports Members Club. Thank you very much for joining. Please don't forget you can join that membership club and you will get great benefits in our YouTube channel, as well as if you do want your chat to be noticed by me on stream, please do drop a super chat because it does make my life a little bit easier to spot that chat there. Lando Norris now finishing up his lap, coming through turn 18, getting very, very close to that final sector. It looks like we don't have any more rain coming, and we do have the sun shining over this track. Lando Norris coming through the last 2 corners now, turn 19 and across the line. Where does he put himself? He puts himself comfortably in P1, half a second up on Lewis Hamilton's lap time. That is brilliant from the McLaren of Lando Norris. Scotty Chenoweth just saying Ricciardo needs to take first seat in AlphaTauri after the summer break. We do have a big indicator that Nick de Vries could be getting replaced by the end of this. Well, I was going to say the end of the season. There's rumors going around that he could be replaced before Zandvoort, which would be his home race. Certainly a bit of a knife in the back for him. But he hasn't been performing this season, so certainly could be just that he gets replaced before Zandvoort. Ultraviolet asking, is it Q2? Yes, it is. Currently, we are in the qualifying 2 session. We have just hit 3,000 viewers for this qualifying 2 session. Thank you very much for all of you watching alongside with us. Please do hit that like button. We're 1 like away from 300 and also not very far off of 30,000 subscribers on our little Forever Motorsports, Forever Sports channel. Thank you very much for joining us. We also do have a Forever Sports channel if you do just want to see motorsports-based content. Charles Leclerc now starting a hot lap. Let's keep a close eye on these Ferraris and see what their true pace are out on track. Waiting to see what Charles Leclerc can do in this first sector, coming through turn 4 now. Looking quite poised and quite confident out on track at the moment. Coming up towards that first sector marker now. Let's see what he is able to do. 25, 26, 27. Where does this put him? 0.1 seconds down on Norris's first sector time at the moment. Just asking where Mark went. Unfortunately, he had some prior commitments that he had to get to. So I am going to take you through the end of qualifying here. Looking like it's going to be a very, very exciting qualifying session, as it looks like we have a bunch of drivers fighting it out for that top spot here. A few drivers, though, getting their lap times deleted. We had, I think it was Fernando Alonso's teammate, Lance Stroll, getting his lap time deleted here. Alex Albon on a hot lap at the moment. Charles Leclerc up in the middle sector, 0.077 down on Lando Norris's lap time at the moment. He is normally quite fast in these final 2 sectors, so hopefully he will be able to take that time away from Lando Norris. Let's see what he's able to do as he makes his way through the last 2 corners. Lando Norris, his lap time could be deleted as Alex Albon is once again up in the middle sector. He is 0.001 up on Lando Norris's fastest time. Leclerc in P2 now. We will have to wait and see what Albon can do. We have, I think this is Carlos Sainz coming through. Sainz goes P2. Just waiting for Alex Albon, who's finally coming through that final corner. Where will he put himself? P2 with a 1:28.06 seconds. 0.002 off of Lando Norris's time at the moment. Logan Sargent moves himself up into P9, moves Fernando Alonso down into the bottom 10 with 30 seconds left to go of this qualifying session. Leclerc on the radio, just being told that Ocon is pushing behind. Verstappen on a flyer of a lap at the moment. First and second purple sectors at the moment. Let's see what he's able to do at the end of this lap. Should he be able to keep it very clean out there? A few drivers finishing up some lap times at the moment. We have a bunch of drivers setting some green sectors for themselves. Max Verstappen with a little snap of understeer there, having to make a correction, but he does go fastest with a 1:27.7. Fastest lap time of the weekend so far. 0.3 seconds up on Norris. Piastri crosses the line. He beats his teammate for P2. Brilliant lap times from these McLarens out there. Alex Albon down on P4. But we do have Stroll on a hot lap as well as Nico Hülkenberg. Let's see what Stroll can do at the end of this lap, should he not have his lap time deleted again. Some people just saying Max's normal day dominating out there. Yes, once again, Lance Stroll moves himself up into P10. Will that be enough, though, for Lance Stroll? We have Nico Hülkenberg crosses the line. He pushes Lance Stroll down into that bottom 5. Nico Hülkenberg only puts himself into P10. We have Gasly, though, Hamilton, and Russell still setting some fast laps out there. Let's see what Gasly can do. He's currently down on P14. Will he be able to get himself out of that relegation zone? He does. He puts himself up into P9. That moves Hülkenberg down into the bottom 5. Russell is currently at risk. He is also on a hot lap, though, so he might just be able to push himself out. Hamilton abort his hot lap. Will Russell also abort his hot lap at the moment? A hat-trick, though, for Alex Albon, getting himself into Q3. 3 races in a row. Brilliant from that Williams of Alex Albon. The Mercedes drivers just being able to get themselves out at the last second. Russell is safe. So that is our finishing order for the end of Q2. Our drivers at the end of Q2 First is Max Verstappen, Oscar Piastri, and Lando Norris, P2 and P3. Certainly a bit of a shocker to see those drivers so far up ahead of the Ferraris. Our bottom 5, though, is I'm looking too far down. Esteban Ocon, Lance Stroll, Nico Hulkenberg, Logan Sargent, and Valtteri Bottas, who didn't get any running done in this session. We currently have 3,200 of you watching alongside with us. Lance Stroll looks like he got caught out by a little bit of traffic there in the middle sector, possibly because of Esteban Ocon locking up on the brakes there a little bit. Idea Gaming saying McLaren legit has a chance for pole if Max messes up like Perez. I mean, it's highly unlikely that Max will mess up too badly, but should he just have a small lockup, a little hand of understeer or oversteer, this could certainly play into McLaren's hands, who have a lot of pace out here this weekend with this massive upgrade package that they have brought last weekend in Austria, and Piastri getting given those upgrades as well this weekend.
2.
Andrew Crozier saying Max does not mess up. He is a machine. Yes, I completely agree, but we do see every now and then he does get a little bit of a hand of understeer or oversteer. It's what happens as a racing driver. You can't necessarily control it. People asking also, what's happening with Checo? What's wrong? Nothing's wrong with him other than the fact that he wasn't able to pull in a fast enough lap time in Quali 1, so he has been dropped out. So just to go over our dropped out drivers from Qualifying 1 and Qualifying 2. From the back of the grid, in P20, Kevin Magnussen, who unfortunately had a engine failure or just a electronics failure. His car completely switched off in Qualifying 1, so he is down in P20. Nick de Vries, unsurprisingly, P19. Zhou Guanyu, 18. Tsunoda, 17. Perez in 16. Absolutely dismal yet again for Sergio Perez. Then we have Bottas in 15th, Sargent's 14th, Ocon 13th, Stroll 12th, 11th, Nico Hulkenberg, and Russell in P10. Russell just able to stay into Q1. Or sorry, Q3. Still a little bit of time to get going until we get Qualifying 3 underway. Not too long left here, but it should be quite an exciting qualifying session ahead of us. Just waiting now to get underway. We do see Max Verstappen in the car still. New tyres have been put on that car. We should see that driver getting out on track very soon. We normally see Max Verstappen getting out on track very, very quickly because he doesn't like to get held up by any other drivers. Q3 will start at 4:03, so in about 4 minutes time. Not very long to get going now. Thank you very much, though, for everyone who has come and watched alongside with us. Still 2,800 of you watching alongside with me. 28,600 subscribers, though, on our channel. Please do hit that subscribe button so we can get to 30,000 subscribers before the end of this race weekend. It should be a very exciting race tomorrow because, I mean, we could have a very mixed up grid. I mean, I certainly didn't expect to have the McLarens having so much pace out here today. Let me know what you think about the McLaren's pace out here because it certainly shocked me. Alex Albon as well, absolutely flying out on track at the moment. He is currently in P4. Just watching a replay of Logan Sargent's lap time. Did he have a little bit of a mistake here? It looks like he was possibly on a slowdown lap when there was possibly an issue for him as he was going quite slowly. Just hearing team radios for track limits. That's possibly why Logan Sargent's time was deleted and he was unfortunately added to that relegation zone and has been dropped from Qualifying 3. So disappointing from him because he has shown some great pace this weekend as well in that sister Williams car. Great to see the Williams, though, having so much pace because it has been a long time since we've seen a very competitive Williams car. 2 minutes, though, left to get going until we get going for Qualifying 3. Pure Blood just saying, Albon is legit. I completely agree with you. Albon having a shocker. A brilliant few races out here. And it's so good to see from him because I support him wholeheartedly. He's had such a difficult Formula 1 career, but great that he got that second chance in this Williams seat, and he's certainly showing that he does deserve to be in Formula 1. 1 minute and 38 seconds left to go until Qualifying 3 gets underway. If Qualifying 2 was any indicator, it should be a massive massively exciting qualifying 3 session because we just had such a shake-up at the end of qualifying 1 and qualifying 2. Just waiting now, 1 minute and 10 seconds left to go until we get going. Just going over a couple of the upgrades though that we did have for this race weekend. A lot of upgrades being brought here for this race weekend. We had Aston Martin bringing 2 upgrades with a new front wing and a new rear corner. Sorry, let me just have a drink. My throat's getting a little bit dry. Alpine only brought 1 upgrade for this race weekend with a new front wing. Alfa Romeo brought a new floor body, new floor fences, new diffuser, rear corner and rear suspension. Haas brought 3, a new front suspension, front corner and beam wing. Williams brought a few as well, a new front wing and new rear wing, which is mostly circuit specific. We then had the AlphaTauris with the majority of the upgrades for their team. They had 8 here this weekend with a new floor body, new floor edge, new diffuser, engine cover, rear suspension, rear wing and new beam wing. And then Ferrari did not bring any new upgrades at all. So that certainly shows why we have had a bit of a shake-up from some of those teams. The Alpha, what are they called now? The AlphaTauri is not having a great weekend, but I think that is purely down to the fact that they have had a big upgrade package brought and they're still trying to get to grips with it. DRS has now been enabled, as I see Andrew Crozier just commenting there. Great to see that we do have the DRS once again enabled, because that means we can see these lap times falling even further. Interestingly though, Max Verstappen was able to get into the 127s without DRS. That just shows how fast that Red Bull car is out on track. Chris Ace just saying Albon is taking his revenge after Hamilton destroyed it. I mean, Albon, he did have a few races ruined while he was in that Red Bull seat by Lewis Hamilton in 2021, I think it was. As we do now have the green flag being shown, 12 minutes are how long we have for this qualifying 3 session, and we have straight away Alex Albon getting out on track, as well as George Russell. George Russell opening up that DRS wing now, just checking that it still works. Lewis Hamilton right behind him. Adita saying in the comment section, okay now guys, everyone predict P1, P2 and P3. For Adita, they are going to say P1 Alonso, P2 Verstappen and P3 Leclerc. Interesting prediction there for qualifying. Please do let me know what your predictions are. I will read them out on stream as best as I can. I will try to read out as many as I can here. My predictions that I gave, I think, earlier today as well as yesterday, I'm going to say Verstappen P1. I'm going to change it up a little bit because these McLarens are certainly looking very, very competitive out there. I'm going to say Verstappen P1, Lando Norris P2, and just to throw a bit of a span into the works, Albon P3. It's certainly a front row that we haven't seen before, and it will be great to see it. I mean, Pure Blood giving me his predictions: P1 Alonso, P2 Leclerc, and 3rd Max. Attacking saying Verstappen, Norris, and Alonso for their predictions. Will be great to see. Paige saying no DRS. You're wrong, Paige. The DRS has been enabled now because the track is completely dry. We have seen the DRS opening. Just watching on with Lewis Hamilton's father in the pit lane at the moment, looking very happy to be watching his son racing out here in Silverstone. We do see the viewers once again increasing, 2,800 of you watching alongside with us yet again. Thank you for tuning into our stream. Great to see so many of you watching alongside with us. We do still have 9 minutes and 30 seconds left of this qualifying 3 session, the final qualifying session ahead of the race tomorrow afternoon. For all of those of you watching alongside with me right now, please do be sure to join us for the massive race that is ahead of us tomorrow. Should be very, very exciting. Possibility of rain in the session tomorrow could throw a massive span into the works. Larry Giles giving his predictions at the moment. Max, Alonso, and Hamilton, I think, is his prediction at the moment. The good place saying P1 Leclerc, Norris in P2, and Piastri P3. Would be great to see, as he says there. We'll have to wait and see. We have 8 minutes and 50 seconds to finalize our starting grid for tomorrow afternoon. Verstappen takes the fastest time so far, or sorry, he is the first driver to start his hot lap. Lewis Hamilton currently fastest in the first sector. Albon also personal best. Hamilton's first fastest sector has been taken away by Max Verstappen at the moment. Leclerc fastest in the middle sector though as well. Lovely weather now will not bode well for Merck. Andrew Crozier says, I mean, it certainly seems to be playing into their hands at the moment as Lewis Hamilton has that fastest middle sector. As I say that though, Alex Albon takes that away from him. Brilliant performance from Alex Albon this weekend. Max Verstappen, though, coming into that middle sector now. Will he be able to take away that middle sector time? 3,000 of you once again tuning into our stream. George Russell takes provisional pole at the moment with a 128.1. Lewis Hamilton beats that with a 127.717. Let's see. Next driver across the line is Alex Albon with a 127.9, second fastest at the moment. Norris moves himself up into P4. Max Verstappen absolutely flying out there at the moment. Alonso comes across the line. He puts himself up into P2 with the 127.8. Max Verstappen coming through that final sector. Now, let's see where he puts himself. Max Verstappen puts himself comfortably in first place with the 127.064. New tyres on the Red Bull, so that's showing the true pace of that car at the moment. Apparently the rest of the grid on scrub sets at the moment. Leclerc and Sainz both over the line as well. Fourth and fifth as Piastri moves himself up into P3. The first of those, I think the McLaren's on a set of new tyres there. George Russell though, notably all the way down in P9. Interesting top 10 that we have here. We have Verstappen, Hamilton, Piastri, Leclerc, Sainz, Alonso, Albon, Gasly, Russell, and Norris for our top 10 right now. Still a lot to play for. This track is still evolving out here. We've had a bit of rain to wash away a bit of the rubber. We could still see a lot of shakeups before the end of this qualifying session. So still stay tuned with us. This is still all to play for. Mohammed just giving his predictions. P1 Max, P2 Norris, and P3 Alonso. Could be a very interesting lineup there to have them on the front of the grid for tomorrow. Andrew Gray just asking, what are the current conditions? It is bone dry out on track. We had a little bit of rain in P1, well, not P1. We had a bit of rain in qualifying 1 and qualifying 2, but now we have completely dry running. It doesn't look like we're going to get any rain out at the moment. We have a lot of drivers in the pits now. We have Hamilton in the pits, Albon in the pits, Russell and Norris as well hitting the pits at the moment. Oscar Piastri was on the radio just saying, check the floor. I hit the curb a little bit in turn 13. Just watching a replay of that. He did go quite wide there, so they will be checking the floor there in their data. 3,200 of you watching alongside with us. Please do hit that like button. We are just short of 400 likes. That would be, I think, close to one of our most liked videos here for Formula One. So Lando Norris now dives into the pits. So a lot of drivers moving into the pits now, just running out of sync now, waiting for these drivers to put on a new set of tires and get back out onto track. 5 minutes and 25 seconds left to go of this qualifying 3 session. Adisa saying, Max Verstappen here and Crash Stappen, Cap Stappen, Cost Stappen, or Cost Stappen, Max again, just says, it's fine. I'll just nominate Formula One for you then. Yeah, I mean, completely performing at the prime of his career right now. Certainly have to wonder whether he'll be able to keep up this performance for multiple years to come, or whether he's just going to get a bit tired of dominating and maybe move on to another form of motorsport. It would be great to see him in other forms of motorsport, possibly in World Endurance Championships. Would be great to see. Mohammed just saying, lol, that's true. The more they trash Max, the better he gets. Yeah, certainly seems to be the way that it's going at the moment. We have 4 minutes and 30 seconds left of this qualifying session. Currently, our top 3, Verstappen, Hamilton, and Piastri. Certainly a very, very mixed up top 3 at the moment. The 2 Ferraris performing all right at the moment, currently in P4 and P5. Kraz just saying, hear me out, Norris for P1. I'm listening to you, Kraz. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Shubham just asking where Mark is. He is off at the moment. He was here for Q1, but had to leave for qualifying 2. So I will be taking you through the rest of the session. Still great to have so many of you watching alongside with me at the moment. Certainly one of our biggest qualifying streams. Kylene just saying, seriously not happy how Ferrari want Leclerc to get ahead then Carlos. It's certainly quite interesting. I mean, I wonder if they just trying to prove a point to Carlos Sainz that he is the number 2 driver in that team. I don't understand why they're doing it. I mean, it's qualifying. Just leave them be. Let them do their runs. Don't interrupt or interfere with them. Yeah, it's certainly going to be playing with Carlos Sainz's mind, of course, as they do let, once again, Charles Leclerc out ahead of Carlos Sainz as they are all leaving the pits now. We have Russell leaving the pits. We have Hamilton leaving the pits. I think everyone now leaving the pits to get their final laps out. So we have now 3 minutes left of the session. Everyone has one more chance to get a flying lap done. Otherwise, that's their qualifying done, and this will be their starting position. Right, just commenting, even though I'm not a huge fan of Red Bull, I don't understand why people hate on Max. He seems to be a very talented driver and is able to do an amazing job in a competitive car. I mean, certainly he is in a competitive car, but so is Perez, and Perez only qualified down on P16. Don't care for Ferrari anymore, says Andy. Too much drama. I'm becoming a McLaren fan, and Max and Albon. Certainly, I am giving a lot of support for Alex Albon at the moment this race weekend, and just in general, he is having an absolute cracker of a season. Attican just saying, hear me out, Max P1, Lewis P2, Norris P3. That could certainly be our qualifying results at the end of the session. We have 2 minutes left to see who is going to take the top spot of this qualifying session. Please do hit the like button. I see we have crossed that 400 mark now. Also, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our sponsors in our description. We do have Bitdefender, who have come on as our channel sponsor and Formula 1 sponsor. Thank you very much to Bitdefender for joining us. If you do want to just secure your system a little bit more, please do go and check out Bitdefender, our channel sponsor. Pure Blood just saying, Max may be a great driver, but as a person, he is a bit selfish. I do agree. At times you are selfish, but the greatest Formula 1 drivers certainly are absolute selfish bastards. We've seen the likes of Michael Schumacher. If you're not selfish, you can't be a Formula 1 driver. I think you have to be able to just tune out your entire team sometimes and just go, no, I'm going to do it this way. That is how I want it to be. And that's how you win championships. We do see now Leclerc on his hot lap coming across now towards that first sector marker. Let's see what he can do. Is he up? Yes, he is. He is 0.1 seconds up on that fastest first sector at the moment. Carlos Sainz closely behind him. Let's see what he can do in that first sector as well. He should come across that line very, very soon. Now, let's see what he can do. He's currently 0.053 up on Max Verstappen's time, not up on his teammate's time though. George Russell also on hot lap at the moment. Everyone would have been starting their hot laps now, just waiting to see though who can beat that lap time of Max Verstappen's. Leclerc looking super composed through Magnussen and Beckett. Absolutely flat through there. 0.001 up on Max Verstappen's time at the moment through the second sector. Will he be able to compete with Max Verstappen through this final sector? We will have to wait and see. We have about 20 seconds left before he does cross that line, and this session will be ended. 13 seconds left of the session, but people will be able to finish their lap times now. A few more people are just letting us know their opinions in the comment section. I will get to that once the session is over. Leclerc moves himself up into P2 with a 1:27.1 possible front row for the Ferrari. We do have Sainz now coming to finish his lap time. What can he do? Will he be able to challenge his teammate? He crosses the line. Where does he put himself? P3. We have currently Max Verstappen, Leclerc and Sainz, the top 3 for the session. Just seeing what the rest of the grid can do. Fernando Alonso now coming up across the line. He puts himself only into P5. Hamilton now coming across the line. Where does he put himself? He only moves himself up into P5. Norris coming to finish a lap now. Norris goes pole! Lando Norris! Provisional pole! What the 1:26.9! Absolutely brilliant. Max Verstappen not putting in a good lap time at the moment. Could this be Norris on pole? Max Verstappen comes across the line. He takes that lap time away from Lando Norris. But brilliant from Lando Norris. Oscar Piastri moves himself up into P3. We have 2 McLarens on the front row. This is unseen for a very, very long time. Great to see from those McLarens. Alex Albon finishes his qualifying and moves himself up into P8. Absolutely outstanding for McLaren. 60 years of motorsport for McLaren, and they have taken a double front row. Lando Norris in P2 and Oscar Piastri P3. Absolutely brilliant for McLaren here today. So chuffed for the UK-based team. With their home race here, they are going to be absolutely over the moon. I don't know if any of you expected that here today, but certainly not what I was expecting. Max Verstappen just being told calmly on the radio by his engineer, well done, another pole. I mean, that looked quite close at the middle, at the end there, because Max Verstappen was not setting a very good lap time there, but just in that final sector, taking the fastest lap time. Zach Brown, apoplectic in that McLaren pit lane, just high-fiving every single team member in that garage. He is so happy there for his team. Absolutely brilliant from McLaren out here. They seem to have had a cracker season so far, making a massive turnaround from the beginning of the season where their car was absolutely nowhere. Lando Norris sounding so ecstatic on the radio, being told that he has P2 here. Just saying, yeah, baby, to getting told that he has P2. Absolutely stellar job as we see them now lining up P1, P2 and P3 there. I mean, third ever front row start for Lando Norris. I mean, I don't know what they're going to be able to do during the race tomorrow, but if their long run times are any indicator, it's going to be very competitive. I mean, this is going to be a great race tomorrow. Please do make sure to tune into that race tomorrow afternoon. The race is at, let me just check the time, 4 o'clock South African time, 3 o'clock track time. So please do make sure to tune into that stream here for us. Asking, will Hamilton win the race? I don't think so. Little up, please stop spamming the chat. It's really annoying. But yes, great to see though the McLarens having an absolutely stellar qualifying session here today. Please do let me know in the comment section what you think. Just absolutely great to see from the McLarens. I mean, I'm so chuffed to see. Little Ops, please stop spamming the chat. It's really annoying. Yeah, please do let us know what you think of this qualifying session. Just to go over our grid though, our starting grid for tomorrow afternoon. Max Verstappen takes pole ahead of the Silverstone Grand Prix. Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri finishing P2 and P3. Thank you very much, Pure Blood, saying great job. I do appreciate that. Then we have the two Ferraris, P4 and P5. Russell and Hamilton, then P6 and 7. Albon, P8. Alonso, P9. Not having the greatest qualifying session here today. Gasly, P10. The first of those Alpine drivers. Then we have Hülkenberg, P11. Stroll, P12. Ocon, 13. Sargent, 14. Bottas, 15th. Unfortunately, he was not able to compete in qualifying 2 because he had an engine failure or something. Logan Sargent then... Sorry, I've already mentioned him. Perez, then P16, having another dismal race weekend. You have to wonder whether Red Bull will be looking to replace him mid-season or whether they will run him to the end of his contract. Then we have Yuki Tsunoda in 17th, Zhou in 18th, De Vries 19th, yet again, and Magnussen in P20. Adita just saying, Reese, awesome job today for making us entertained. Good job. Keep it up. Thank you very much. All of your comments do mean a great deal to us. Thank you very much for joining us in the stream. I do see the numbers are dropping off, but thank you so much for joining us. It has been a very exciting stream. Yeah, please do stay tuned though. Just going to be watching what happens for the next few minutes, and then I will be wrapping up very shortly. Just waiting to see. I mean, brilliant job from Oscar Piastri, a rookie, taking a second row start here. I mean, will he be able to have a good start though tomorrow? We'll have to wait and see. It's going to be very exciting though for tomorrow. Certainly all to play for here in Silverstone. Also, don't know what's going to be happening for the weather tomorrow, so we could get a bit of a change up with rain possibly. Maybe we will get a dry race, but we don't know what is going to happen. Just looking at our poll that we did run through the session, who will top quali? 53% saying Max Verstappen, 4% saying Sergio Perez. No confidence in Sergio Perez anymore during qualifying. Leclerc 18% and other 25%. A lot of people just letting me know about what they think will happen with the McLaren tomorrow. A few people just saying they think Norris might choke during the start. He has had a few bad race starts. Hopefully he'll be able to nail it though tomorrow. Piastri though, so wow, just very, very impressed by the rookie. We'll have to wait and see, though, what he can do during the race tomorrow. Max Verstappen, though, just saying that it was a bit of a manic qualifying session. I completely agree with that. But, I mean, wow, just absolutely brilliant here today. Jason Bear just saying, as long as Max can't win the constructors by himself, does Red Bull Racing really need to dump Perez? His struggles aren't really making much of a difference. I mean, they're not making much of a difference, but if Max Verstappen wasn't dominating the way that he is, I mean, yeah, Red Bull would be needing to have a look at having another more competitive driver out there. Just looking at Oscar Piastri now, looking absolutely ecstatic, chatting to the media about his P3 qualifying position here at the end of this race. Absolutely brilliant here. Just, yeah, wrapping up here now. Thank you very, very much for joining us for this qualifying session. Just absolutely still so shocked about these two McLarens finishing 2 and 3 for the race tomorrow. Big thank you yet again to our title. Sorry, just getting a little bit tired here. Thanks again to our title sponsor for this race weekend, Bitdefender. Please do go out and check in the description our Bitdefender link there. Please do go and click that. It means a lot to us. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Please do be sure to join us tomorrow for the race. I have been Reese Stedman here on Forever Sports for Forever Motorsports, and it has been a very, very exciting qualifying 3 session, and we'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow in the race. Thank you very much for joining us, though. Please do hit that like button and subscribe to our channel if you want to get notifications when we do go live for other sessions. Thank you very much. I've been Reese. Cheers. Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the review of qualifying in Silverstone. And what a qualifying session that was, with a lot of shakeups from the bottom to the top of the grid. Just getting it out of the way straight away. Max Verstappen takes pole position. That is not necessarily any shock to any of us. I mean, yeah, he's had such a dominant season so far, taking yet again another pole position. Who was a bit of a shocker, though, was Lando Norris, who took P2, the second car on the front row of the grid here today, followed closely behind by his teammate Oscar Piastri. The rookie finishes his qualifying session in Silverstone P3. Absolutely fantastic session from both of the McLarens. I mean, brilliant weekend for McLaren so far. Just showing a lot of pace with their upgraded cars. Certainly, they will be very, very ecstatic down in their grid box and in their pit box, because wow, so much work has gone into those cars and it certainly seems to be paying off. Going further down the grid there, we have Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz for the Ferraris, finishing in P4 and P5 respectively. Then George Russell P6, Lewis Hamilton P7. Not the greatest day for the Mercedes, certainly a bit of a damage limitation for them in a weekend that they certainly were thinking that they were going to be quite competitive. So far, they haven't necessarily shown that they are very competitive in qualifying trim, at least. Possibly, we will be seeing them becoming a bit more competitive. Well, we hope for the race. They certainly had some good race pace in them on Friday afternoon. So hopefully we will be seeing that come in to fruition tomorrow afternoon, or today if you're watching the race today. Yeah, we'll be hoping to see them having a good race in Silverstone, which is their home Grand Prix. Then moving on to Alex Albon, one of my standout drivers of the season so far, having yet again another fantastic qualifying session, putting himself into P8 in that Williams. Both of the Williams seeming to have had a very good qualifying session today. Logan Sargent did have a better qualifying 2 session, but then unfortunately his lap time was deleted and he was eliminated. But then moving our way after Alex Albon, we have Fernando Alonso not having the greatest day in his Aston Martin. They certainly would have been wanting to perform a little bit better today, as it is also a home Grand Prix for them. Their factory is based half a kilometer away from the Silverstone circuit, so they will be a little bit disappointed. But off the back of Austria and Spain, they haven't necessarily been having the greatest few races. I mean, just been a little bit off the pace, certainly to what we would have been expecting for Aston Martin. But nonetheless, he has put himself into P9 for the Aston Martin car. Then in P10, we have the first of the Alpines. Pierre Gasly puts himself into P10, matching with his race number P10, or 10 that is. Yeah, not too bad from the Alpine. Certainly expected them to get a little bit higher, but nonetheless, not too bad. Then we have Nico Hulkenberg for Haas, putting himself in P11. Not bad for that Haas. Then Lance Stroll, the second Aston Martin, a couple places off of his teammate, 3 places off of Fernando Alonso. We'll have to see what those two Astons can do in the race tomorrow. They historically have some very good race pace, so don't take your eyes off of them in the race tomorrow, especially Fernando Alonso, who, I mean, you can never count him out, that wise old fox Fernando. Then moving further back, we have Esteban Ocon in 13th place. Logan Sargent, the second Williams, in 14th after having that lap time deleted in qualifying 2. We then have Valtteri Bottas, P15. Unfortunately, Bottas was unable to set any lap times in qualifying 2 due to his car dying at the end of quali 1. We just saw him pull off to the side after turn 8. Car completely stopped on the side of the track. That delayed qualifying 2 getting underway because his car had to be recovered. But nonetheless, we did get underway, and going on from him, we have Sergio Perez having an absolute shocker yet again in a qualifying session. This is, I think it's the 4th or 5th qualifying session. Let me just check my notes here. I think it's the 5th qualifying session that he has not finished in qualifying 3. I mean, dismal for him. Just going back on my notes here. Monaco, he finished qualifying in P20. Spain, 11th. Canada, 12th. Austria, 15th. And now Britain, Silverstone, 16th. I mean, absolutely dismal for Perez so far. It's very confusing because he's had a brilliant start to the season and now has just lost his momentum a bit. It's quite sad to see him not being able to extract all of the performance out of the car, but it also just shows that Max Verstappen doesn't necessarily have everything handed to him. Then moving on from Sergio Perez in 16th, we have Yuki Tsunoda 17th, Zhou Guanyu 18th, Nick de Vries unsurprisingly right at the back of the grid, P19, and then Kevin Magnussen, who wasn't able to put himself any further up the grid, as he also had a bit of an electronic issue in his Haas, and he was pulled over to the side of the track, caused a red flag in qualifying 1, and unfortunately was not able to set any representative times for himself, and he will start the race in P20. I'm sure he will probably start from the pit lane. I would imagine that Haas will put a few upgrades on the car, maybe put a new engine or gearbox in. They may as well take those grid penalties because they are starting from last anyways. It was a very interesting qualifying session though, especially with the weather that we had. Qualifying 1 was mixed conditions. We had a bit of rain that made its way through, which certainly made it a little bit tricky for drivers out there. Lewis Hamilton having a big spin quite early on in that session, then having to abandon, possibly also go and put on a new set of tires, and then he did get a good banker lap in, thankfully, before that red flag did come out. The red flag is probably one of the reasons that Sergio Perez was dropped out from this first session, due to the fact that he only had 3 minutes left once that red flag was removed. He only had 3 minutes left to get another hot lap in, and unfortunately he was right at the front of the queue, didn't get the evolved track at all, and yeah, he starts P16. Then moving on to Q2, still a bit of intermittent rain, few spots, not too bad. The track was drying out a bit, so we saw the times starting to drop quite a lot better. I mean, Max Verstappen set the first 1:17 in that second qualifying session. We started to see the true pace of those McLarens and the Williams. I mean, the Williams at one point was P1. Alex Albon just putting in a great qualifying lap. But of course, Max Verstappen then hooking his car up yet again and putting himself P1 in Q2. But then Q3 is where it all really mattered. We had a completely bone dry track. Great running out there. Lots of times just tumbling there, people fighting for that top spot. Max Verstappen early on got that number 1 spot, and then we had a few drivers taking it away from him. We had Lando Norris, who was sitting provisional pole for a little bit. I say for a little bit because it was only a matter of maybe 10 seconds, if that, and then Max Verstappen just came and took it away again. It did look, though, like Lando Norris was going to be given that, not necessarily given, but earned that number 1 spot, but then Max Verstappen, as I said, took it away at the last second. Verstappen's lap wasn't necessarily the fastest that he's had all weekend long, but just being able to take that pole position in the final few corners, because his first and second sectors weren't necessarily all that good, but the third sector was well hooked up there, and he was just able to take that fastest lap time. Well, that is the qualifying session all wrapped up. I hope you do enjoy the race that we have ahead of you. It is going to be a very exciting race ahead. Please do like the video, subscribe to the channel, and follow for more Formula 1 content. I've been Reese, and this has been the qualifying review. Cheers.
Hello and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. For today's guide on how to watch the British Grand Prix. Silverstone this weekend, very interesting to see. Can anybody end Max Verstappen's run and Red Bull's dominance this season? Or are we going to see a bit of an upset, or will it be Red Bull domination as usual? Now, the big question is, how can I watch all the action? Now, the good news is that there is a free broadcaster. In fact, there are 2 free broadcasters which are carrying a feed this weekend. And so there are a couple of easier ways. Now, if you're in Austria or in Belgium, you're going to be okay, because in Austria, you can watch on ORF, and in Belgium, you can watch on RTBF for free. So if you're outside of those locations, however, you can still watch it with the use of a VPN. Now, we're going to use Bitdefender VPN. Now, Bitdefender are our one of our channel partners, one of the best cybersecurity companies in the world, and they're making sure that they're going to keep you safe, but also allow you to watch all the action. So first things first, you're going to download Bitdefender, and you're going to install it. It's going to look something like this when you do install it. In fact, I'm going to make it so you can see. There we go. And what you're going to do is you're going to go to the location over here. So when you open it up, you're going to go to, that's the dashboard. You're going to go to this part over here, and you're going to go to over here, location, and you're going to search, and you're going to go to Austria, and then you're going to connect. So because I'm currently connected to Austria, I can now stream channels which are available in Austria, such as Service TV. As a result, I can currently watch Cam Smith teeing it up there over there, Live Gold. This is live on Service TV, which is a free-to-air broadcaster. You can create an account. It's that easy, and literally you can watch all the action, all the practices, for example. All of that stuff is being shown over the weekend on Service TV. It is as easy as that. Go and get yourself Bitdefender. Link in the description for it, and it's fantastically priced, by the way. And if you get yourself a year subscription, you'll be able to watch every single one of those races, because Service TV always carries a feed, and it's very easy to use. If you have any questions, put them down in the comments below. Apart from that, smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well, and go and join Mark and Reese on the Watchalong.
Hello everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports for the Great British Grand Prix. We are joined by Reese and myself and Mark, of course, and wherever you are in the world, welcome to this live stream. We now are officially live here watching the Silverstone Grand Prix, and of course this weekend's entire Grand Prix has been brought to you by Bitdefender, Bitdefender Total Security, and Bitdefender Anti-Malware Solutions. So Bitdefender is committed to defending people all around the globe against cyber attacks to transform and improve their digital experience. With Bitdefender Total Security, you can protect up to 5 devices, whether it be Windows, Mac OS, Android, and iOS. Bitdefender has you covered with unbeatable threat detection against malware, spyware, and adware, and it does this without slowing down your devices. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's Total Security, then please click on the link in the description and in the chat. A big thank you to Bitdefender for supporting the channel and sponsoring this weekend's Great British Grand Prix Watchalong. Yeah, Reese is obviously here. Reese, what do you think is going to happen today? I mean, we've got two Mercs right at the front of the grid, right behind the Red Bull of Max Verstappen. The Ferraris are behind them. Then the Mercs.
McLaren's not Mercs. Sorry.
Yes,
that's what I meant to say.
Yeah, all good. But yeah, so I mean, it's all going to happen, yeah.
Yes, it's certainly looking like it's going to be a very exciting afternoon ahead of us, with a lot of, well, a bit of a shake-up at the front of the grid, really, with those McLarens being a lot higher up than we expected. We've got the Ferraris behind them. There could be a little bit of a fight between those two teams for sure. I mean, Charles Leclerc will be wanting to make up some positions within the first lap, of course, as he likes to do at every race. He's had some really good race starts, as has Carlos Sainz. So I think the two McLarens are going to have to be quite careful. And then we've got also not too far behind. Those two drivers are.
Sorry, just losing Reese a little bit there as he's talking about it. But yeah, I mean, we've got currently the national anthem going, and my word, it's the most bizarre thing happening ever. Damian Lewis, the famous actor, is singing it, and there's a saxophone as well. I mean, very, very odd things. I think Reese is back though, so Reese, continue. Sorry.
Yes, I am back. Can you hear me now?
Yes, all good.
Great. Yeah, we just have the national anthem being sung here. It's a bit different, I must say. We always have some really weird national anthems here on the Formula One races, on the Formula One grid sometimes, but at least it means we do get racing going very, very shortly.
Yeah, and we've got our streamers building up very, very quickly. And to all those returning, please let us know in the comments if you are returning. And we just see the red arrows now coming over the main start finish straight there. And look at that formation. Absolutely beautiful to see. Of course, world famous the red arrows are. And now we've got a little bit of a performance here from... Well, I think the performance is done rather, but we're very, very close, of course, to the beginning of the Grand Prix and the formation lap. Just 12 minutes away, around about. And yeah, if you guys are joining us in the comments, let us know where you're joining us from. And what are your predictions for today as well?
Yes, I did ask everyone else in the comments a little bit earlier to let me know their predictions down there in the comment section. Map of the Soul saying Max, Lando, and Charles for the end of the race. I mean, that certainly could be quite a plausible podium at the end of this race. It would be certainly great to see Lando Norris being able to get on a podium for the first time this year. Yeah. There's a lot of people in the grandstands currently chatting to some of the commentators, giving their predictions, and a lot of support for Lando Norris. Of course, it is his home Grand Prix, so the crowd is really going to be wanting him to do as well as he can. If it's not going to be him doing well, either they want to see Hamilton or George Russell as well, having a really good day out there.
So, I mean, it's an absolute jam-packed Silverstone there, and the clouds are around, so it's not like it's sunny, but it is quite dry, and I think clearly a little bit hot as well. Lots of short sleeve shirts out. A little bit windy, I can see also on the front of the grid there. Not massively windy, but I can see hair is blowing a little bit. Do we think rain could happen today? The predictions are low, but this is the UK. It could change, and we could maybe
there is
have
some
rain.
Cloud cover overhead. We never know. We could get some very light rain and just throw a bit of a span in the works. Maybe get people out on some inters. Maybe people will try to stay out on some dry running tyres. Some people might get it wrong. We never know what's going to happen here at the British Grand Prix. I mean, it is Britain, as you say, and you can get rain at any point.
Yeah, so Red Bull are currently first on the grid with Max Verstappen. His teammate, however, Sergio Perez, yet again an absolutely dismal performance, all the way down in 15th. He was originally in 16th, but due to penalties, I think it was to Yuki Tsunoda, wasn't it? He dropped down below Perez. So Perez now starts in 15th, same as he did last weekend in Austria. Can he do the same thing and fight back, make his way into third position? Or is today going to be far more difficult and a bit more of a problem for him?
Well, we'll have to see, I think, what happens here today at the start. The start is very important, of course, as we've seen throughout the rest of the year. One of those cars really smoking away there on the grid. I wonder if that's the Red Bull.
Yeah, I can't quite see who it is, but yeah, somebody is clearly a little bit of smoking coming out of the car.
Might also just be a generator that the teams have brought to the grid, possibly that. But one of those cars really is smoking away a bit, if it is the car, that is. People asking what is the starting tyre compound. We haven't seen at the moment. All of the cars do still have their blankets over the tyres, but we would expect them probably to start on their quali tyre, the softs, but you can also take a gamble and start on a set of mediums.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking about tyre strategies earlier, and they're saying it's looking like it's going to be a 1 to maybe 2 stop strategy in Silverstone. The tyre degradation is quite high, so I reckon that'll actually increase. I might even see 3 stops depending on what happens. You can see the weather, funny enough, is starting to build up. The wind is definitely picking up. And I don't know if that's going to be a prediction for what's going to happen with the weather. If rain does somehow come out of nowhere and affect our race, that's going to do great in terms of entertainment. Wind is definitely picking up, but supposedly no rain is predicted.
Getting a lot windier there. I mean, yeah, it's nice to see now that the grid is starting to clear before the start of the formation lap. But I mean, once again, those cloud cover, it's not necessarily as sunny as it was when I started watching the stream. There was still sun shining out there, but now we do have that cloud cover. Maybe there's more moving in. We never know. We'll have to wait till the start of the race. I'm sure a lot of drivers will be asking their engineers on the radio what is going to be happening with the weather, because they don't necessarily want to have a wet race, but you never know. I mean, as the commentator's saying, 30 seconds ago it was sunny, and now all of a sudden the temperature's dropped. We don't know. We could get some rain here, and that could give us a very exciting race on our hands.
I've just seen now tyres are being fitted to Red Bull. Have they potentially just changed their strategy there? Because the tyres were on other cars already, and they suddenly rushed to go put on tyres. I don't know if they've maybe changed the tyres they've decided to start with on Max Verstappen. But, I mean, tyre strategy is going to be a big thing here. What tyres do people start on? And if the rain does actually suddenly come, again, then do you have to try and go with lower tyres? Do you want to go with the hard tyres? Do you want to go with the medium tyres so you can get a little bit around a little bit faster before moving on to inters towards the end of the race if the rain should come? Just looking at the McLaren team right now, I mean, huge expectations on them now, second and third. Can they get a podium?
I mean, it's going to be a tough deal for them to get a podium. I mean, we saw Lando having a great race out in Austria last time there. I mean, he could have the race pace. We don't know. I certainly hope to see him getting on the podium here this weekend. It would be so exciting to have him here. I mean, the British crowd would, of course, go incredibly mad. But you don't know. Him and Max could even come together in the first corner, because Lando's going to take a lunge. Why wouldn't he? He has absolutely nothing to lose. He's not fighting for the World Championship. Max is going to be very cautious. Max often doesn't have a very good start either. So we don't know what's going to happen.
And not only that, but he's got Oscar Piastri right behind him, and now Piastri's in unknown territory. He's never been in this part of the F1 grid before. He's never been so high up, fighting it right near the top. Max Verstappen, Lando Norris ahead of him, and he's got 2 Ferraris right behind him as well, and to his left. So he's going to really, I think, all eyes are going to be on him, and he might well also cause collision, because I just don't know if he's going to be used to the start at the front there with the sort of pace that these other cars might be able to come away with. Maybe he has a fantastic start and tries to take Max Verstappen on his inside or something otherwise. But Max Verstappen's going to have to keep his eyes open for both McLarens, because if he wants to make sure no collisions happen, I think those 2 McLarens are going to certainly try to push him off and around a little bit. I think they're certainly going to fight with him because, as you say, they've got nothing to lose.
Yeah, I mean, they've got everything to race for here on McLaren's. I think it's their 60th anniversary of being in Formula One. They're really going to want to have a good performance out here. And if that means taking a risk into turn 1, so be it. It could make their race or it could break their race. It could also certainly break Max Verstappen's race. But we have just a few minutes left to see what happens. 6 minutes left to go until we do get that formation lap getting underway. We also do have that film team all the way at the back of the grid at the moment. We did see them there. Going to be quite interesting to see if they do take part in this formation lap or not.
And again, more and more people are joining the stream, and welcome to all of you. Please go and tell everybody to come and join the stream. Let's get some big numbers on the stream today. We're really hoping to have a great stream with all of you. Let us know in the comments where you're watching from. As I say, go and invite your friends. Tell your friends about it. Share the links to everybody. Subscribe to the channel, most importantly, and like the video. If you guys go smash that like button, it really helps us build a big community, in which case we can have better chats, and we can, of course, have great discussions about what's happening in the race and in all these sessions. So hit that like button right now. There are 400 of you watching, so welcome all of you. Let's keep building that number up. All of you go smash that like button. Let's get this video where it should be. And again, whilst I'm also talking about channel sponsorship and otherwise, just one more time, thank you very much to Bitdefender for sponsoring this weekend's Great British Watchalong. Yeah, go and check them out in the description. as well. And I see a few more of our regulars are starting to join us there. I see Rod is there, Rod Shepherd becoming one of our new regulars. Pure Blood is there, Seema Dragon is there, and I haven't seen Tia yet, Reese, but I'm sure we'll see her very soon. And otherwise,
I see her. There she is there now.
Is she there? There you go. You see, I told you.
There. Of course she's there. We do now have the Formula One titles running, so not too long till we get this formation lap underway. Just going through our starting grid, though, today, we have Valtteri Bottas. Is he... Oh, sorry, that is... I don't... Is he starting from the pit lane here? Because I see he's all the way at the back now, Mark.
I'm just trying to get my my stream back up. I'm seeing opening titles again because it's changed across, so I don't quite know yet. I'm just waiting to see what happens there. Yeah,
I'm seeing in our timing board, he's all the way at the
back, yeah.
I see someone saying fuel penalty. So possibly that is correct. That may have been why he stopped at the end of Q1.
Yes,
that would make a lot of sense.
Because obviously, if you don't make it back to the pits after your fast lap, you get a big penalty. It's a huge penalty. So yeah, maybe that's exactly what it is. It's a good spot there, very good spot.
So just to go over our starting grid for today at the Silverstone Grand Prix. This is our 11th round here in Formula One. Just before I get onto that grid, just a few stats about this track. It is one of the highest cornering speeds that we get at a track. It is quite a long track as well. The track is 5.8 kilometers, 3.6 miles with 52 laps, and the race lap record being a 1 minute 27. Top speed is 332.6 kilometers an hour, 206 miles an hour with 18 turns and 11.31 I didn't see what that last stat was, unfortunately.
All good. Looking at the track here, turns 3 and 4, very, very commonplace for overtakes. We see previously Charles Leclerc and Pierre Gasly. Otherwise, very, very old overtake here. Watching Prost versus Arno in 1983 in turn 9.
There into Chapel. Brilliant
overtaking there.
Arno.
And then one more time, the bigger place we're going to certainly watch 16, 17, and 18. We've seen lots of collisions, and that was obviously last year's very, very famous overtaking from Hamilton, Perez, and Leclerc in those last three things. And that's, of course, the famous commentary there. Through goes Hamilton, and hopefully we'll get some more of that sort of action today. Just 2 minutes left until we get the formation lap going.
Tyres that are going to be used today are the C3, the C2, and the C1 compound, C3 being the soft and C1 being the hardest. This is pretty much in the middle of all of the compounds that we do get. We do see, though, quite a lot of cloud cover. I see some rain in the distance there, Mark. We could see some rain. Just to go about our grid, though, we have Valtteri Bottas in 20th, Kevin Magnussen in 19th, Nick de Vries 18th, Zhou Guanyu 17th. Then 16th, we do have Yuki Tsunoda not having the best qualifying session there. Sergio Perez, even worse day out for him, starting 15th, was 16th. Obviously, Bottas getting that penalty. 14th is Logan Sargent, Esteban Ocon in 13th, Lance Stroll 12th, and Nico Hulkenberg 11th. Mark, take us through the top 10.
Yes, Pierre Gasly is then starting our top 10 with Alonso only in 9th position. He needs to have a good race today to make it up further in the grid. Alex Albon has been racing so well these last few weekends in 8th. Lewis Hamilton in that Mercedes in 7th. George Russell, his teammate, in 6th. Carlos Sainz of the Ferrari in 5th position on the grid. Just ahead of that, his teammate Charles Leclerc in 4th. And then we go to the two surprise names, of course, the McLarens. Oscar Piastri in 3rd position, Lando Norris in 2nd, and of course on pole for today, Max Verstappen in that Red Bull car. And yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how all these teams do. Mercedes, of course, were dubbed to have had really, really good race pace whilst they're doing their practice sessions. So let's see if they can replicate that in the race, and maybe they could do some overtaking as well. It's certainly gearing up to be a very, very good Silverstone Grand Prix here.
1 minute left to go till this formation lap starts. We do see some of the engineers still on the grid, just waiting for that timer to go off. We see Oscar Piastri still with his visor up. He looks quite calm and collected in his car at the moment, just shifting around a little bit, getting comfortable before the race starts here. We do see that chrome car of Lando Norris as well. He is in 2nd position. It's going to be so cool to see what happens with him on the first lap, whether he's going to be able to get past Max Verstappen or even challenge Max Verstappen into that first corner. Max is normally quite a bit tentative in the first corner, doesn't necessarily always have the greatest starts, but we'll have to see what he is able to pull out of the bag here today. Mark, you're going to take us through the first lap. I'll try my absolute best not to interrupt, but it might get very exciting.
Yes, no problems there. I see a lot of medium tyres right now. I see all 3 front tires, all 5 are on mediums. Russell's on a set of softs. which is interesting there. So the entire top 10's got mediums, with the exception of Russell, who's on a soft tyre compound, as we're getting this formation lap going in just a little bit, as we do see now the Rolex clock turns to exactly 3 p.m. Local time, and the formation lap is underway. Max Verstappen leading them out, and the two McLarens following closely behind. We are almost at 1,000 people watching, so let's keep those numbers building. Like the video, smash that like button, and subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications for future uploads as well. And let us know where you're watching from. I see a lot of comments coming in, a few more of our regulars also joining us, and let's keep some discussions going, and give me your predictions for today's race, because Silverstone, I think, is going to be a very good race today. Two McLarens right at the top, then the two Ferraris, and then the two Mercedes. So, I mean, it's all to fight for here.
Yes, we do now have 1,000 viewers on the stream, so thank you very much for joining. We are very, very close to get running here. We do have Max Verstappen, though, leading that entire grid. There was a bit of a rumor going before this race started that the Apex team was going to be allowed to lead the formation grid. They are not. We see that they're not at the moment. Also, a bit of chat before the race was the fact that there's a lot of people wondering whether we're going to get any interruptions from the Just Stop Oil protesters. Hopefully they are able to keep them off the track. We had them coming onto the track last year, but so far we have had a clean race weekend.
Yeah, so we are getting ready to go here in Silverstone, and cars are ramping up, getting their tyres nice and warm. The two McLarens, funny enough, I know I kept insulting their chrome livery. It started to grow on me. I think it's because of the weather that is right now. You can see that chrome a little bit better, funny enough. And it's also quite special that we've got both McLarens in second and third, and hopefully they have a good race with that special chrome livery, of course, so famous in Formula One when McLaren rocked that all chrome and red livery in the 2000s era. So, yeah, I mean, I think most people's eyes are going to be on McLaren, and I think everyone's silently rooting for them.
Yes, I mean, certainly I am. Just looking here, British Grand Prix record weekend attendance here this year with 480,000 people throughout the race weekend. That's great to see so many people getting involved in Formula One. It's certainly growing in audience, that is for sure, throughout the world. A lot of people just giving some predictions in the race, saying that they think Norris can share the podium today. Great to see there from Pro Zumi. I certainly think that they have the option of getting on that podium if they do have a good race start and just keep it a little bit clean. We might see Lando trying to make a lunge on Max Verstappen, but we'll have to see what he's able to do.
Lining up on the start-finish straight, seeing the few cars at the end there making their way around the final two turns before we get going with this Grand Prix. Oh my word! Lewis Hamilton getting very, very, very close to the edge of his box there, almost going over the line, but actually a fantastic stop there. He's probably going to have quite a good start as a result of that. And yeah, I mean, let's see what happens here. I'm so excited to see how this race gets underway. And let's just take that off from the stream so you don't get put off by that little starting soon sign. Those safety cars at the back. The green flag is waved. We've got 1 light, 2 lights, 3 lights, 4 and 5. And gone. We've got a good start here. I think Norris has got a very good start. Oscar Piastri, even better start. He's trying to overtake his teammate. Both McLarens are going to take Max Verstappen into turn 1. Max Verstappen is already in second place. Norris now leading this race. Max Verstappen quickly trying to come back at him. Now Oscar Piastri coming under fire from the Ferrari behind him. But now we see Carlos Sainz fighting. Oh, we see a Mercedes. That's that Lewis Hamilton that's come off the track there ever so slightly. He's lost a few positions now. Has he managed to get back? Not quite. It's not a great start for Lewis Hamilton. But Max
Oscar
Verstappen
Piastri getting so close to the back of Max.
Indeed,
getting
Oscar
so
Piastri
good
getting
off the start.
so close to Max Verstappen now. Can he try and make a lunge on him into this next turn? He's going around the outside. He's getting so close, but so is Charles Leclerc in that Ferrari in 4th position. George Russell in 5th has managed to take Carlos Sainz, who's now sitting in 6th. I think that's Fernando Alonso, who's also merged up the grid a little bit, so he's gained some places as well. Lewis Hamilton now fighting him. As you see, Lance Stroll is alongside an Alpine as well in the background. Now Oscar Piastri is trying to take Max Verstappen. I think he's going to get past him.
He's going to make it work.
Oh my word, Max Verstappen is going wide and he's dragged a little bit of dust onto the track. He's really having to fight this McLaren off, and Lando Norris, meanwhile, is starting to gain a little bit of a lead on Max Verstappen, but now Oscar Piastri has fallen a little bit behind the Red Bull. What an incredible
Max having
start
a
here.
great sector, though, through Maggots and Beckett. He caught a little bit of time up on Lando Norris there. He's certainly just trying to find his rhythm a little bit, but Piastri is staying within within touching distance of him. Now Max is getting a little bit closer to the back of Lando Norris. Brilliant stop from Lando there.
Indeed, and just looking at the grid right now, Norris first, Verstappen second, Piastri third, Leclerc still in fourth, Russell's made up a position, Sainz has lost one, Alonso's up 2 positions, Hamilton is all the way down into ninth now, he's lost 2 positions, although Hamilton now takes Gasly and moves back into 8th position. Albon has also lost 2 positions, Hulkenberg has lost 3 so far, so not a great start for him, but Perez has also lost a position, so an even worse start for the Red Bull driver as well. But meanwhile, Norris is currently leading the Silverstone Grand Prix, and Max Verstappen is chasing him down, but Oscar Piastri is not letting go of this, but he's definitely got some challenging cars coming from behind. Leclerc and Russell chasing him down. Russell on those soft tyre compounds, certainly looking like he's going to try and take Leclerc very, very soon.
Yes, it looks like Leclerc is going to try and make a move on Piastri, but he is also getting caught from George Russell behind him. But that Mercedes looking like it is a little bit more confident in race pace rather than qualifying pace. Hopefully, Lewis Hamilton is able to make up a few positions, because it was that Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton that did go off in, I think it was the 3rd corner there.
Indeed, yeah, Mercedes Hamilton went off in the 3rd corner, so he's lost places, but he's trying to make them back up now. He's chasing down Fernando Alonso, getting nice and close to that Aston Martin, but made a little bit of a slip up there, Hamilton, and he's lost a little bit of ground to Alonso. But can Alonso keep him behind? Yeah, I mean, I cannot believe the start that Norris managed to have on Max Verstappen. And Piastri also actually had a better start, but just couldn't get around his teammate.
Yeah, I mean, really, I was so impressed by that, well, starting speed from Lando Norris. I did say he was going to get a bit feisty in that start, and he certainly was. And he has a 1.1 second lead on Max Verstappen at the moment. I do see it has just dropped below that again. But yes, he's able to stay just ahead of Max Verstappen right now.
So looking right now, we're in lap 3. Russell in 5th on the soft tyre compound, getting very close to George Russell. But now Alonso's certainly going to be coming under fire from Lewis Hamilton behind him very, very soon. Just looking to see any battles starting to form. Not seeing many right now. Just watching this race restart again, Reece. Just look at this.
Yes, we can just see how fast those McLarens got off the line. Max not having a very good start there at all. We saw how close Leclerc got to the back of Verstappen there. Verstappen was just so lucky to stay ahead of Oscar Piastri. We saw them getting quite close, though, but into turn 3, that is Verstappen and Norris, but Norris just placing his car absolutely perfectly out there. Piastri still able to keep within touching distance of Max right now. Lando still keeping ever so slightly ahead of Verstappen right now.
Yeah, and I think crucially, Lando Norris needs to try and build up that 1 second gap. If he can try and get out of DRS range of that Red Bull behind him, that could be absolutely crucial. But what's good to see is these McLarens don't look to be slowing down. They're still staying right up there. Oscar Piastri getting a bit of a gap now to the Ferrari behind him. So those McLarens are not slow.
No, they're not slow at all. And I mean, is this their true race pace? Are they going to be quite high on tire degradation, though? We'll have to wait and see. They are a medium, so they should be able to go for quite some time, but Max is getting quite close now to the back of Lando Norris. Half a second between these two drivers. I think DRS is enabled this lap, so once they go through that DRS section, it could get so close between Verstappen and Norris. We haven't seen these two drivers fighting it out before on track. They are good friends off of the track. Hopefully this doesn't affect their friendship if they do get a bit too feisty out there. People saying don't jinx it, but I want to see a fight from these two. If that means Max possibly going off the track and seeing someone else win a race, so be it, I think, at this point.
Yeah, indeed.
Now coming through that DRS zone, Max getting even closer, 0.3 seconds off the back of Norris. Sorry, Mark, carry on.
No, carry on. It's just Oscar Piastri is also now obviously within DRS range of Max Verstappen. So as long as he stays within DRS range, he's still going to be able to try and take Max Verstappen. As DRS is now enabled, so we're going to see DRS open for these drivers. Norris now going to try and get away from Verstappen, but Oscar Piastri still staying with Max Verstappen. Leclerc has dropped 1.2 seconds off of Oscar Piastri. George Russell, however, is within DRS range on Leclerc. So, yeah, we're going to see lots of battles starting to form. Perez is very, very close to Nico Hulkenberg in 14th. I'm sure we're going to see him take Nico Hulkenberg very soon.
Just to talk about some drivers a little bit further down the grid, of course, we are following Max Verstappen getting so close now to the back of Lando Norris. Will he make a lunge? No, he doesn't. He's so close to the back of him, though. 0.3 seconds right now. That DRS zone just not long enough for Max to get past Lando. But to talk a little bit further down the grid, Albon not having the greatest start. He's down in 10th right now. Gasly up into 9th. Hamilton, as we said a little bit earlier, in 8th. Alonso not getting a bad start. He's up into 7th.
Yeah, and George Russell is going to try and take Leclerc this lap, I imagine, but Verstappen and Norris are the ones we are watching. Verstappen getting so close now to Norris. Can Norris hold him behind him? I think Max Verstappen's really having to try and work to keep even within distance of this McLaren. It's not an easy overtake that's going to happen here. So let's see if he tries it now. This DRS range is open. He's going to open that DRS. How close does he get to the McLaren? He's probably going to make a lunge down the inside. Lando Norris is not fighting him and just lets him glide straight past. So Max Verstappen moves into first position. Lando Norris now right on the back of him. Maybe Lando Norris comes back at him with the second DRS zone.
He could fight him through Chapel, or as you said, fight him through that next DRS zone. Max made a little twitch there that will give Lando Norris a much better run through this long hanger straight and Chapel. Let's see what they're able to do. Max, though, so hooked up through that Chapel corner. We're watching George Russell fighting with Charles Leclerc at the moment. They are also very close to each other. Lando Norris just falling out of touching distance now with Max 0.6 seconds behind him, 0.7. As I say that, they should be going through that DRS straight very soon though, and then we could hopefully see Lando Norris getting a little bit closer to the back of Verstappen.
Indeed, Lando Norris also tailing his
Norris though.
Yes, and Lando Norris tailing Piastri behind him, so allowing Piastri to stay within touching distance of them. You can just see the McLarens are already 2.3 seconds up on Leclerc. Leclerc now fighting with Russell. Russell's going to dive down his inside, doesn't make it stick, but also that's another battle that's certainly getting going. Oh my word, now look at Sainz getting close to Russell.
Will Sainz try and make a lunge here? He'll be wanting to get that place back from Russell. Russell was able to steal it from him at the start of the race, but let's see what Sainz is able to do on this lap. He is 0.4 seconds behind him, 0.3 seconds behind him now. Lots of people rooting for Lando in the comment section. I'm still very happy with Lando in second and Piastri in third. It's still great, and they are quite a few seconds ahead of Charles Leclerc, so we'll have to see whether this is their race pace throughout the rest of the race, or whether their tires are going to burn off a little bit.
Russell's just complaining on the radio saying
not moving under braking. I don't know what is. Complaining about Leclerc at the moment.
Oh, there we go. See a move here from Hamilton on Alonso. Can he make it stick? He's going to try and get as nice close to him as possible, make an inside turn on him. And oh my word, coming around the last couple of corners of the track here. Can Lewis Hamilton get past Fernando Alonso? Not quite just yet, but I think DRS is about to be enabled for him. No, not quite yet. He's getting very close to Fernando Alonso, though, who's obviously sitting in 7th position. Lewis Hamilton dropping below Alonso at the beginning after going off the track there a little bit. Now trying to fight his way back up through the grid.
Lots of fighting throughout the entire grid here today. Hamilton fighting Alonso is certainly going to be a very exciting battle. Hopefully this will carry on out for a couple of laps. We do see Hamilton now following Alonso down this DRS straight. Will he make a move? He's getting quite close to the back of him. No, just not close enough just yet. Norris getting told. Oscar has been told to hold position. He's holding position. We will go to the finish. So they are going to want to tail each other and just be able to stay within touching distance of Verstappen for as long as possible to get out of grasp of Charles Leclerc. 3.1 seconds behind at the moment. Brilliant race pace so far for those two McLarens. I'm really shocked. From a midfield to back of the field car, they've been able to bring one upgrade package and completely vault to fighting with the Red Bulls. We see Hamilton having a great exit into turn 3. Will he be able to fight with Fernando Alonso down this next DRS straight? He's a lot more neat and tidy and having a lot better runs. He will be able to get past Alonso here. He's going on his inside. Will he get past him through this braking zone? Yes, he does. Brilliant move from Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, and Fernando Alonso has to concede the position again. None of the drivers so far that have been overtaken have really fought too much to try and defend, with the exception, of course, of Lando Norris. But even then, Lando Norris did more or less let Verstappen past and tried to use his DRS to get close. Watching now a replay of Sergio Perez making an overtake, I believe. He's in 13th position. It's just on the Haas ahead of him. Just locked up a little bit there. I think that was Nico Hülkenberg, or was it Kevin Magnus? I think Nico Hülkenberg, and then Sergio Perez moves past him to put himself into 13th position. So, yeah, Sergio Perez is starting to now move up through the grid, but still a long way to go for the Red Bull driver.
I mean, certainly not where I expected Sergio Perez to be in this phase of the race. Normally, he has quite a good race start.
Oh, just see a little bit of contact,
He pushes that and makes some contact with Nico Hülkenberg's front wing. Hopefully, that won't cause any punctures, but that could be a bit of an issue for Nico Hülkenberg. A big piece of carbon fiber flying off the car there.
Yeah, so that's a broken front wing there for Nico Hülkenberg, so that's not good for the Haas drivers. So in an already difficult race, both Haases are now almost last on the grid. I think they're probably going to be boxing. Yeah, indeed, Hülkenberg is now in the pits. So he's going to drop down into 20th position. He's going to have to change that front wing there. The McLaren's still staying within touching distance of Max Verstappen. I note Norris is still in DRS range of the top driver there. So these McLarens, after lap 8, still there.
Max just noting, though, that the car is pulling a little bit weird, and then being told by not race control, his engineers, that the wind is gusting in multiple directions at the moment. So that is the reason why his car is possibly feeling a little bit weird. Lando Norris still within touching distance of Max Verstappen, 1.1 seconds behind them. They're really doing very well, being able to match the Red Bull's race pace. Yeah. I certainly think that's Sergio Perez has thrown his race away a bit in qualifying yet again, only down in 13th when Max Verstappen is really fighting it out quite well with the McLarens. It would have been so exciting to see a two-team battle for those podium places here today.
Yeah, and in other news, what's been very, very sad to see is the decline of Aston Martin. Alonso now falling down after giving up his position to Lewis Hamilton is now coming under threat from Pierre Gasly in 9th position, who's looking to take the Aston Martin driver. And yeah, these Aston Martins not been looking quick these last few weekends. And once again, this race is not looking good for them so far.
No, certainly not looking good for the Aston Martins at their home race. I mean, their factory is less than 1 kilometer away from the Silverstone track. They'll certainly be quite disappointed, and hopefully will go back to the factory and do some homework and try and improve their car for the next few races, because we still do have a long season ahead of us. Yeah, let's hope they're able to pick up the pieces a little bit. But once again, Lando Norris and Piastri still able to stay within 2 seconds of Max Verstappen. Norris 1.1 seconds off the back of Verstappen. Piastri 0.7 seconds off the back of Norris.
Yeah, so still these McLarens are going about very, very strong, but let's see how long they can hold it into the race. And now we've seen George Russell on those soft tyres challenging Charles Leclerc in 4th position. Is he going to make a dive now? He's getting very, very close to the Ferrari driver, who's of course now 3.3 seconds behind Oscar Piastri ahead of him. So lots of work for Ferrari to do to get ahead of him, but now coming under threat by George Russell, so needs to defend first before you can even think about that.
Though, Mark, is the fact that Russell is on a set of softs while pretty much the rest of the grid is on a set of medium tyres. So we would expect Russell's tyres to drop off a little bit faster than everyone else's.
Yeah, as I said, they should drop off a little bit more. So he needs to make sure that he gets these positions done as quickly as possible and get around.
Russell's well within DRS range now. He's 0.6 seconds behind Verstappen. Would he be able to do something this lap, possibly?
Yeah, indeed. Lap 10 of the race right now, and a whole lot of us joining in the comments. And yeah, keep it coming, guys. Let's ask us some questions and otherwise, and let us know your thoughts of the race so far. Whilst you guys are here, we've got almost 2,000 people watching. Please smash that like button whilst you're here. Go hit it right now. I know there's a lot of you who haven't, so be sure to go and hit that button. It takes 2 seconds, and subscribe to the channel as well. And let us know where you're watching from. We'd always love to know where you guys are all joining us from. Meanwhile, we do see Ocon is very slow in the pits, and I think they're retiring the car.
Is retiring that car. I wonder why. Just trying to... Just listening on the radio, they don't say the reason why they are retiring the car. That's apparently 2 Silverstone races in a row now that he has been retired from the race. Very, very disappointing for that Alpine car of Esteban Ocon. We see another replay of that pass that Lewis Hamilton made on Fernando Alonso. I mean, Alonso didn't fight it that much because, unfortunately, their car just doesn't have the pace out here today.
No, and we've seen 2 overtake maneuvers there. Max Verstappen did it on on Lando Norris as well. So it's clearly going to probably be the location of the track where those aim for overtakes. Currently seeing a pit window is open for those running on the soft tyres. That would be the likes of George Russell, Yuki Tsunoda and Nick de Vries, who are all on the softs. The rest of the grid on mediums and Bottas on a set of hards. Verstappen on the radio, Reese, what's happening that side?
Light rain predicted. Light rain predicted in 3 minutes, and it should last about 3 to 4 minutes, similar to what happened in Q2, is what the engineers said. Very, very interesting to hear that. That could throw a little bit of a spanner into the guys' wheels here. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen there. Will it stay a bit longer than they expect? These clouds do look a little bit dark overhead.
Yeah, and after not predicting any rain for the session, we do seem to have rain coming in. And we're just watching those weather maps now. It definitely looks like there's a bit of a rain weather system that's going to make its way over the Silverstone track. And yeah, that could certainly affect the race. I'm sure most will try to stick to the slick tyres and find a dry line. But if it gets too wet, you'll probably see people dive in for intermediate tires, and whoever manages to go first and make that brave decision could be rewarded, or otherwise could completely ruin their race. So certainly stay on the stream to find out what happens very shortly. The rain possibly affecting the race. Somebody here
Over
watching from
2,000.
Krugersdorp. Great to have
Yes,
you here.
I do see that. Stefan Adman from Krugersdorp. I see we do have now over 2,000 of you watching alongside with us. Thank you very much for joining in on our stream. This is the best Formula One live watch along, so please do join us every week. Share this with your dog, your cat, your budgie, whatever, whoever. Just let's get the stream as big as it can go today. It will be quite good. Also, do subscribe to the channel if you want a little bit of a lull in action at the moment, but I mean, it could get very exciting soon with a little bit of rain predicted in the next coming minutes.
Indeed, Alonso's
We
coming
are
under
seeing a
pressure.
big-
Sorry.
I can see that rain starting to move towards the track. Those clouds are looking quite dark. I think we're going to get more than we expect here.
Yeah, Perez is now fighting with Lance Stroll, who's sitting in 11th position. Perez, of course, starting all the way down in 15th position. Can he motor his way up the grid? And Alonso is also coming under fire from the Alpine driver of Pierre Gasly. The only Alpine on track, of course, Ocon has now had to retire the car in the pits, so he is no longer part of the Silverstone Grand Prix. And just seeing Perez getting very, very close here. Russell now on the radio saying, we're tracking the rain, but it's going to miss us on the radar. Russell said, wouldn't be so sure about that. There are drops on the visor. And, of course, weatherman Russell once again at his...
I can see that system, Mark. Look at it over to the right. It is dark. That is a lot of rain. They're showing us that live weather radar. It does look like it is going to miss the track, but what happens in real life and what happens on the radar often is different. So let's see what happens. It's going to be very exciting if we do get some rain here.
Yeah, Lance Stroll now having to desperately defend from the Red Bull behind him. Sergio Perez getting ever so close to that Aston Martin Red Bull. Certainly not going to be very happy with Perez starting all the way down 15th again. But, obviously got to try and give him the best strategy to move himself back into the points as he did last week. Very well from 15th up into 3rd. They don't really want to be doing that every week, but I'm sure they're going to try and aim for something similar today. He's getting very, very close to now. Lance Stroll, does he make a move? He does make a move, and again, Lance Stroll does not fight it, and Sergio Perez gets past relatively easily.
I like the comment from Orfen in the section. Could be Sweat talking about George Russell's comment about the drips on the visor, as he said that it was going to rain in Spain, and it was just a sweat. Lando Norris being told, can we make Plan A work currently? And did you see what Lando Norris replied there, Mark?
No, I didn't see what he replied.
He said, I think so, sure. Not very confident out there.
No, so look, to be fair, they're currently in unknown territory right now. They don't expect to be up this far up in the grid, so I think there will be a little bit of uncertainty as to what they should do, but I'm sure they'll be working as much as possible to get the best plan there for these two McLarens. They're currently looking very good for their money to finish in the podium places, both of them. Leclerc still 3.5 seconds off and not getting anywhere closer to those McLarens, so race pace for those McLarens is very good.
I'm going to say it again. I'm very, very impressed by the McLarens this weekend. They seem to be quite strong out there with their new upgrades. I mean, I didn't expect to see them getting this far to the top of the grid this quickly. I wonder if maybe they've copied that Red Bull floor and they found a lot of pace in it.
Indeed, maybe that's exactly what's happened. So, looking at the current tyre age, most of them are on 12 to 13 laps per tyre. George Russell somehow is on 15 old, 15. So it's given the equivalent.
He's used the scrub set.
Yeah. Okay, so that would make sense. Yeah, he's not used a new set of softs, so he's on 15 tires old, 15 laps. I'll get there eventually. 15 lap old tires. So yeah, George Russell needs to try and make some moves on Charles Leclerc as quickly as possible. Verstappen saying the wind is making it difficult to drive at the moment, and he's just got a simple understood from his engineers. And just seeing a lot of South Africans joining us in the comments. Great to have all of you here. Me and Reese, of course, are South African as well, so join. Welcome to the chat. Yeah, keep it coming with those comments, guys, and again, keep smashing that like button, and also go and check out our partner Bitdefender. I won't do a Bitdefender readout right now. I'll do it in a little bit, but yeah, I think
it's a lot of action out on track. We have Pierre Gasly now making his way quite close to the back of Fernando Alonso. This could be an interesting little fight there. Alonso is going to try and stay where he is at the moment. He'll try and score as many points as he's able to because his teammate is currently out of those points. Also watching George Russell get so close to the back of Charles Leclerc at the moment. He'll be wanting to make up as many positions as possible before he has to get into the pits. Oh, big twitch from Russell through Cops. Not going to be a very confident car through Magnussen Beck. It's the section he's making his way through there now. We do see slight twitches on the steering wheel from him, now getting the DRS open. Not close enough to the back of Charles Leclerc, though, to make any moves right now.
And he's going to have to start looking to head to the pits soon as well, George Russell. So he's not really managed to gain as many places as he might well have wanted to on those soft tyres. Now watching just a replay of that correction there. Let's just see now as it goes around. Oh, my word, yeah. Just going off a little bit, scraping the underside of that car as it goes over that curb. So not good for the Mercedes driver. Toto there watching with, I think that's Pep Guardiola behind him. It is indeed Pep Guardiola, Manchester City manager, is just overlooking Toto Wolff's shoulder there. Yeah, I mean, Toto Wolff might want a bit of that experience from Pep Guardiola, who won everything this last football season, and maybe he wants the same sort of good luck to happen for his team, who are currently sitting 5th and 7th on this grid.
I think you're going to need a bit of a miracle from him if they expect that this weekend. Their two drivers currently sitting, well, Russell not doing too badly in 5th, but Hamilton down in 7th, certainly not where they expected to be here today. Just going to read through the comment section a little bit. Nethra is saying Lando in the top 2 would be great, but everyone expected it. Well, everyone expects except Max fans are supporting Lando. I mean, I'm a Max fan myself, but I'm also supporting Norris. I want him to take a race win. I want him to get his first race win. Max Verstappen coming onto the radio, noting that there is some slight rain falling now over the track.
So I've just also seen something whilst we're talking about Norris. We see that his track time for a lap there has been deleted for infringing on track limits in turn 9. So we don't want to see any penalties as we saw last week again for car drivers, especially for Norris, who's sitting up in 2nd place. So let's make sure that he doesn't get any black and white flag and doesn't get any penalties for exceeding track limits. So got to be wary of that and got to be mindful of that. He currently sits in 2nd, which is a fantastic position. And McLaren again are pulling away from Ferrari. They're now up to 4 seconds away. Piastri has managed to put a 4-second gap on Charles Leclerc, who's in 4th.
Also being asked what is happening with McLaren. Are they losing pace, or is Max just being Max?
I think McLaren have clearly gained a lot of pace this weekend. I still don't think they're ever going to really compete with that Red Bull. So Max Verstappen will just continue probably building that gap for the rest of the race. But can those McLaren stay in 2nd and 3rd? I think that's going to be the big question.
I mean, I think if they're being smart, they may as well look after their tyres for a little bit. Maybe that's what Norris is doing, just waiting for this rain system to make its way through. Then they can get on with their pit stops. I think, though, as well, the Red Bull does have a lot less tyre degradation than the rest of the teams down the grid. So that's also possibly why the McLarens may have just used up their tyres a little bit more than the Red Bulls, and that's possibly why the Red Bull is able to be a little bit faster. But we are seeing a few specks of rain now on some of the different cameras around the circuit.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be affecting too much, though. It looks very, very light, and the clouds are actually starting to look a little less ominous around the track. You can just see it's a little bit brighter as well, so I don't think rain is really going to affect us right now, but maybe later as Russell is getting ever so close to Charles Leclerc. Will he make a dive? He's going to go around the outside, but not quite got there in time, so he's still going to have to wait for his chance.
That was looking very close, like they were going to collide there, but they were able to keep it nice and clean, though. Having another look now, though, down turn 16, but still too far back, and you have to really, really commit if you're going to make a move there. 2,500 of you watching alongside with us at the moment. Thank you very much for joining us. It's been quite an exciting race so far. The McLaren's still within touching base of that Red Bull, 3.3 seconds between those two. Great to see the fact that the McLarens have quite a big gap on the Ferraris. It's also sitting around 3.5 to 4 seconds at the moment. Just watching a replay of Sergio Perez getting past Alex Albon, unfortunately dropping Albon out of the points.
Yeah, so Perez moving himself into the points there in 10th position. He's motoring through the grid slowly but surely, very similar to last week as well, just gaining pace on all those cars ahead of him and making those moves stick. So he's up into 10th. Let's see how far up he can finish this race today. And yeah, James just saying the Ferraris are looking a little bit slow today, and yeah, they're not looking particularly pacey. I thought we were going to see more from them, but I mean, 4.2 seconds behind a McLaren. I mean, it's either not good from the Ferrari or unbelievable from the McLaren.
I think it's the McLarens. The McLarens have just really leapfrogged ahead of the grid. I'm still so gobsmacked at the fact that they've been able to make such big gains already, and the fact that the Red Bulls haven't run away from them.
No, indeed. And whilst you guys are joining us, we've got a lot of people joining us, and keep the chat going and let us know what's happening in the race, what you think is going to happen for the remainder of the race. And whilst you're there, subscribe to the channel, hit that subscribe button. We'd always love to have new fans and part of the family of Forever Sports, and also maybe consider joining the membership club. Yeah, you get exclusive benefits. And as you can see, James's comment there is always going to be read out generally because he's got that green little thing on his name, which means that he's an important person in the chat. So we always go and check out his comments there as well. Yeah, we're lap 18 of this race. Max Verstappen at first, Norris second, Piastri third, and they're looking good for their money, the McLaren still. So I'm really wanted to see how long they can take this.
Yeah, some people are asking where Sir Hamilton is. I'll call him that this weekend because it's his own Grand Prix. Sir Lewis Hamilton is down in 7th.
Yes.
Not necessarily where we would expect a Sir to be.
Yeah, and what happened to the rain? Someone asked. Well, it looks like it did, as the Mercedes engineers predicted. It did seem to miss the track, so rain will not be affecting us right now. Maybe later.
Unfortunately, I was really hoping it would come over the track and just make things
plan change for Ferrari. Sorry.
Yes, I was about to say.
That's brilliant. I've always wondered about this.
Russell's still so close to the back of Leclerc. I wonder if he'll be able to make a move now through the long straight that is coming up with the DRS zone.
I'm sorry, I have to make a comment. And the science is getting told on the radio, and it says, we think plan B. We think plan B. And he says, and you know, we've got so used to this over the years with Ferrari saying plan A, B, C, D, E, F, G, this, whatever, you know. And goes, we're thinking plan B. So already a change of strategy for Ferrari. And science goes and says, what was plan B again?
Pretty much just box for Leclerc. Leclerc is coming into the pits. First of the medium runners to come into the pits. First of the big drivers to come into the pits. We do have, I think, Yuki Tsunoda has come in, and so has Hulkenberg. But let's see what the Ferrari engineers are able to do in this pit stop. Hopefully, they'll be able to have a good pit stop for that Ferrari. They'll be wanting to fight out with those McLarens. Maybe they'll be able to make a bit of an undercut here. It is a very long pit lane that we do have here. He has moved onto the hards, possibly just watching the hard runners of Bottas and Tsunoda at the moment, seeing some good times from them.
Yeah, and Jameen here saying, will Russell take Leclerc or not? Well, he has now moved ahead of Charles Leclerc as a result of that pit stop. Charles Leclerc has come out in 12th position behind Lance Stroll, but of course he's had a pit stop now, and it is now pit window opening for all those on the medium tyre about between laps 21 to 27. So it's a little bit early there. And Pierre Gasly's now making a little bit of a move here on Fernando Alonso, who's in 7th, but Fernando Alonso stays ahead of him. And Pierre Gasly's been trying to get past Alonso for a fair while now, but seems to be much closer than he has been for a while. So can he make a move stick at some point around the track?
Yes, certainly very good for the McLarens at the moment. A lot of people commenting on the fact that they are very impressed with the McLaren's pace out here today. Hopefully they'll be able to come back at the Red Bulls a bit later.
Indeed. So McLaren's, you know, they're falling off of Verstappen, but they've still got a 5-second gap to Russell behind them. So, I mean, seem to be doing all right now.
Verstappen on the radio just saying, I saw a Ferrari pit. I guess we should just stick to our strategy. And his engineer's just going, yep, we're sticking to what we have.
He says no need to worry as well, basically. So, yeah, I think they're basically maybe questioning why Ferrari's doing what they're doing right now. So
I think it's pretty much because they know that the Ferraris are not going to be challenging them at all. The Ferraris are fighting with the McLarens today. I never thought I would be saying that here in Silverstone, but I'm quite glad I am. We have a Ferrari-McLaren battle out here.
Yeah, so I just wondering about Piastri right now, who's just quietly going about his business in 3rd position. He's fallen a little bit.
I'm still very impressed with his pace.
But he's been brilliant.
Yes, no, I'm very, very impressed from the rookie. If he's able to get a podium here, I mean, he pretty much has Rookie of the Season secured. A lot of people did question his move to McLaren this year over the Alpines. And surely this has been a perfect move from him in his rookie season in Formula One.
Yeah, and I think people just need to listen to our commentary a little bit every now and
Norris
then.
Because on the radio, how many laps can you do at this pace? Possibly wondering how long he's able to stay on these tires. He's saying, I'm happy, it's consistent, I can maintain this for now. So pretty much saying, don't box me, I think we can cover off the undercut from the Ferraris.
Indeed, so that's great from the McLarens. They're basically saying that they should be absolutely fine. They do look to be absolutely fine right now.
Just having a look at George Russell's tyres, he has a slight bit of graining on his front right. Not too bad. I mean, we've seen much worse. You don't want to go too long here, though, because we have seen tyres in the past explode.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think we're going to get that bad, but
it's still so dark. I wonder if the wind could change and we just have it moving back over track again.
Yeah, Max Verstappen now setting a new fastest lap around the circuit as he's moving around in first position. Lando Norris 4.6 seconds behind him. His teammate Piastri 2.3 seconds behind Norris. Russell is 5.1 seconds behind Oscar Piastri. So currently the McLarens are very secure, and it looks like they're getting ready for a pit stop here. I see the McLaren engineers all at the tyre station getting those tyres.
I would expect it to be Oscar Piastri. I expect Oscar Piastri to come in to defend from Charles Leclerc.
No, I think more from George Russell. I don't think Leclerc's the issue on him, quite frankly. I think Russell's probably moved ahead of Charles Leclerc in terms of times on those softs, because he was getting so close to Charles Leclerc for a while there. So who knows? It's obviously for both of those. So Piastri surely coming into the pits right now as they're coming towards the end of the track.
He seems to be pushing quite hard. So maybe he is still staying though within that 2.2 second gap of Lando Norris. Sorry, I wonder if maybe they are just telling them to stay where they are. Hopefully they don't bring him in. Maybe they're just trying to dummy George Russell or Carlos Sainz. Just watching Lewis Hamilton now making his way. He is currently in 6th position, not doing too badly out there. He's 1.3 seconds off the back of Carlos Sainz. We could see a bit of a battle, though, between these two drivers. That could be quite exciting. 2,800 of you watching alongside with us at the moment. Shaky Warrior asking, is DRS available? Yes, it is currently available. We do have dry running, so we have the DRS open, which is why sometimes you can see a little bit of a DRS train. But the driver's still not that far spaced out on the track, if we do look at our track mapper.
No, so they're quite. It's quite an even Grand Prix so far. Max Verstappen not quite running away with it yet. Noah's still within 5 seconds of the Red Bull driver, but he is looking very comfortable there in that Red Bull. But so are those McLarens ahead of George Russell and Charles Leclerc. Of course, has now gone into the pits, so he's sitting in 12th, but trying to undercut the McLarens from a pit stop. So McLarens seem to be doing very well so far. I think crucially now, as somebody's also said in the comments, they cannot afford to mess up their pit stops today. They have to be so good today.
Yes, I mean, they really do have to cover off everyone else in the pit stage of this race. To be able to cover everyone else off, they need to have perfect pit stops. They have had quite good pit stops in the past for the McLarens, so we'll have to wait and see what they're able to do. We do see now Piastri setting faster sectors out there. Yeah,
and I mean, still on old medium tyres as well, which is fantastic to see. So yeah, I mean, a new fastest lap now has been put in again from Max Verstappen, but Norris is now 5.2 seconds behind, so it looks like Verstappen's pushing a little bit, perhaps, maybe getting ready for a pit stop. But it's gonna be interesting, because Max Verstappen's probably going to come into the pits soon. Will he come into the pits before everybody else has gone to the pits, or so where he has to come out in traffic, or do you think he's going to wait for everybody to go pit and then come out in clean air? I think that's going to be the question.
I think he's going to wait for clean air. He's got quite a nice little gap behind him at the moment, so he may as well. He's got at least that little bit of breathing space. He doesn't need to take any big risks here. He can wait for pretty much his competitors to go in box, and then he can cover them the next lap. We do see the Red Bulls choosing to do that quite often. That gap at the moment is 5.3 seconds. Not huge in the beginning stages of the race. We are currently on lap 23 of 52, so still all to race for. Please do stay tuned and do share the stream with all of your friends and your hamster and your dog and whoever. Let's just get these numbers up. It's great to have so many of you watching alongside with us.
Yeah, we're so close to 3,000 viewers right now, and yeah, just go and share it. Let's get up to 3,000, and whilst you guys are there, hit that subscribe button, and more importantly, hit that like button. There are 3,000 of you, and I certainly know there are not 3,000 likes. There's nothing stopping you, and as I said, there we go, we hit 3,000 people, so welcome to the stream, everybody. Great to have you all here, and do be sure to stick around. Again, subscribe to the channel, and also check out our partner for the channel. Yes, we are so cool that we've got a sponsor on our channel, and that is Bitdefender, who's proudly sponsoring this weekend's British Grand Prix. So Bitdefender Total Security detects when you play, work, or watch a movie, or like watching Formula 1. So it knows not to bother you with unnecessary requests, so it won't bring up anything whilst you're watching this fantastic Formula 1 race here in Silverstone. Depending on what you're doing, Bitdefender temporarily halts pop-ups, adjusts visual settings, and pauses unimportant background activities so you can enjoy your device to the max. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's Total Security, then please click on the link in the description. And once again, big thank you to Bitdefender for sponsoring this weekend's Watchalong.
I do see a nice comment there from Ice Latte. Interesting profile name there. But saying without rain, this would be the train parade. I certainly hope we do get some rain out here just to shake it up and get some closer racing. Also, interestingly, we haven't had any yellow flags, any offs, any incidents, no rubbing. Yeah, it's been a very clean race so far.
That's exactly what I was going to go comment on, is the fact that we've had a clean race so far, so no yellow flags, no safety cars or otherwise. Do we think that we're going to get that today? Not looking likely right now, unless somebody happens to have an engine failure or something happens where they should stop in an unsafe sector of the track, and then we'll have a safety car come out. So, I mean, I'd like to see that happen, because maybe the McLarens can fight at Verstappen again, because they got so close.
What they can do on a race restart, that would be so exciting to see. Just watching George Russell and Charles Leclerc's gap at the moment, 19.2 seconds. I think George Russell is going to fall behind Charles Leclerc as a pit stop is about 21 seconds. People are saying waiting for rain. I'm also waiting for rain at the moment. Please, everyone do your rain dance at home. Hopefully we'll get some rain out here. We do see those clouds, though, moving quite close to the track again. They are very dark out there. Someone also asking, why is Perez not gaining on Gasly? He is ever so slightly at the moment, just by a few tenths every lap or so. 1.9 seconds is the gap between those two at the moment. Lando Norris on the radio, just being asked, how many more laps can we do? And he's just coming again saying, I'm happy. Like, he sounds quite frustrated because they keep asking him the same thing. But they need to understand how long he's able to keep going on these tires.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, we're starting to see the pits starting to happen now across the board. So tires strategy here is going to be huge for everybody, and I think that's going to be the make or break, I think, for McLaren today, and they seem to be managing it very well. But meanwhile, we do see is that Charles Leclerc and Stroll having a big fight out there in 11th and 12th position, respectively.
It's getting darker, Mark. Those clouds are moving closer again.
Yeah, I mean, maybe indeed they do have some rain. I mean, rain would be a huge thing, of course. We know this. We've been talking about the entire stream so far, but I don't think it is going to rain is the biggest problem, but you never know. I think hopefully a little bit of spitter spatter and they have to go into the intermediate
I think it's
tires.
going to rain. Andrew Gray says he lives in America and he'll try to do his rain dance for us. Please do, because we do want to see some rain here in Silverstone. Charles Leclerc getting so close to the back of Lance Stroll. Now DRS wide open off the back. Let's see if he has a chance of making a pass now down this DRS straight. Getting so close now. And he does go down the inside and gets past him. Very, very good move from Charles Leclerc on Lance Stroll. That was an important move for Charles Leclerc to make, because he does not want to be behind Lance Stroll for too long, because now there's a little bit of free space between himself and Alex Albon, which at least allows his tires to cool down a little bit. And then I think by the time everyone else pits, he will catch Alex Albon.
Yeah. So 26 laps gone in this race. So we're pretty much at the exact halfway stage in Silverstone. So all of you currently on the stream, that is your time to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Like the video as well. And yeah, let us know in the comments, what do you think of the race so far? The McLaren's very good in second and third. We haven't really spoken about Sergio Perez, who's now moved into 9th position, chasing down Pierre Gasly. Albon is still in 10th. Leclerc now got past Stroll, and he's going to be chasing down Alex Albon as well. It's been a rather poor race for the AlphaTauris. De Vries and Tsunoda 14th and 17th respectively. Bottas and Zhou and those Alfa Romeos also 15th and 18th. Hulkenberg 19th. Magnussen at 16th, and of course Ocon is out of this race.
Sainz is coming into the pits, so that second Ferrari is finally coming into the pits now. This could kind of play into the Mercedes' hands if they're able to run a little bit further, because Russell is still in 4th on that set of softs, and he hasn't pitted from the beginning of the race. Sainz is going to drop back, and then Hamilton will be in 5th. He also still hasn't pitted yet this race, so it's going to be interesting. We do see Sainz now in the pits. Let's see what Ferrari are able to do. Hopefully they will have a clean pit stop. We do see these pit stops take around 21 seconds. It is quite a slow pit lane here. I think the limit is around 60 kilometers an hour, which is a lot slower than usual. It's normally around 80 kilometers an hour. Sainz going on to a set of hards.
Yeah, and not too bad. A pit stop at 2.4 seconds, so exactly the same as his teammate Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc obviously moves ahead of Carlos Sainz again. Will Carlos Sainz come out behind Logan Sargent? I think he should be fine. He should come out ahead of the Williams driver. Only just, you can see that is it Logan Sargent? Yeah, it is Logan Sargent, just behind Carlos Sainz there. Logan Sargent in 13th, Sainz in 12th. So the two Ferraris have now pitted. They've pitted rather early compared to everybody else. So let's see if they can try and get some pace up and maybe try to make some places up when the others should pit as well. George Russell's in 4th. He's on older soft tyres right now, 29 lap old tyres. I know there's only been 27 laps of the race so far, but of course these were used tyres before the start of the race. Hamilton now moves into 5th. Can the Mercs move up? Because I mean, we haven't really seen them motor too much yet.
Someone off in 1989 saying that Russell going from soft to mediums, if it stays dry, would be pretty solid if they're able to put it off. I mean, that could be very, very dominant from the Mercedes. Norris just saying, how are the hard tyres looking on others? And then being told hard tyre doesn't look amazing, but it's our best option, because they, of course, aren't necessarily going to be able to go soft, but it is possible. We've seen the Mercedes do it here today.
Yeah.
Andrew Gray just saying 60 kilometers an hour is 36 miles an hour for those of you who have to do the conversion. Just adopt a kilometer an hour.
Yeah, I mean...
Stop being difficult, please.
And miles make no sense. Kilometers are very easy. Lap 28 of 52. And we're watching alongside here Lewis Hamilton in that Mercedes. And I mean, he's built up quite a big gap to Alonso behind him. 6 seconds Alonso is behind Hamilton. So he's quite safely in 5th right now. Of course, he has to go to the pits, and then that concerns the two Ferrari drivers of Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz. So, I mean, that's who they're fighting right now. And I'm not even necessarily sure they're fighting McLaren yet. McLaren's looking very good still. Norris has fallen 8 seconds behind Verstappen, I grant. But Piastri has still kept that gap to over 5 seconds to Russell behind him. 5.4 seconds is the gap from Piastri to Russell. So those McLarens very, very safely in 2nd and 3rd right now. So unless something major happens, there could be 2 McLarens on the podium.
Fiona also just saying she'll do a rain dance for us. Thank you. Let's hope we do get some rain out there. That could really be what brings all of these drivers a lot closer together. Just watching a replay from Lando Norris, his tyres all look quite clean at the moment. No graining on them. Degradation looking lower than we expected. Lots of people rooting for Daniel Ricciardo at McLaren. Sorry to inform you, he was dropped last year, so we have Oscar Piastri in that seat, but he is having a great race out here. We have Russell now in the pits. Let's say where he comes out in pace compared to Charles Leclerc. Will he come out in front, or will he be behind Charles Leclerc? Leclerc is coming through the final 2 corners now. Mercedes having a okay pit stop, not too great, not too bad. 3.9 seconds, that isn't good enough. We have Leclerc now moving down the pit straight. Will Russell be able to challenge him? Russell is out of the pit. Yes.
Well, he's going to be fighting straight away, though, with Lance Stroll. Lance Stroll's already coming at George Russell. So let's see what Lance Stroll can do here. He's obviously sitting in 10th as a result of those pit stops. Piastri is coming into the pits now. This is going to be a huge move here for McLaren. Please be a decent pit stop, and Lance Stroll's not going to be able to get close enough to that Mercedes of George Russell. So George Russell currently sits in 9th position after that pit stop, so not bad for him, although he still comes out behind Charles Leclerc. So yeah, it should have been actually better, let's be honest.
Kirsty watching from Italy. Thank you for watching, Kirsty. I hope you're enjoying your holiday over there. We will see you very soon when you get back. But this race is certainly ramping up to be quite exciting. In this next pit phase, it could be all to play for. We do see now hard tyres coming out for Oscar Piastri.
Yeah, and let's just see how this pit stop is. Lap 30, he's come into the pits. Can he come out ahead of both Leclerc and Russell? That is going to be the big question here. Let's hope that's a very good pit stop from McLaren. They cannot afford to make any mistakes. Russell had a mistake in his pit stop. Charles Leclerc, however, did not. So it's going to be a great pit stop for McLaren, and they're right next to the Ferraris as well. So they're going to be watching very keenly to see how this pit stop goes. And he's in 1, 2, 3. Not a bad pit stop at all for Oscar Piastri, and he leaves now 2.4, so the same as Charles Leclerc. So he should come out ahead of Charles Leclerc, but maybe ahead of Alex Albon as well, which would be great to have that little cushion, and he does come out ahead of him as well.
Yeah.
Great work from McLaren, and so they continue going about this Grand Prix very well.
Very good for McLaren, considering the fact that there's a lot of pressure on their shoulders at the moment. It's very important that they did get ahead of the Ferraris in this pit stop, because that's who they really rate today. I think Verstappen is a little bit too far up on them at the moment. We also do see Sergio Perez has gone into the pits. If I'm not mistaken, he's on a set of new softs. Carlos Sainz making a move on Lance Stroll, and he is now into the top 10.
yeah, Carlos Sainz has also got the fastest lap behind his name on those hard tires. So that's also interesting to note. So let's see how he fares for the rest of the race. Can he catch George Russell, who's ahead of him? Watching a replay here of George Russell and his slow pit stop there, 3.9 seconds. Let's just see what the issue was. I think it was the front left. You just see a bit of smoke from that front left. And no, front right was also a bit delayed there. So just generally not a great pit stop at all.
Yeah, just a little bit sloppy, unfortunately, but not too bad. It could have been much worse. He has now got the DRS on Charles Leclerc, so we could have a little bit of a fight happening between these two at the moment.
Yeah, Russell and Charles Leclerc fighting is great news for Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris. Of course, fighting means they will slow down their laps and they will struggle to keep their pace up as they think about defending that Sainz and also Leclerc and Russell. So let's see if it takes Russell a long time to take Leclerc, or maybe he's not really able to as he did earlier. He tried desperately to get past him, couldn't get past him. So Russell has, however, set the new fastest lap of the race.
He's on a set of mediums. Yeah. We did expect him to go on a set of mediums. He's going to be very, very rapid now. He does need to just get past Leclerc and then manage his tyres for a bit. Sergio Perez is setting the fastest lap of the race at the moment because he does have those soft tyres on, 2 laps old at the moment. Good for him. Hopefully he'll be able to make some positions up. George Russell, is he going to make a move on Leclerc?
Oh, yeah, it's coming up on his outside. Will he make a stick? Charles Leclerc's trying to stick him there, but George Russell just seems to have so much pace there as he comes out ahead of Charles Leclerc.
George Russell takes it into Luffield. Brilliant move from George Russell on Charles.
But now Leclerc's coming back at him. Will he try and cut on his inside? No, he's going to get away from him. So Russell's done very well to get ahead of the Ferrari driver. So George Russell eventually gets ahead and now chasing down Oscar Piastri. He is still about 5 seconds off of Oscar Piastri. So Piastri should be all right. And Piastri is within DRS of Gasly. So he's using Gasly to go and get ahead as well. And he makes an overtake attempt on him now. Gasly's not going to try and fight it. Very, very good racing from Oscar Piastri so far. He's having a great day here in that McLaren car.
It's very important for Piastri not to get held up too much. He'll be hoping to get past Alonso as well very, very quickly, not to get held up at all. Piastri is doing very well, though. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Certainly the highest up he's been at all this season. I mean, he's going to be wanting to get back on that podium. I'm sure he will be able to once Alonso and Hamilton come into the pits. We have Pierre Gasly in the pits now as well.
He's on soft tyres.
Wow, that is very interesting. I did not expect that.
And same for Stroll. He's also coming in for soft tyres. Sorry.
Yes, this could be very interesting. I wonder if they're going to leave Verstappen out for as long as possible and put him on softs as well. I mean, we saw how long the softs are able to last with that Mercedes of Russell.
I think that's what they saw. They saw that the softs for Russell seem to be lasting a lot longer than they might well have thought. So they're thinking, you know what, we can take these softs to the end of the race. So it's looking like just a one-stop race for everybody. So yeah, look, Lance Stroll comes out on a set of softs. Very, very interesting tactics there from Aston Martin. Will it work though? Let's see what will happen.
Gregory just saying there, who wants Raikkonen back? I miss his radios. I certainly miss it as well. We have a
oh my word, there's a fire.
There's a fire. This is going to be a red flag.
No, it won't be a red flag.
He's on the racing line. This very likely could be.
This could be a certain safety car at least. We can see so much flame.
Yes, we do have yellow flags now.
Oh my word, this
Engine
is
died for Kevin Magnussen.
Norris needs to get into the pits right now.
Flag. Safety car, virtual safety car has now been brought out.
Norris into the pits. Hopefully he's right there. He's right next to where the pit lane should start.
He should make that. I don't see him. Let's see if he's going to come in now.
Oh no, he's
virtual safety car still being shown. Oh no. That could have been so great for Lando Norris.
Oh dear, so that's a huge...
We have Albon and Leclerc back into the pits.
Oh my word, are they going to go into the soft tyres as well?
Leclerc's back in the pits.
But do you think they're going into the soft tyre?
I mean, it's a good gamble, but they should have seen that firstly. They shouldn't have left it until
medium
now.
tyres.
They've ready.
Straight back onto the mediums. I think the mediums are dubbed the quickest tyres, so he's coming to the pits.
McLaren did tell Lando.
Oh my word, an unsafe release from Charles Leclerc, I think, into Albon's path, but Albon gets ahead of him.
It's fine, he let him through. I think if you go ahead, then you'll get an unsafe release. Good pit stop, though, from Leclerc. They did tell Lando Norris to box, but he stayed out there.
Wow, word. Interesting. Why would Lando Norris stay out there? Now he's lost that time. He's going to lose positions if he goes into the pits now. Hamilton being told to box. Surely Norris dives into the pits now. And maybe Max Verstappen as well?
Well, we'll have to see when they come back around again. You would expect them to go into the pits because it does pretty much equate to a faster pit stop time because of the virtual safety car. You lose less time out on track. to your rivals, of course.
Indeed,
so this could work out quite
Oh,
well.
safety
for
car has been
Lando
called. Safety car has been
Safety
called.
car, brilliant.
That means
Brilliant,
that we're going to have a proper
We're going
restart.
to get a good race restart. Yes. This means that all of those gaps are going to be completely nullified, and we'll get a whole bunch of racing yet again. Unfortunately, though, for Oscar Piastri, possibly Hamilton and Alonso ahead of him will have to wait and see whether they box and fall out behind of him, possibly. But he will be on the rise.
Sorry, we're just losing Reese a little bit there with this microphone. So, yeah, Max Verstappen has just come into the pit lane. Not a brilliant stop for Red Bull. It's good enough, though. 2.7. Norris now in the pits. This is going to be big as well for him. Let's hope that this is going to be good. And they look so keen to get going. They're already here in the McLaren pit stop. And let's see how Norris fares. Going dunk up onto the stilts and back down. Great pit stop for McLaren there. 2.2 seconds. Fastest pit stop of the day. So I said they had to be good. Brilliant. Now Hamilton into the pits. Also going to be crucially a good stop here for them. And
they're putting him on softs. He's going to be rapid on this race start.
Used softs as well. So Alonso now also into the pits. Will he come out into the softs? He's right at the end of the lane.
Yes, they are. They bring out those softs. So Sainz is going to go onto those softs for sure. Where will Hamilton fall out?
Hamilton comes out ahead of Piastri. Oh my word, no, Piastri's lost his position.
Ahead of Piastri.
Oh my word.
This has really not worked out well for Piastri. And he's got soft tyres.
Oh my word, Piastri's on the hard tyre and he's come out behind Lewis Hamilton. So now Lewis Hamilton moves into the podium places right now and he's just had a pit stop onto soft tyres for what would be the remainder of the race. So it's great strategy from Mercedes. But now, can Piastri try and take him back? Oh my word.
Sainz just saying what's going to happen with this pit, pretty much being asked how many positions he's going to lose and asking what tyres everyone else is on. He's getting quite upset with his engineer because he's just not giving him the information that he wants.
I think that's because they know that they should have pitted him and now they can't. He's going to lose too many places and so he's going to have to stay on those hard tyres. So they just don't want to give him the news, I don't think, yet. So they've ruined Carlos Sainz's race a little bit here. But somehow Hamilton has come out in third position. So he's going to have a great restart here. And Norris is still in second. He's at least still very much in the running. But can Piastri try and come back at Hamilton? But he's going to have to try and fend off from Russell now. Piastri's race has somewhat been very much badly affected. So let's hope that he can somehow salvage it in these last few laps. They're now moving that Haas off of the racetrack. Of course, Kevin Magnussen's Haas started flaming from the back there. It looked like the engine blew. So, yeah, that's why we have the safety car.
Asked us why we had that safety car, and yes, now you do know. Just watching a replay here, what happened to Kevin Magnussen. He comes through that turn, and we just see him losing pace and a bit of smoke coming out the back, and then flames. So yeah, it just looks like a engine that's blown in that car. Big puff of fire out the back there, and then the in-car fire extinguishing system just puts it out.
Yeah, so
not 3,800 of you watching alongside with us. You have joined at a great time because we are going to have a safety car very, very shortly because of that fire for Kevin Magnussen.
Yeah, and
people asking what's going on with Charles. Charles has done a double pit stop here today because they put him out on hards originally. Then when the safety car was brought out, he went out and boxed for another set of softs. Decipher also asking if we heard the rumors that Ferrari might not seem to want to re-sign Sainz. It's looking quite interesting, I think, because Sainz has a lot of rumors about Audi wanting to sign him.
Yeah, I mean, it could go to Audi, and that'll be a big thing for Ferrari. Sainz does go across to Audi. Russell's on the radio, Reese. What's he saying?
Next car is Piastri, then next car is Lewis. And then asking, have both boxed? And then getting told yes. Then going, on the radio. So obviously knowing he's not going to be able to have the greatest restart here. He will have the oldest set of tyres. But, I mean, he has a set of mediums. Piastri has a set of hards. Lewis has a set of softs. It's going to be very, very interesting on this race restart. Max Verstappen, interestingly enough, came out on a set of softs. Norris on a set of hards.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be a big thing. But there are slightly used softs for Max Verstappen, whereas Norris is on brand new hard tyres. So, I don't know, maybe you can try and get some grip into them and maybe have a challenge and a go at Max Verstappen. As we see Lando Norris just rip one of those visors off the front of his helmet there and chuck it to the side. So, Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big restart for Lando Norris as well as Piastri. Can Piastri maybe try and make an attempt on Hamilton, or is he going to come under fire from Russell behind him? It's going to be such an interesting restart here behind the safety car in Silverstone, lap 35. And again, if you guys are new on the stream, be sure to hit that subscribe button, like the video, comment down below what's going to happen as we get restarted here in Silverstone.
Yes, it should not take too long now. A lot of drivers just weaving around to get some temperature in these tyres before the safety car hopefully comes in very soon. Some people just saying, Piastri, please get back your P3. I certainly want to see that double McLaren podium here. It will be interesting to see what Piastri is able to do. His family is currently watching, very excited to be on the TV there for sure, as his mum and dad. I'm really hoping Piastri will be able to get past Hamilton here, but for sure, the British crowd won't be wanting that here today.
And another thing to note is the fact that Perez is in 8th, and this has really also benefited him. He's right in the back of Carlos Sainz now, and they know that Carlos Sainz is going to have a problem after that. Well, he's going to be affected by the lack of pit stop that he's not had there in that safety car, whereas everybody else has come into the pits, so he's going to have a bit of a problem there. So Perez is right behind Sainz. He will move probably ahead of him as we restart here. Just watching a replay of George Russell getting very close to the Ferrari there of Charles Leclerc. I think this is just a replay of how he got past him earlier. And yeah, just great racing there from George Russell, just sticking to that outside line, getting past him. So great maneuver there from George Russell earlier in this race.
A lot of people just a bit worried about the McLarens now because they are both on a set of hards, whereas the Mercedes are on a set of softs and a set of mediums. They could throw away their podiums. I really hope not. But it's not looking very good for them on the restart because, of course, on the restart, it does favor the softer tyres. We do see that Haas now being lifted out of the way. It is still going to take a little while. I think it's because it took them a while to put that car out because it has been smoldering for a while now. But we'll have to wait and see. Manta just asking what is going to happen with Mick after the season. If they don't find him another seat in Formula One, I'm sure he will get he will be kept by Mercedes to stay in their simulator department because he's been doing a lot of work there for the team, doing a lot of testing for them, and it's been doing quite a good job. Just watching Verstappen falling behind the safety car a little bit and then catching it again into the braking zones, just falling back to try and build up some brake temperature yet again. It should be possibly one more lap and then we get this restart. Norris just asking what tyres the Mercedes have on. Them being told used soft, and his response is lovely. This is going to be quite difficult for him, I think.
Yeah, I think Lando Norris is going to just... I mean, does he try and go at Verstappen, but does he know that that's not a race he can win? So maybe he just tries to make sure he gets ahead of Hamilton and just stays ahead of him.
I think he definitely needs to try and defend from Hamilton because they are going to be coming at them very hard through this restart.
Sorry, just watching the replay of the restart of the start of the whole race there, Oscar Piastri gets away unbelievably well, but...
I said there, he really got away well, but got held up by his teammate.
Sorry, if I just may, he went the wrong way. If he'd gone left around the outside, I think he would have taken Verstappen because he tried to divert around Norris, and Norris is, of course, quicker than Verstappen. And so he got held up behind his teammate because he wasn't quick enough to get past Lando Norris. But if he'd gone left and past Max Verstappen on the outside, I think he might well have taken him.
I mean, it's all what said in hindsight. But yeah, it could have been an overtake for them. Just watching them now on the safety car yet again. Hopefully it should be coming in this lap. I really do hope so because we don't want to be behind the safety car for too much longer because this is certainly helping the drivers on the set of softs. We want to see them working for it. We don't want to see them being able to save their tyres for too long.
Yeah, this is taking a while for the safety car to leave. I'm sure that hopefully that car will have been recovered by now and should have exited the track. Nothing was infringed, of course, in the track, so we shouldn't have to worry about that in terms of, like, repairing barriers and things. It was just a blown engine, we believe, on Magnussen. So we now have two cars out of the Silverstone Grand Prix, Kevin Magnussen and Esteban Ocon, who have now both, of course, retired their cars. Well, Ocon retired the car, Magnussen obviously flew out on track. So, I mean, a good restart here yeah.
We've been asked by Plank in the comment section who is on the best tyre in the top three. Well, certainly you would have to say Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton, both of them are on a set of softs. You would expect them to have the best race restart here. just watching the Red Bull mechanics now, they are looking a little bit tentative because they know this restart isn't necessarily given to them, but it should be quite dominant from Max on that set of the softs. I'm quite nervous for these McLarens here.
Yeah,
I really hope they're able to pull something out.
I'm sure Norris will be okay. I think he's a good enough driver to make sure he stays ahead of Hamilton. We know that Hamilton restarts quite well, unfortunately for him, but I'm sure Norris will be okay. It's more Piastri that I'm very worried about. I'm hoping he can somehow hold on to his position and maybe try to challenge Lewis. Just seeing signs already saying we are status 4 until the end. Yeah, shit. Yeah, I think it's... Yeah, basically they're going to stay in the tyres they've got right now for Carlos Sainz. So, yeah, it's not going to be great for him.
I think especially also on the fact that everyone behind him is on a set of softs. He's on 10-lap-old hards. There should still be a lot of pace in those tyres, but... yeah, not going to be great. Still a safety car, though, for another lap. They are really taking their time here. It's going to be very difficult at the end now because these soft tyres are just going to be able to push now to the end.
Yeah, so not suiting Lando Norris and Piastri at all, who, of course, on harder compound tyres than the competitors around them. So it's going to be difficult for McLaren, but I'm sure they can try and pull it off. It's going to be a huge day if they can, but it's going to be very tough. We do see now the safety car is going to be ending this lap. The safety car will be in this lap, so we're gearing up towards this, and oh my word, I cannot wait to see what happens here. Come on, McLaren, let's see if you guys can do something. Also, Alonso's right in the back of Russell. Maybe Alonso makes a move of Russell too. So lots of different drivers all around the grid going to try and make moves on each other. Charles Leclerc will surely try to get past Alex Albon as we restart as well. So that's just going to be manic as we restart here under the safety car, which is ending right now, going into lap 39. We've now also got 4,000 people watching. Like the video and subscribe to the channel, guys. And also check out our partner in the channel, Bitdefender. I'll read out their thing later, but right now we've got some big action coming here. Yeah, the safety car is ending. Yeah, Reese, give me your predictions very quickly.
Yeah. Well, as much as I don't want to say it, I think Lewis Hamilton is going to get past Lando Norris. So I think our end result could possibly be Verstappen, Hamilton, Norris. As much as it pains me to say, because I really want Norris to finish up as high as he can because he's had such a great race. Yeah, I think Hamilton's going to have a brilliant restart on these softs. Maybe if Norris is able to keep close to the back of Verstappen, he might just get a better reaction time than Hamilton. They are starting to back up the grid now, let that safety car run away, and then they will get going.
Lando Norris just trying to get away from Lewis Hamilton, who's right on his tail. Lando Norris also trying to get as close as possible to Max Verstappen. He's warming up his tyres a little bit. Green flag is given, so it's now down to Max Verstappen, and he goes. Lewis Hamilton's got a great start on Lando Norris. Piastri's a little bit delayed.
No, Lando.
But Lando Norris is managing to get some speed, although so is Piastri more or less coming back at Lewis Hamilton as well. But Lando Norris now needs to really motor down. Hamilton getting so close to him, and just see Perez and Sainz getting also exceptionally close there down the grid.
Seeing George Russell getting quite close to the back of Piastri. Hopefully Piastri will get some pace here. Lewis Hamilton getting so close to the back of Lando Norris. Will he be able to make a move? Not into turn 1, but he may get very close to him in the DRS zone. Big break coming up now. Will he be able to take a lunge? He's behind. Piastri not able to get close to the back of Hamilton right now, but Lewis Hamilton's had a great exit through turn 4 every time he's come through, getting so close now down this DRS straight.
Indeed.
Will he be able to get past him? Yeah, he's trying to go around the outside, but Norris just checks him. Will he get around the outside? Repeat what George Russell did. Norris just pushes him a little bit wide, but now he will have a good, very, very good run towards Cox.
No, I think Hamilton's going to take him now. Hamilton getting so close to the McLaren. He's going to go around the outside. He still defends Norris. Great driving there from Norris just to defend. Hamilton has to back off, and that's won him a little bit of time there, Lando Norris. So he just needs to heat up these hard tyres, of course, to try and stay ahead. But Hamilton on the softs is going to be just coming down his neck.
What he's doing though as well is allowing Piastri to catch Hamilton. This is very good teamwork from Lando Norris, because he's going to need to allow Piastri to overtake. We do see Russell starting to get a little bit close to the back of Piastri, but not able to catch him just yet. Possibly the McLaren or the Mercedes will also just kill their tires and allow these McLarens to take it to the end.
And interestingly here, Charles Leclerc still not managed to get past Alex Albon, who's in 9th, and Perez has also not managed to get past Sainz. Sainz on the hard tyre as well, so we still have yet to see any overtakes happen as we've restarted here. Max Verstappen's just put in the fastest lap. Lewis Hamilton chasing down Lando Norris, very, very close, and look how close they are getting, and Oscar Piastri just trying to get as close as well. just to try and help his teammate out, to force Hamilton into defensive mode. But yeah, right now it's all eyes on Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton. Now Lewis Hamilton's getting so close to the McLaren driver. I'm not sure he's going to be able to make a move on this straight, but surely the next one. Oh my
Lando
word,
trying to break their toe there by weaving on that straight. He did one weave, which is quite legal, but Lewis Hamilton just gained.
Oh, he's going on his
so
inside.
much.
Lewis Hamilton's going on his inside. Will he make a stick? He's
Oh,
trying to go around him.
makes
Lando Norris is pushing him off. He's trying to push him off. It's getting so close, the two of them. It's great racing from both of them. Lewis Hamilton now on the main start of the
Could we
straight.
get a repeat through
Oh
Cops?
my word.
Well, yeah, side by side through Cops. No, Hamilton just lifts off, and Norris goes once again ahead of Hamilton through Cops. Looking so confident out there at the moment, Lando Norris. Race control noting turn 15 incident involving Stroll noted for leaving the track and gaining an advantage.
It's interesting. So that's Lance Stroll further down the grid, and Carlos Sainz is still defending from Sergio Perez, and Leclerc is getting so close to Alex Albon, who's in ninth, of course. Hamilton, though, all eyes on him and Norris. He's dropped a little bit off of Norris, but DRS will soon be available, I'm sure, and that will going to be benefiting Hamilton to the max.
I mean, this will really be benefiting Hamilton for sure. I mean, that not on those sets of cards, DRS is now enabled. This will allow Hamilton will now enable to get closer to the back of Norris. Piastri needs to get closer to the back of him as well now. Norris is just within DRS to Hamilton. Piastri is also within DRS to Hamilton.
Yeah, all
Norris
these DRS
is
trains
doing so
being
well
opened
to
up,
be able to
everybody
keep
within
it
a
at bay.
second. Sorry, just seeing everybody's DRS just opening except for Lance Stroll, who's got a little bit behind Charles Leclerc. So everybody down from Norris to 10th position is getting DRS. I'm just seeing here Lance Stroll seeing that potential penalty, or whether it's being investigated, as he tries to take Gasly, and he does get forced off the road. And Gasly saying he needs to give me back the position now. Yeah, we can keep on it, mate. Keep calm. I don't quite know why. I mean, he does sort of force him off the track, though, doesn't he?
Yes, he does. He doesn't give him enough pace. I think he deserves to keep that position there.
I think Aston Martin's got an argument to say, no, he's been forced off the track. If anything, Gasly gets a penalty. So, yeah, I'm sure they won't give any penalties because Stroll did manage to get past him as a result. So, technically, the right driver
Hamilton
is ahead.
getting so close to the back of Lando Norris now. 0.4 seconds between those two drivers. Piastri 1.2 off the back of Hamilton. Russell, though, also within that DRS range on Piastri. Piastri really pushed now if he wants to podium this race. But I mean, there's still 10 laps to go, so we could see the softs starting to fall off a little bit, and those hards might just come into their own.
Indeed. We're just on board with Sergio Perez, who's trying to hunt down Carlos Sainz ahead of him. Carlos Sainz doing a good job to keep him behind him, but also now watching Lewis Hamilton and his fight with Lando Norris. I mean, it's weird. We haven't really seen any real overtakes yet after that restart, but everyone getting certainly very close to each other. I'll tell you who is not, is Russell struggling to keep up with Oscar Piastri, though Oscar Piastri is falling off of Hamilton a little bit, 1.6 seconds behind him, although it's down to 1.4. Verstappen says it doesn't really feel good, this tyre, saying the soft, so maybe that's good news for Lando Norris, who's trying to defend from Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton now trying to get as close to Norris as possible. He's within about a couple of 0.2 seconds maybe of Norris, but Norris still managed to stay ahead of him.
I mean, they'll get so close, I think, before the long DRS rate. Hamilton did note on the radio that the McLarens are very fast down the straight. As we do see now, Lando Norris is able to get 0.8 seconds ahead of Hamilton now.
Lap 42 of 52, so just 10 laps left here. Max Verstappen still with the fastest lap. Lando Norris in second, Hamilton third, Piastri in fourth, Russell in fifth, Alonso 6, Sainz 7, Perez 8, Albon in ninth, and Leclerc in 10. Not been a good race for the Ferraris at all. Can they try and salvage something before the end here? And just 10 laps to go, as we say. Lando Norris started to build a little bit of a gap again to Hamilton behind him, so this is probably good news, although I think DRS is going to start. Is DRS enabled yet? I haven't seen. I don't think it is.
It has been enabled, yes.
Yes.
It has been enabled.
So, yeah, that's it's
some
good to be able
people
to get.
Just really hoping that Lando Norris is able to stay ahead of Lewis Hamilton. Some people rooting for Hamilton in the comments. Let us know who you predict is going to be on this podium here today. It is all to fight for. 1.7 seconds off the back of Hamilton. Not close that gap right now. If he wants to be able to get on the podium, he's going to have to do it.
There you go. So just confirmation. Yeah. Yeah, just sorry, confirmation here.
Turn 15 incidents involving car 18, Lance Stroll reviewed. No further investigation necessary.
And black and white flags has been raised for Stroll, though, for track limits. So that's just, I think, the same instance. So maybe just basically saying, warning, don't try and do that again. So a bit of a weird one, because he was a bit forced off the track. But anyway, Hamilton in third position, getting so close to Lando Norris with that DRS wide open, but still can't get past the McLaren driver. Meanwhile, Sergio Perez looks to try and make a move on Carlos Sainz, down in 7th position as well.
Difficult, though, because Carlos Sainz also has DRS.
Oh, he's going to go on his inside. He's going to go on his inside. Will he force him off? Perez does go around the outside, but now Sainz manages to keep it there, but Perez goes for the switcheroo, and he is going to take him onto the start finish straight. And now Alex Albon is so close to Carlos Sainz as well. He's going to dive on the inside, and he's going to try and take him, and he does as well. Great driving from Alex Albon. Fantastic driving.
Albon has great pace at the moment on these softs.
Oh, now the two Ferraris are fighting. Oh dear, Sainz really dropping off here. Leclerc trying to take him, and now Lance Stroll is also just licking his lips. Leclerc does take, I think he does. No, he doesn't. Not quite. Not just yet. My word. But the Ferraris are driving. Sainz just lost so many positions there. Now it's coming under threat from Charles Leclerc, who's really gaining on Carlos Sainz. Oh my word.
There's so much action out there.
Yeah, Sainz is intense.
Yes, it's
oh, and now the Alpine of Gasly is trying to take Stroll around the outside. Will he make it stick? We saw this, and he does manage to make it stick. But these cars are getting so close together now. Look at this racing in the midfield. Fantastic scenes. Now we're seeing the Ferrari of Carlos Sainz come alongside Pierre Gasly. Just tries to defend him. Pierre Gasly not able to get past. But now Lance Stroll coming back, and Pierre Gasly himself. And my word, great racing right now. Coming into the final corners of the track. Because then Maggots and Beckett's now. And yeah, great racing here.
Yeah, some really exciting racing happening at the moment between the Ferraris as well as a few other drivers further back. I wonder what's going to happen, though, further up the grid with Hamilton and Norris. Hamilton just seems to have fallen off the pace of Norris at the moment. Will Piastri now be able to fight back? He is actually catching Hamilton at the moment. He's 1.4 seconds behind him.
Yeah, and Max Verstappen is still quite ahead of Lando Norris, but he did say these tyres don't feel like the right ones. So maybe the hard tyre is actually a little bit quicker and lasts a little bit longer. So can Norris maybe make up some time to the Red Bull? I doubt it, but that's also a question we can sort of leave there, leering around in the background. Piastri, though, yeah, can he try and catch Hamilton before the end of the race? If he is catching him per lap, I think it's going to come down to, like, literally the final lap, maybe. The battle in midfield, though, is fantastic. Carlos Sainz in that hard tyre. I think that's the issue with him. He's got that hard tyre on, and he's been on it for a fair while. I think he's really struggling now. Sitting down in 10th now. He was in 7th, but he's dropped so many places in just a single lap.
Ferrari could have had a great race here today.
Sorry, we see Gasly's going around Sainz, and the outside, is he going to make it stick? And he does get around him. Fantastic work from him. And now Carlos Sainz drops even further down the grid. But can he come back at him? He's going to dive down the inside. He seems to have got a bit of pace on him. He's coming alongside Alpine, and he does get ahead of him again. So great driving again. Carlos Sainz really trying to battle
between those two as they go through tops. That was quite dangerous then. But nonetheless, they're still on the track, and Sainz has at least kept that 10th position. It's 1 point, and they really are scrapping out for that 1 point available. Perez now getting quite close to the back of Alonso. He will be wanting to get a little bit further up the grid as he started down in 15th. Not a great qualifying session for Sergio Perez, but he is now up into points position in 7th. He'll be wanting to get into 6th, take over Alonso. I don't think he'll be able to catch Russell, though, before the end of the race.
No, Perez and Alonso are going to be the next. Oh dear, we just see the Alpine there of Gasly. He's gone off the track and he's lost all these positions. He's just dropping down very quickly. He's lost like all control.
I think he's got a puncture.
I think
he's got a puncture.
Yeah, he's got a puncture.
He's definitely got a puncture.
Oh my word, disaster class there for Alpine.
Oh, no.
And he's now also going to probably drop out this race, or at least he's pretty much out. So Alpine have had a disaster of a day. Pierre Gasly after racing so well.
I don't see a puncture. I wonder if that's a steering arm that's broken there, because I mean you can see his steering is all over the place. Not great to see, though. Hopefully he'll be able to get the car back without any safety cars or yellow flags or anything. We do see Sergio Perez getting very close now to the back of Fernando Alonso. 0.4 seconds between these two. Will they fight it out in a little bit, or will Alonso just let him go through? Perez getting very close now down the hangar straight. Will he make a move into Copse? No, he doesn't. Still behind him, but let's see what he's able to do through Maggots, Beckett's, and the next DRS straight.
It's just 6 laps left of this Formula 1 race. So can Alonso defend here? Just like Bitdefender, of course, one of our sponsors on the channel, and this weekend's Watchalong sponsor. Sergio Perez has got DRS on Fernando Alonso. He's going to dive down his inside, makes it stick very, very easily, and unfortunate there for Fernando Alonso. He will concede that place to Sergio Perez into 6th place, and I think if Fernando Alonso just had Bitdefender, he would have been able to defend a little bit better, of course. Bitdefender's unbeatable multi-layered protection keeps your devices safe from all new and existing cyber threats. Bitdefender's reacts instantly to online threats with no compromise to your system's performance. All this while taking care of your online privacy and personal information. If you want to learn more about Bitdefender's total security, please click on the link in the description.
Just watching what happened with Pierre Gasly, Lance Stroll went into his front tire, and I think that broke his steering arm there. Just watching a replay from his point of view, Gasly's point of view, just watching the steering arms there, the little carbon fiber bits. Oh, does get hit quite hard from Stroll. I think it does break his steering arm because he really just has no steering after that happens.
Yeah, that's going to be a big penalty, I think, to Lance Stroll. Yeah, he does just go into
it. So for taking another driver out of the race, essentially.
Yeah, it's his back rear. No, it's his back right rear. That's what's the issue. It just seems to be facing somewhat inwards. It's not actually, I don't think, the front. I think it's his back rear that seemed to have a bit of damage.
Possibly broke the suspension then. Yeah, not great to see. We don't want to see drivers taking each other out. Yeah, Stroll will definitely get a penalty from that. Alex Albon now making gains on Fernando Alonso. Will Albon get another point before this race ends? Albon is certainly flying, as Mitra is saying in the comment section. Pure Blood saying Stroll, oh dear. Yes, I mean, sum up Stroll in a few words. That's it. Just watching Albon, though, he's having absolutely brilliant pace out there. Still a very good race, though, for the two McLarens, even though Piastri has fallen out of those podium positions. Still a brilliant race from him. 1.9 seconds now behind Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton 1.7 seconds off the back of Lando Norris, not able to catch him. We did have a little bit of a doubt there for Norris, but he just had brilliant pace on that safety car restart.
Yeah, and just confirmation now, Gasly has also retired his car. So both of the Alpines are out. So a complete disaster for Alpine, who of course are at their home Grand Prix here. They are based in Britain. And shame for them. They will not be able to finish this race with either driver. Both of them out. Black and white flags have been raised for George Russell for track limits, so he cannot afford to go off again as well. So, yeah, maybe that brings penalties.
We see some penalties coming before the next. We've got 4 laps left. I mean, you could still make some mistakes here and get a 5-second time penalty. We see, I think that's Shakira at the moment in the... yes, it is Shakira. There's a lot of rumors going around that her and Lewis Hamilton are dating at the moment. She's at another Formula 1 race, so you never know. It's possible. People are asking if it's raining. Not at the moment.
No.
Alex Albon, though, as you say, starting to catch Fernando Alonso. Just over a second between those two drivers.
And the current vote split for driver of the day, 44% have Norris as the driver of the day. And speaking of, I think I'm going to go and quickly ask that thing there. I'm going to end the other poll and just say who is your driver of the day for the next poll, because we are going to start heading into the final stages of this race as Alex Albon is chasing down Fernando Alonso in 7th position.
People just a bit shocked that Shakira is there, or possibly at the fact that black and white flag for Lando Norris. Lando has to be very careful now. Lando has to be so careful now not to go out of track limits, otherwise he could get a penalty. We don't want to see this. We don't want to see penalties pretty much determining the results of a race. We don't want to see that happening again after Austria last weekend. Albon, though, catching Fernando Alonso quite rapidly here. They are 0.8 seconds between the two of them right now. Our driver of the day poll is up, though, so please do vote in that. I'm going to certainly be voting for Lando Norris in that poll here today.
And I do apologize. Hamilton probably should also be there, but I think Perez, with making up 9 positions, probably deserves to be there. Max Verstappen, of course, is leading this race. He has to be in that vote. So if you think Hamilton is your driver of the day, just select the other, and we'll assume as much. I don't think there's too many other drivers to be selected. Bottas, though, has made up 7 positions as well, down in 13th, but of course not in the points, so not really in the argument either.
I really enjoy your comment, Decipher. I'm not going to read it out, but yeah, it's quite funny. Alex Albon, I wonder if he is going to be able to make this move on Fernando Alonso. He's getting very close. We also have Leclerc getting super close to the back of Albon right now.
Yeah, indeed. And
We
just
could have a
three,
three-way fight.
yeah, just 3 laps to go here, and the battle for 8th and 7th is certainly heating up here. Yeah, Max Verstappen looks firmly in the lead, 3.4 seconds. Norris is almost 2 seconds ahead of Hamilton, so Norris should finish second, Hamilton in third, Piastri in fourth. Great race from him as well. George Russell in fifth on those medium tires. Lance Stroll has got a penalty, as we thought he would, so he's going to drop down 5-second penalty, which means that currently that should put him below Hulkenberg, I think. So, yeah, he's going to finish at least 14th, or if not 13th, on the grid. So, not a good day for Lance Stroll and the Aston Martin.
I think he might just finish ahead of Valtteri Bottas in 13th, just by the skin of his teeth, because these gaps are ever so slightly widening in these last few laps. Yeah, we're going to have to see what happens, but I think that is certainly deserving for Lance Stroll for taking another car out of the race.
Indeed. I don't think you can argue that as Lance Stroll, so... yeah, he will be getting that 5-second time penalty added to his time at the end of the race.
A lot of people just making jokes about Lance Stroll at the moment in the comment section. Great to see that. Albon getting even closer now to that Aston Martin. 0.6 seconds, though, between himself and Charles Leclerc behind him. It's getting super, super dicey out there. We're going to have a bit of a three-way battle here. Albon getting even closer now to the back of Alonso. 0.4 seconds between those two drivers.
Yeah, we're heading into almost the last lap of the race, just into lap 51 of 52, so just 2 laps remaining, and as you say, Alonso, Albon and Leclerc all very, very close together here for the battle for 7th, as we see Florence Pugh is ready to go and wave the final flag. She is, of course, a famous celebrity coming out of Britain. She will be waving the checkered flag at the end here for Max Verstappen, who's going to get going with his final lap just in a little bit. Again, yeah, I mean, can Albon get around Alonso before the end of this? And can Leclerc also get past Albon? I don't think so. I think it's looking like it's going to remain exactly as it is.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to overtake each other. They look like they're just in a little bit of a DRS train, but Alex does make a little bit of a lunge. He's getting a little bit closer to Fernando Alonso. Maybe we could see a bit of a move coming from Albon. He's looking very, very racy in this final stage of the race on those soft tires. He's getting very, very close and looking a lot neater than Fernando Alonso here. What can he do in this final lap?
So he started in 8th position. He's still only in 8th, but he could make up a place and take Alonso in the battle for 7th. Though Leclerc is also getting close to him. He's a little bit closer to him than Albon is to Alonso. So, I mean, maybe he has to do a little bit of defending as well.
It just looks like Albon falls a little bit too far behind through Maggots and Beckett's, but now we have Leclerc so close behind Albon, 0.3 seconds. Albon really needs to be careful here because Leclerc will pick up the pieces if he makes any mistake here.
And we are in the final lap of this race of Silverstone. 52 laps of 52 right now. Verstappen leading the way. Norris in second. Hamilton also picking up the 3rd place there on the podium there. Piastri in 4th. Great drive from him. Russell in 5th. Sergio Perez, starting in 15th, has moved up into 6th position. And we're currently watching the battle for 7th as Leclerc is trying to make a little bit of a dive on Albon. Will he make it stick?
Albon did very well there to defend, but I think he will lose his position now down this next DRS straight. Leclerc will get DRS, but so will Albon.
Can Albon defend from him? Albon's going to try and go around the inside. He still stays ahead of the Ferrari driver, but now he can come back at him around the outside maybe. Great driving from Alex Albon. So, yeah, he should hopefully hold on to that position.
I did say, though, before this race started, that this Williams is going to be rapid. They have such a high top speed here that they're able to stay ahead of other cars, which is why he's all the way up in 8th at the moment.
And
he's still within touching distance of Fernando Alonso.
Sorry, yeah.
Yes. He's going to be 1 place away from the points at the end of the race with that penalty for Lance Stroll. But now Leclerc getting so close to the back of Albon. Will he be close enough down the DRS straight to make a move, though? I think Max Verstappen will be pretty much coming now to finish the race.
Yeah,
but we are just watching this battle very, very closely here.
Yeah, Max Verstappen wins the Silverstone Grand Prix, and Lando Norris comes in for a fantastic performance, coming in 2nd, and Lewis Hamilton gets into 3rd place. Oscar Piastri for the McLaren also gets into 4th, and he gets huge cheers from his team.
Behind.
And yeah,
watching that, Leclerc was not able to overtake Alex Albon, but we do have now Fernando Alonso 7th, Albon 8th, Leclerc 9th, Sainz just holding on to 10th. Stroll will get that 5-second grid penalty. Sargent will become 11th. And then I think Bottas, but I see Stroll drops all the way down to 14th. As we have Bottas in 12th, Hulkenberg 13th, Stroll 14th, Zhou 15th, Tsunoda 16th, De Vries 17th, and then of course the three drivers that have retired from this race: Gasly, Magnussen, and Ocon.
Yeah, I mean, an unbelievable race there for McLaren's team, finishing second and fourth out of absolutely nowhere as well. So great result for the McLaren team. Obviously rocking that special livery for this weekend, and clearly it worked for them. Unbelievable result for them. Max Verstappen, though, does win yet another Grand Prix, and that makes it quite historic, doesn't it, Reese?
Yes, I mean, this was his 150th race start, and it's now his 250th podium.
Yeah, so huge result there for Max Verstappen and Red Bull. Sergio Perez did well to come back into sixth, not as well as last week, but those McLarens driving alongside each other, they must be super chuffed. George Russell finished in fifth. Not too bad a race for him. Alonso finished in seventh. Given how this race weekend's been going, that's not too bad either. Albon in eighth, good position for him. The two Ferraris, though, huge disappointments for the day in ninth and 10th. My word, shocking decisions from them again. Strategically did not work well in their favor at all once more. Obviously, three cars were not able to finish the race. Gasly, Magnussen, and Ocon. And Stroll, with that time penalty, will finish in 14th position. He was in 11th. But he'll finish in 14th, which means Logan Sargent moves into 11th. So almost in the points there for Logan Sargent. So not too bad a day for him either. And you can just see Zach Brown and that McLaren team just losing their minds, basically.
Just so happy for the McLarens here today. I mean, on pure race pace, they are second and fourth. That is phenomenal from McLaren, making such a turnaround in the season. I mean, at the beginning of the season, they were nowhere. They were near the back. They're up on the podium in Silverstone, one of the most difficult tracks to get on the podium at. It's been so competitive throughout this race, and I'm so happy for those two McLarens. Unfortunately, Piastri did miss out on that third place podium position, but Hamilton certainly still very happy to have him on the podium here at his home race.
Great race there for the British drivers in general. Hamilton in third, Norris in second, George Russell in fifth. So, I mean, not a bad day out for those British drivers there. Lewis Hamilton just going off the track a little bit to go and wave to everybody and say hello. So, good for the British drivers. And the British crowd must be very chuffed with that result, I think.
Well, certainly a good comeback from those Mercedes, because they didn't have the greatest starting positions, but they had brilliant track position throughout the race. They also made good strategic calls, which is why they were able to pick up so many places throughout the race. And I mean, they've got the podium out of it. Just watching them come and line up now in Parc Ferme, I'm sure Piastri is going to be a little bit disappointed, but still very, very happy for him to get to E4.
And Max Verstappen now gets out of his car. Sorry.
Yes. I was just going to say, we are going to do a bit of a race review for you guys. So please do let us know what your highlights are or were from this race. It was certainly quite exciting throughout, with a lot of midfield battles and battles near the top. Max Verstappen now celebrating on top of his RB Red Bull Formula One car, going straight over to Lando and patting him on the head to congratulate him for his P2 finish.
Indeed. And now we start the British Grand Prix review, and welcome to the channel if you guys are new to Forever Motorsports on Forever Sports. And yeah, we've just finished the Great British Grand Prix. Max Verstappen wins here in Silverstone. Norris famously now finishing in second. Great race from him and his teammate Piastri, who finished in fourth. Lewis Hamilton took up that third position spot as well. So great day out for the British drivers. Russell in fifth. Perez up from 15th into 6th position. Alonso started in 7th, finishes in 7th. Alex Albon also started in 8th, finished in 8th. Charles Leclerc and Sainz, however, dropped quite far down the grid from where they started. Shocking race for Ferrari, 9th and 10th, only just picking up points. After that, Logan Sargent, Bottas, Hulkenberg, Stroll, Zhou, Tsunoda, and De Vries made up the rest of the grid, whilst Gasly, Magnussen, and Ocon did not finish the race due to either retirements or faults. Reese, I mean, how was that race?
Yes, well, certainly great. Crowd goes wild when Lando Norris and Lewis Hamilton give each other a hug and congratulate each other. So happy for those two drivers. I mean, it was quite an exciting race from the beginning. Lando Norris getting past Max Verstappen on the start. I mean, that was incredible for him to have made that move and make it stick. Yeah, really happy for Lando to have at least given us a bit of a show here. It wasn't Max Verstappen leading the race the entire time. We did have Lando Norris leading a race, I think only for his second time in Formula One.
Yeah, so Lando Norris did have a fantastic start in the beginning. So did Oscar Piastri. I still think Oscar Piastri could have just dived down the left of Verstappen rather than the right. But, right then and there, he had to make a quick decision, and he chose the right. Might not have necessarily been the best decision, because I think he actually got away the best out of the front three. If he'd gone down the left, he might well have taken Max Verstappen, but was not to be. He finished in fourth. A great race, though, for him, and his family is there as well for Oscar Piastri. So, yeah, certainly putting his name up there in lights for Rookie of the Year, almost getting a podium there. Just loses out to Lewis Hamilton, who only got ahead of him due to that safety car and came out of the pits, of course. I mean, Reese, did that safety car really completely change the dynamic of the race, or did it just only affect Hamilton and Piastri?
Well, I think it certainly did affect Hamilton and Piastri, as you say, but it also affected Albon because he was able to pit for those softs and really get a good advantage. It also affected Sainz, who was kind of left out high and dry, and was left out on an old set of hards, and then didn't have a great restart, lost a bunch of positions, and yeah, unfortunate for him. I think Ferrari could have made a better strategic decision there. Speaking of strategy, though, I think McLaren are certainly going to be learning from this. They need to get used to being at the top again. They need to make good strategic calls. They made a good call with the hards, of course. Norris was able to hold on to second. But if they had maybe put Piastri on a set of softs, he could have been a bit more punchy at the safety car race restart and taken a bit of that pressure off of Lando Norris and Hamilton.
Yeah, indeed. And lots of people were in our comments today letting us know how chuffed they were that McLaren went and got big points today from that Silverstone Grand Prix. Big turning point, of course, for McLaren, having done so well today. Can they keep this momentum up going into future races, and can they suddenly compete right at the top?
Well, we'll have to wait and see what happens through the rest of the few races that we do have coming ahead of us, because it's not all decided just yet. They've had one good race. It might just be an outlier track. Hopefully it isn't. I'd like to see them competing. We could have 4 cars competing for podiums.
Yeah, and again, a very, very easy race for Max Verstappen once more. Didn't really have to fight too much. Yes, granted, he was taken in the early laps there by Lando Norris, but he quickly got that position back. And we noted that Lando Norris didn't really fight it. I think he knew that there was no ways they could beat that Red Bull for pace. So just let him past and took second place. So, I mean, Ferrari, though, how bad a race was that for them?
I mean, it wasn't perfect. We'll say that for sure. I mean, with Charles Leclerc getting up into, I think it was 9th? Yes, 9th. It wasn't great from them. They should have made some better strategic calls there. Crowd going mad now as Lando Norris is chatting to the pundits there. I mean, British fans certainly got a great race to watch here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, great race there. And Lando Norris must be so chuffed. And also, Oscar Piastri can now look back at his decision from moving from Alpine, who didn't finish the race, to go to McLaren and finishing 4th, and must say, yeah, you know what? I made a good decision there. Eventually, of course, McLaren's been so hopeless this season, but now these new upgrades clearly working. And yeah, as Reece says, we think that they might have copied a lot of the Red Bull's flaw, which is what's gained them these huge amounts of gains. So,
if it has, props to them. It's really been able to get them quite far up the grid. I agree with Jason Baird, though, in the comments, saying future's looking bright for Piastri. A great drive, but a bit unlucky to miss the podium, but he'll get more chances for sure. Let's hope that he gets more chances with this upgraded McLaren. It's looking very fast, but they need to still be able to keep up with the rest of the teams down the grid, who will certainly be bringing upgrades very soon to try and fight with them.
Now, also, I mean, Alpine's cars, of course, didn't finish today. They looked actually a little bit, fragile, because Ocon's car, we don't actually know what the issue was, but he had to retire very early on. Came into the pits and just retired. We weren't given the reason then and there. And then, I mean, don't get me wrong, old Gasly, unfortunately, takes contact from Lance Stroll, which is why Lance Stroll got that penalty. But it wasn't the biggest piece of contact, and then suddenly his suspension just seemed to break at the back rear, so Alpine could not finish the race. And then also that big blowout for Magnussen in the Haas. So, I mean, it's unfortunate that these things happen, but it's just weird that that Alpine and Haas just seem to always have these problems throughout the entire season so far.
Yeah, it is quite weird. I mean, I'll try and find out what that problem was for Esteban Ocon. Crowd going insane for Hamilton coming onto the mic. I mean, yeah, it's not what we want to see. Cars retiring for reliability issues. I will try find out what that issue was, but yeah, not a great see for those two Alpines.
Indeed. And that's going to wrap up our Great British Grand Prix stream. And one more time, we just want to thank our partner and channel sponsor for this weekend's watch-along here in Britain. That is Bitdefender, Bitdefender Cybersecurity. Go and check them out in the description. And once again, big thank you to them for sponsoring this channel and this weekend's watch-alongs. And Reese, any final words from you for this Great British Grand Prix, as we're also going to finalise our poll. And we do see our poll very firmly has Norris as driver of the day.
Yes, well, rightfully so. He had a great day out there, and yeah, very glad that he was able to get onto the podium. I'm still trying to find out what happened for Esteban Ocon, but I don't see anything just yet, unfortunately. So yeah, that will be the end of the stream.
Yeah, indeed. Guys, thank you very, very much for watching. Before you guys head on out, be sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button as well, and turn on notifications for all future uploads. We will, of course, be doing our weekly Monday show, our podcast. Come and join us for that tomorrow. We can have a discussion about all that happened over the weekend. And yeah, it's been fantastic having all of you here in the comments. Have a great rest of your Sunday, wherever you are, from the Forever Sports team and from me and Reese. We're going to head on out. Thank you so much for watching Forever Motorsport.